All right, ladies and gentlemen, out on the water now, one of the best wakeboarders in all of the United States, Mr. J.B. O'Neill. What a fantastic rider he is, going to be ripping out some unbelievable tricks behind a beautiful Centurion wakeboard. Look at that big flip way over the top of the back of the wake there on the back of that Centurion. J.B. O'Neill originally out of Austin, Texas. This 34-year-old started wakeboarding in 2004 down on Lake Travis. Never really spent a whole lot of time competing, but he spent his time creating videos on the part of his riding. So big-time social media content creator in the wakeboard world. And after multiple successful videos gained him the exposure he needed to drive him forward into a successful water sports career, in 2020, JB decided to start a new adventure by building water sports YouTube channel. So find JB O'Neill on YouTube with a goal of helping grow wakeboarding and wake surfing across the United States. Since starting his channel, JB has taught thousands of people to wakeboard and wake surf through his online water sports tutorials. JB is continuing to create entertaining water sports content on his channel and has grown to become the largest and most watched touted water sports channel in the industry. Look at him. He's coming wide to the outside here, right in front of the island. He goes across the wake and way up high, putting about 15 feet up over off the back of the wake of that Centurion, red, white, and blue American-themed Centurion wakeboat. Now he's setting back up for his next trick. He goes down to the far end of the lake. He's going to swing it back around for another run. Again, J.B. O'Neill, the Centurion Boats factory rider for wakeboards out here doing some tricks for you guys. We're going to see him back out again at 2:15. Now he's got it lined up again. Got that boat turned back around. He's going to dial up. What trick is he going to come up with next? As he's gaining some speed, getting outside the wake, really peeling it wide to the outside. Now he's going to set it up. He sets it up with a backflip double twist over the left side of the wake. Wow. What an unbelievable wakeboarder on the back of that Centurion boat. Brought to you by the great folks at Island Lake Marine. Island Lake Marine, your only on-the-water boat dealership in all of the great state of Colorado, and the only place in Colorado to get a fantastic Centurion wakeboat. So for those of you who reside up here in the Pelican Lakes and the Windsor Valley, or Water Valley and Windsor communities, don't forget to swing by Island Lake Marine and pick up your next on-the-water adventure with a Centurion boat that you can have all sorts of family fun, wakeboarding, tubing, an all-around enjoyable family experience behind the back of a beautiful Centurion wakeboard. As he comes back around now, let's see, he's got a couple more tricks in him as he's out wide to the right side of the wake, peeling it way wide. for him. We got to hang out with him last night at the Calcutta. For those of you who missed it, we had a fantastic Calcutta event at the Grain House Bar and Grill right there on Rain Dance National grounds. What a fantastic event that was last night. For those of you who missed it, we missed you, but we had some drivers auctioned off for some pretty cool prizes here at the end of the weekend, depending on how they finish in their finals tomorrow afternoon. Again, today is all about qualifying. Look at that backflip with a couple of twists in it, but today is all about qualifying here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We are going to run 2 qualifying heats in all 3 classes today, and then tomorrow we're going to come back, run that 3rd and final qualifying heat before we lock them into their main events here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. Such big wakes on the back. Those wakeboards create, really gives them that ramp to be able to get the elevation behind that Centurion wakeboard to do some of these unbelievable tricks. It's quite a bit different than the wakes that are produced by our Formula One and Formula Lights, although I don't know, could we make a new class with the Centurion boats? We'll call it bumper boats at 85 miles an hour. How about that? Or maybe bumper boats at 25 miles an hour, because wakeboard boats don't need to go fast. They're not about top speed. They're about giving you those big wakes to do all the fantastic tricks, jumps, and for the leisurely wakeboard rider, just to have a nice wake to ride on as they enjoy their wakeboard festivities on the water. Now he's peeling it way wide on the outside. We're going to set him up for another trick as he goes outside the outside course markers, lines it up. Big time air for JB O'Neill in this wakeboard showcase here at Roar of the Rockies 2025. Again, JB O'Neill, a factory rider for Centurion Boats. Don't forget, check out JB O'Neill on his YouTube channel. He's also got great sponsors like Hyperlight Wake, Jet Pilot. And don't forget, you can go online to Centurion.com and design your own dream boat online, or visit one of their dealers, the only dealer here in the great state of Colorado. They're also the only on-the-water dealer is the folks at Island Lake Marine. So make sure you stop by there. Centurion Boats, a manufacturer of industry-leading wakeboard and wake surf power boats. When you visit one of their many dealers, you can test drive the different models so you can decide exactly what you want on your custom boat. Additionally, design that boat online, outfitting it with an array of different options to suit your sport or leisure needs. Again, those of you joining us online, welcome. Here as we've got a Centurion wakeboat and wakeboard showcase with JB O'Neill, one of the top wakeboarders in the United States here, putting on a show as before we get started with our opening ceremonies here at round 5 of the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. We're going to start things off with Formula One Fast Lap qualifiers. They're going to go bring the Formula One boats out one by one, and they're going to try to set their fastest lap time here on the shores of Pelican Lakes to set their starting grid for their first qualifying heat later today. Who's going to lay down the fastest lap time? Will it be the 52 of Chris Rinker? He's your points leader. He's got a new motor package with that 250 APX V8 4-stroke on the back of that brand new French-built, more designed Formula One. Or will it be the one of Dustin Terry, your defending series champion? He's sitting second in points. Can he get the fastest lap in Formula One fast lap qualifiers? And we take a look there. Those are the standings after round 4. Right behind the 01 of Dustin Terry is the 08 of Jeremiah Mayo. And look at how tight the points are in Formula One. We've got 13 points separating the top 3 drivers in Formula One here through 4 rounds. After round 4, the battle on the Colorado. And then you see the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's less than 100 points back. Not too far behind him, the 13 of Grant Schubert. Then it's the 24 of Spencer Love, the 99 of Travis Yates. And then you see, unfortunately, Aiden Benton, the Canadian, not able to be here for round 5. Same with the 14 of Andrew Tate. He's racing an unlimited hydroplane out in San Diego. But then you see the 9 of Dean Comer. He's going to be here along with his partner in crime, the 93 of RJ West. They're looking to play spoiler here in the Formula One class. Can they do it? For those of you here locally, if you want to see all the graphics, the point standings, the unbelievable overhead drone shots, make sure you hop onto YouTube, find F1 Powerboat Racing on YouTube. Right now, pull out your phone, smash that subscribe button, and you're going to see our live stream come up. We live stream for all of our fans all over the world. So wherever you are watching the live stream, thank you so much for joining us here on early Saturday qualifying at round 5 on the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We're so happy for you guys to join us wherever you are, whether it's 2 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning, wherever you are across the world. Thanks so much for joining us this weekend, and we look forward to putting on a fantastic show this weekend here in all 3 classes on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Looks like JB's going to be gearing up for maybe a few more. We're going to put the tunes back on, let him rip a few more tricks before we get ready for our opening ceremonies here on Saturday qualifying at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. All right, race fans. Again, for those of you who are here, we're going to make sure that you guys keep jamming the tunes. What a fantastic show put on there by J.B. O'Neill and that Centurion Red, White, and Blue Stars and Stripes Centurion Wakeboat. He's going to be back out again at 2:15. For those of you here locally, we're going to make sure to kick some sound on. For those of you joining from our YouTube channel, again, those of you here locally, pull out your phone. We're going to run a couple of pieces we put together from earlier races this year. As we're going to take a look at Chris Rinker and the Rinker family racing here before we get underway with our opening ceremonies.
For decades, there's one family in tunnelboat racing that's risen above the rest. They call themselves the Rinkers. It began with John Rinker, visionary founder of Rinker Boats, whose legacy on the water would become the foundation for one of powerboat racing's most iconic families. Terry Rinker brought the Rinkers' legacy to new heights, winning over 18 national and series championships, including 2 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series titles in his illustrious career, cementing himself as one of the best to ever grip the wheel. Then came Ashton Rinker, continuing their excellence with back-to-back Formula One Powerboat Championship Series championships in 2018 and 2019. Along with that, the Rinker family did something none have ever done before. On the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in 2017, they swept the top 3 spots on the series podium, with Terry taking first, Rob in the middle, and Ashton rounding out the top 3. But the Rinker legacy doesn't just live on in national championships. It runs deep in the heart of Texas, where the Texas branch of the Rinker racing family has carved their own path. Leading the charge was Jerry Rinker, bringing Rinker Boats and Rinker family racing to the great state of Texas, establishing Rinker Boat World just north of Houston, Texas. Jerry also found tri-hull racing with an unmatched passion and drive for excellence. He became one of the most decorated drivers in Texas tri-hull racing.
There's a lot of heritage in it. We actually started racing boats back in the late 30s, And my dad was started building the rinker boats, and the first race I saw, I was 7 on the White River north of Indianapolis. My oldest brother came down, grabbed me by the ear, and dragged me down the bank and said, "Jerry, see that race boat? You're going to drive it."
He passed his legacy on to his son Chris, who became a decorated tri-hull driver in his own right before stepping into the Formula One class. After a steady ascent and multiple podiums in his F1 career, 2025 has seen Chris Rinker in a breakout performance. With his first win ever on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, Chris Rinker took home the 2025 Alton Midwest Nationals.
Well, deep down, I think we have a lot of confidence in what we do, and we've got a great team, but I try to stay humble with it all because you never know what's going to happen. You know, there's some really good drivers out there, and, you know, we show up because we know we have a chance. We know we have a good chance, but we just hope all the dominoes fall our way.
Now Chris finds himself in the top 3 in the standings as the season hits critical stretch, and he's got all the momentum on his side. Chris's sons, Tanner and Mason Rinker, are now carrying the flag in the Texas Tri-Hull class for the Rinker family. Tanner has stepped into the lead boat of the Rinker Texas Tri-Hull contingency here in 2025. Tanner has taken off like a rocket from there, winning back-to-back races at round 2, the Red River Rumble in Shreveport, Louisiana, and the last round at the Alton Midwest Nationals. Tanner now finds himself right in the thick of things, going up against 3-time defending champion Neil Marsh and series points leader so far, the 13 of Grant Schubert.
It's pretty cool to be able to carry on the tradition of racing, to be a part of the crew, part of the Rinker racing team. There's a long line of winning, and it's cool to even further that legacy of winning. When we're in the pits, it's nothing but friendly family stuff, but when it comes to racing, it's all about winning.
Can Tanner make it 3 in a row in Tri-Hull? Will Chris go back-to-back and catapult himself to the top of the Formula One standing? It's a living story, yet to be written. One family, one name, one legacy, the Rinkers, generation after generation. They call themselves the Outlaws, and it fits. On the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, where precision and pressure define the podium, these guys, they show up loud, loose, and ready to roll. It's a work hard, play hard mentality, and they live it to the edge. Wrenches spinning late into the night, engines firing before dawn. But when the sun sets, the party's just getting started.
So what it means to be an outlaw driver is, well, I guess now we're getting this reputation for racing hard and pulling off a couple wins here and there, partying hard in the evenings, and just a great friendship, man. We try to act big and tough, but I think everybody over here is a bunch of big teddy bears.
We probably party harder than anybody, but we work when we have to, and we stand by it. Outlaw 100%. We don't follow the rules at all.
A lot of work goes into it to get us here, but it's also a lot of work dealing with all these hooligans on the team. I mean, it's a pretty rough crowd sometimes. Everybody gets along great, and then we hit the water and we're all each other's worst enemies. I mean, we race each other harder than we race anybody else on the course.
But here's the thing, Outlaw F1 isn't just talk. They powered their way to the top of the standings. Fast, aggressive, unapologetic.
We seem to be doing pretty well all the way around. I think coming into this weekend, it was all 4 of us, where there was only one other boat in the top 5, so we're the force to be reckoned with right now.
We're living the dream right now, man, having a great time. We're 1 and 2 in point in F1. I think we're all in the top 5 in F1. Tri-Hull's doing great. Grant's leading that. I mean, we're the kings right now, you know, but only where to go from here is down.
Right now, they're sitting 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th in the standings. All 4 drivers in the top 5. Not a team in sight.
So yeah, as you know, we got punishments at the end of every race. So, I mean, if you come in last, you know you're going to get punished, and nobody really knows what it is till pretty close to the end of the race. So.
we always have the biggest party in the pits after we're done, and usually it's stuck around somebody in here working on a boat to get it put back together.
We're all hanging out, having a good time while we're working. It's like, it's what we do with our hobby. It's what we do with our spare time.
We're all competing, to be in the top spot, but really all we want to do is beat the other guys on our team. That's the important thing when it comes to all of us.
And everybody's doing the best they've done yet, so kind of proud of them, and it makes it fun that we can go out here and battle each other. And I want everybody to be the best they can be on the team, because I want to beat my best friends. Like, these are the memories I want to have for the rest of my life.
Question is can this full throttle lifestyle carry them all the way to the title? Or will the edge they live on eventually bite back?
All right, race fans, who's ready to get underway here for round 5 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series? Sorry, Tim, 1 second. All right, race fans, who's ready to get underway here for the 2025 Roar of the Rockies Round 5 here on the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series? To kick things off, could I please have everybody rise, remove their hats for the singing of our national anthem. All right. Our national anthem sung by our own Brooke Karras. Brooke, take it away. Here we go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now joining us Now joining us, we've got a special guest here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, Mr. Benny Segura. Benny, what do you got to say to the crowd here?
Hoyle.
Go ahead, try it again, buddy.
I'm the great Quinn Hoyle.
All right, and what are you going to say on three? Ready? 1,
3,
2, 3.
Go!
Let's go racing, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic from a great nonprofit partner of us bringing Benny here. And we've got a great gift. We got a great gift for Benny here, presented by Brooke Karras. To Benny, we've got a signed, autographed helmet from all the Formula One Powerboat Championship drivers. A big shout out to Dream on 3, making this possibility for Benny. What a fantastic group they are. Dream on 3 here as Brooks going to get his helmet on. It's signed by all of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series drivers. You see he's got that Shelby Love Clover Racing team on. You know who Benny's rooting for in Formula Lights, that's for sure. As we got that, getting the helmet unstrapped here, and let's place that on. Benny, we're so glad you could join us here in 2025 as he slides it on. And that's official, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to go racing here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. Look right there in the camera, Benny. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, fast lap qualifiers in the Formula One class here as we're going to kick racing off at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. All right, and joining me now, actually kind of a cool thing, and this is a big part of what boat racing is all about here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It's about generations after generations enjoying the fantastic things that we do here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And joining me now here at the judges' stand is none other than Tyler Lind. Tyler, it's interesting. Your father and my father did this exact same interview about 20 years ago for the first Roar of the Rockies when this community was really just starting to get kicked off. I know they had a fantastic time hanging out and chatting with one another. I know they really got to enjoy one another, and I'm excited that you and I get to hang out now. What is it like to be bringing Roar of the Rockies back here for the last couple of years and hopefully for many more years to come?
It is truly just an honor to have such a spectacular deal and to be here 20 years later, when I know both of us were there watching in the background and watching these races and, you know, bringing this Roar of the Rockies to the, you know, the front range out here. It's a spectacular deal, and it means a ton to us. And to bring it back, we knew it was going to be a huge challenge. We knew there's a ton of logistics, especially since COVID, but we refused to let that stand in the way of this great event and said, let's do it. And the Jensens and my great, amazing team under me have just worked their butts off to bring this amazing event here. So it's just truly an honor.
Oh, absolutely, man. And it seems like, you know, problems or things that have gotten in the way have really never been a problem for the Lind family. I mean, if you look at this master community that you guys have been working on and continuing to build, you had Pelican Lakes, you added another 9-hole, you continue to build neighborhoods. Now we've got Rain Dance National and the Grain House, the longest golf course in all of the United States. It's got to be pretty cool to be able to see that growth of this community here in Windsor as the Water Valley has continued to just grow this great community.
It's spectacular, and anybody that knows my father knows that there is no hurdle tall enough, there is no mountain big enough to not move it, not make it look beautiful, and you know, he never sacrificed quality for quantity, and that's how he developed these places, and to truly grow up here after he grew up here, and you know, we go to the grocery stores, we go to the restaurants around here. We're proud to be in this community, and we're proud of everything we do in this community, and that legacy will continue to live on long after we're all gone.
Absolutely. Well, a fantastic legacy you and your father Martin and the entire Lind family has put here, and what a great community you have built. We're so happy to be back here in 2025 and hopefully many more years to come. Thanks again for your time, Tyler. Enjoy the race weekend.
Hey, thank you guys. Everybody enjoy.
All right, that was Tyler Lind of Water Valley Companies. It's weird. He is absolutely right. When they first did that interview, both Tyler and I were probably, 8, 9, 7. We were small children running around as kids do while our fathers were working and putting on boat races. So cool to have that next generation of both myself and Tyler here be able to do that same interview. I wish my dad could see it. Unfortunately, hopefully he's watching down from up above, the mouth from the south. Hasn't been with us for a little while, but I'm very proud to be able to carry on the legacy that he brought to the powerboat racing world as the noise of the north. All right, we've got our Formula One drivers on the water, and we're going to get ready for our fast lap qualifiers. How's this going to work? One driver on the course. He's got 2 laps to lay down the fastest elapsed time that he can. If he stays on the top spot, he stays on the water. If he gets knocked off, he goes back to the pits. This fast lap qualifier will set our starting grid for our first qualifying heat later on today. We just got to see who's going to be the first boat out in the water. All right, and we're going to turn things down to my partner, Kay, as we've got some of the drivers lined up to chat to see what their strategy is to lay down the fastest elapsed time here on this 4-pin, 3/4 mile course on the shores of Pelican Lakes. Kay?
We got Johnny Fleming here. Johnny Fleming, this is your first time being out on the water in this brand new composite craft. Tell us a little bit about your first test session yesterday. How did it feel?
We loved every minute of it. The water here is great in Windsor. This suits my racing 100%. I'm just going to say it. I love this place. But no, the boat feels great. It feels fast, but everybody here is fast. Everyone here can sit on the pole here in a minute.
Well, I noticed you had a little bit of an issue yesterday. The airbag decided to come out, and you guys were working late into the night to get that fixed. Do you think you have it repaired and ready for today's racing?
Unfortunately, no, it's not repairable, but it's a lesson learned. We'll kind of figure that out. It's a brand new boat. Everything in this thing's brand new, but we'll get that fixed before the next race.
All right, we're going to let you jump right inside of that Fleming Racing number 9. Johnny Fleming, all the way out of Woodlands, Texas, going to be the first one out on the course.
See what the 9 of Johnny Fleming can do. Now, again, she mentioned that brand new boat. That is a brand new composite craft. It's got a Halo safety system built into the cockpit and continuing to drive safety in Formula One powerboat racing, which is of the utmost importance to us here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. He's also got that brand new Mercury Racing APX 4-stroke 250 on the back of that composite craft. Why is that interesting, and how could that help the 9 of Johnny Fleming? Well, you guys all know we're at 5,000 feet, and the air is real thin. That V8 with its dynamic fuel injection is going to be very beneficial in the thin air here in the foothills of the Colorado Rockies. Can the 9 of Johnny Fleming with that brand new APX 250 V8 4.6 liter be the one that comes out on top? Could he surprise everybody? He's got the skill. He's definitely got the temperament, but can he pull it off here on the shores of Pelican Lakes? He's going to, once we see him get out on the water, the first driver is going to come out. As he's in the middle of his qualifying, you will see this next driver come moving their way out onto the course. Okay, I wonder who's coming up second here on these fast lap qualifiers, and does their strategy going to match the 9 of Johnny Fleming, or maybe is theirs quite a bit different? Okay.
All right, we've got Travis Yates down here in the 99 of Snap-on Tools. You know, you got some big competition lined up here. Who is your biggest competition this weekend?
So for all of us on the Outlaw team, our competition is always our teammates. So all I want to do is beat those guys.
Well, you've got a little challenge that you guys do throughout the season. Tell our race fans what happens and why we've got one particular fan down there that can't speak all weekend.
Yeah, so our team, we punish whoever finishes last on our team. So it doesn't matter if we finish 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is getting punished. So Grant's down there being a mime until the end of the weekend. So it's kind of nice because he can't talk.
It was a quiet drivers meeting this morning. You know, you got big goals for this weekend. What is your top goal this morning just for this qualifying heat?
Man, I just want to shake it out. I've been trying some different props, so hopefully we get out there and qualify well. But we got something different on. We'll see if it works.
Well, you got a lot of people to thank this weekend to be able to get you out on the water. Who's your biggest fan out there?
My biggest fan out there? Oh, man, it's got to be my son. He didn't get to make it. We had to put the boat together, so the family didn't make the trip because we weren't sure if we were going to have a boat ready or not. So he's watching from home. But
all right, well, he's watching on our YouTube channel, so give him a big hello. And back to you, Thomas.
Hi, Travis.
Thanks, Kay. The 99 of Travis Yates. Again, another one of those APX 250 4.6-liter V8 outboards on the back of that composite craft Formula One with Snap-on Tools and JH Performance on the side. Chartreuse and black out there looking to lay down his fastest lap time. Can the 99 of Travis Yates? He's coming in in the top 7 in points. Can he move himself up a couple of spots before the final race of 2025? He's looking for a good showing here at Roar of the Rockies. But like he said, a lot up in the air. They had till the 90th hour to get that boat fixed from our last race just a few weeks ago in Marble Falls. He unfortunately, the boat came apart on him in testing in Marble Falls, so he didn't even get to race. He lost lots of points. He was frustrated. Can he right the ship here in Colorado? We're going to have to find out here in just a little bit as we get just moments away from our Fast Lap qualifiers. But I know Kay's down there with all the drivers. Kay, who do you got next, and what is their strategy going to look like here on the shores of Pelican Lakes?
Jared Jensen. Jared Jensen, you and your family have actually been the main culprit to bring back Windsor, Colorado, Roar of the Rockies, and you got a lot of people here that are cheering you on. What do you got to say to all those race fans?
Yeah, it's awesome to see everybody from the hometown come out and support. I mean, we've been planning this race for a while. Water Valley's team and the Lynn family, everybody's been awesome. But yeah, it's kind of a renaissance of 20, 25 years ago when we used to race here when I was a child. So it's pretty cool to be able to be in a boat and see everybody from my hometown come out and support. It's awesome.
Do you have any special memories of being here when you were a child?
Oh, yeah, it's core memories when I was a kid running around and jumping in everybody's boat and running through the pits on my Razor scooter, and now it feels surreal to be out here running myself, so it's awesome.
So you got a lot of youngsters over there throughout this crowd that are looking up to you because you're one of the hometown heroes here. What do you got to say to those youngsters if maybe one day they want to jump inside the cockpit?
Well, I think it's the greatest sport on the planet, and there's a lot of resources coming to town here where we can get some kids in some boats. So hopefully we'll grow it, and it'll generate some new racers for the next generation.
Well, just a reminder, race fans, the pits are open, so if you want to go over and get the signature of your hometown hero, Jared Jensen, make sure you make your way over there to the Island Lake Marine.
Thank you.
Back to you, Thomas.
Oh, thanks, Kay. Jared Jensen, he likes to do his talking behind the wheel of his Formula One, but so fantastic. The Jensen family, Island Lake Marine, the only on-the-water boat dealership in the entire state of Colorado, looking to try to put together a good finish, and it starts here in just a few minutes in the Formula One class at his home race here in 2025. We got a ton of drivers out there. They're going to all be slugging it out, and you're going to notice we have seen an increase in that APX platform here in 2025 as that, again, it's a heavier motor, absolutely, but it's got a lot more torque, it's got more power, and it's got that dynamic fuel injection, ensuring that the air to fuel ratio at this elevation with the thinner air is absolutely optimal. And it's going to be a tougher road for the likes of Jared Jensen and a few other drivers who have chosen to stick with that 2.5-liter V6 two-stroke package. But we are going to have a fantastic day of racing, and we've got more drivers to talk to. So let's send it back down for our next driver interview before we get rolling here with Fast Lap qualifying in Formula One. Kay, who do you got coming up next?
I've got another one of the Outlaw Crews down here. This is Jeremiah Mayo, sitting third in points for high points right now. Right behind you, you're being eyeballed by your teammate over there, Dustin Terry. What do you got to say to Dustin Terry before we make our way out for Fast Class Walk?
He knows we're coming for him. Look at him. He's shaking on that capsule right now. He heard this big 2.5 start up, and he got scared.
Well, this is the closest we've seen in a point spread in the top three in our F1 Powerboat Series. You got Chris Rinker in the top. Right behind them is Dustin. You're sitting in third. What is it going to take to jump up into that top spot this weekend?
It's going to take a lot of work. I mean, Chris is out here, brand new boat. That thing is pretty dialed right now. Dustin, he's laying down some great lap times. We jumped back into our 2.5 out of the 4-stroke. We're hoping to bring this thing back, take it out, do some motor work to it, and hopefully we'll put it on the top of the box.
Well, you've been here before. You've had some great history here. Tell us about your favorite story here at the Roar of the Rocky, Windsor, Colorado.
Last year we did pretty good. We ended up third here, so we secured our third spot in the championship here. So typically we kind of do good here. We might not make it off the dock as fast as these 4-stroke guys, but we're hoping to get some top speed on them.
All right, well, we're going to be cheering you on. We're part of the Outlaw group, sitting in third in high points right now. That's Jeremiah Mayo, Snap-on Tools. Back to you, Thomas.
Absolutely, Jeremiah Mayo, and that also the great Ray Bob Seasoning. Don't forget, find Ray Bob Seasoning online. Any type of barbecue you want to season, make sure you're using Ray Bob's Seasoning. But yeah, like the Ada Jeremiah Mayo talked about, he had a good showing here last year. Last year in 2024, Roar of the Rockies was the final race of the season. It saw the 17 of Dylan Anderson run all the way to victory in that APX 4-stroke. Right behind him, the 1 of Dustin Terry, who secured his series championship, and then the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in third. It was a tough race in 2024. We expect it to be a tough knockdown, drag-out race here in 2025. And there are plenty of other drivers that are going to try to knock off the likes of Jeremiah Mayo, Chris Rinker, Dylan Anderson, and Dustin Terry. But the real question is will they let them? Because they're not just going to let it. They're just not going to let that happen standing still. And let's chat with some more of those drivers here. Kay, who do you got up next before we get underway with our first Fast Lap qualifier?
Well, I have a little bit of an interesting story. We just talked about the Outlaw Group and about their punishment, and I'm down here with young Grant Schubert. And Grant Schubert, what do you got to say about yourself and with your punishment, and kind of describe why your face is painted all white? For you and the YouTubers, if you're watching, you're able to see it. Race fans, you're not able to see this, but he is not allowed to speak, so we've got Dustin Terry, his teammate over here. He's going to go ahead and speak for young Grant.
His heart is broken, and he feels very sad that he is a pathetic loser.
These guys do not have any fun out here, but if you guys got to make your way down into the pits and see this young gentleman all painted up, he's even got a bright red lipstick. If you can see that on the YouTube, this is perfect. Grant Schubert, you can't speak for yourself, but you know you've got a lot to say about this young kid. You guys have been racing together for years. What do you got to say about how his driving skills are or are not?
Grant loves to drive. It's his passion, and he goes through these silly embarrassments just so he can drive, and he loves life and loves boat racing, and that the kid is nothing but boat racing.
He'll be pulling double duty this weekend. We're going to see him out here on the water later on this afternoon. We won't be able to hear from him, but we'll be seeing from young Grant Schubert. I want to see if he wants to go downstairs. Oh, goodness. What do we got going on here?
He's got to go get something.
Grant Schubert's doing a wonderful job with his mimesing. You know, this is great. Grant Schubert, good luck later on this afternoon. It's coming to you from Captain Mark Seafood.
Yeah, the 13 of Grant Schubert. Again, we talk about what is an outlaw punishment. And if you want to see the up-close shot of what the 13 of Grant Schubert looks like in a full mime regalia, jump onto our YouTube channel, smash that subscribe button, check out that live feed. You're going to see some unbelievable overhead drone shots. You're going to see zoomed in shots of these boats ripping in excess of 120 miles an hour, turning upwards of 5 Gs in the corners. And it's going to be an absolute show as we look to crown a champion for the Roar of the Rockies in 2025. And it starts here in just a couple of minutes with Fast Lap qualifying here on the shores of Pelican Lakes. Hopefully we got room for one more interview before we get these guys rolling. Boy, Kay, that was a funny one. I love that he had to have an interpreter communicate for him. Hopefully your next interviewee is actually able to communicate with you vocally. Let's send it back down to the start dock with Kay Myers as she's got our next interview before we get rolling here with Fast Lap qualifiers.
Oh, and this one always has a lot to say because he does a lot of interviews. Top podium sitting right now as the high points leader in the F1 Powerboat Series. What are you going to be able to do to be able to hold off Dustin Terry and Jeremiah Mayo this weekend?
We just got to go out and put our best foot forward and kind of try to keep in the front. I mean, everybody's tough here, so working a brand new boat, trying to figure it out, and also kind of stay at the front of the pack is not ideal, but I think we're in a pretty good position.
Kind of describe to our race fans the difference between the APX and the 2.5. What's your advantages, what's your disadvantages at this high altitude?
Well, the Apex obviously compensates for itself in high altitude, and with the two-stroke, you got to kind of search around, jet it, and try to find the right spot. Last year we struggled with it a little bit, so it's really nice to have the Mercury four-stroke. I want to thank Mercury for coming out and giving us extra love for all the APXs here to help us make sure we're running right.
You got a lot of fans and family home in Houston, Texas. What do you got to say to them?
Hey, I just love you guys. Thanks for letting me be out on the water while you guys are working back at RBW, and love you, Mom.
All right, well, that would be our points leader here in the F1 Powerboat Series. That's Chris Rinker driving the Mastercraft of Rinker Race World, that bright yellow coming out on the course shortly.
All right, well, that is the 52. They call him the real deal, Chris Rinker. He has been on a tear since the opening round of 2025. He had a bit of a family thing come up. We had an issue in Tri-Hull. His father, Jerry Rinker, the legendary Scary Jerry, went over and was stuck inside of his safety harness. They got him out, but it was a touch and go there for a minute. So Chris elected to step out of the cockpit and make sure his dad was okay. Family first. That is absolutely a value of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. So he knew leaving Port Neches, Texas back in May, he was going to have to be dialed in and on point for the rest of the season. Well, guess what? He's done exactly that since Port Neches. He's been on the podium every time. He's collected a ton of points. He won in Alton, Illinois, and he was on the podium at our last race in Marble Falls, and that has catapulted him up into the top spot in the point standings here in the Formula One class on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. But like Kay said, 13 points from first to third, less than 100 in the top 4. He has got the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and the 01 of Dustin Terry all over him here for round 5, and he is going to have to be on his game. As we take a look on screen there are your point standings after round 4 just a few weeks back in Marble Falls, Texas. Look at how tight those point standings are between all the top drivers. It is going to be a doozy out here. And don't forget about some of the dark horses like the 92 of Dean Comer or the 93 of RJ West. Let's send it back down to Kay. See, she's got one more interview before we get underway with fast lap qualifiers here in the Formula One class. Kay?
All right, I got Dylan Anderson of Anderson Marine. I mean, you have done so much work this weekend trying out 2 different boats. Why did you pick this particular setup here for Windsor, Colorado?
Well, when you get up here to the altitude, you got to be a bit of a mad scientist to make a 2-stroke actually run good. The 4-stroke gives you a big advantage. Plus, our 4-stroke boat, fortunately for us, is a little bit wider, got a little bit more air to pack, which helps with the air density issue up here at altitude just the same. So, yeah, you get up at altitude, and it just makes a lot of sense.
Well, this course is pretty tight here down off by the dock, and you guys went and did a lot of testing yesterday. Explain to our fans out there what it's like to be sitting inside the cockpit of an F1 as it is coming around into these turns. Tell us about the G-forces.
Yeah, I mean, that's a learning experience, to say the least. It takes a long time to actually be able to, for lack of a better term, see as you set the boat and go through 4 or 5 Gs in a turn. You know, somebody who got in it for the first time would definitely have a hard time making it around the turns and just driving. But it's tight, it's fun, it's fast. Couldn't ask for a better ride.
Well, we do offer a really good program to our fans. We have the Ride and Drive where you get to actually sit inside of the cockpit of these F1s, and you get to have Tim Siebold at the wheel. So, you know, I always suggest to our race fans, if you want to sit inside of one of these boats and see what it feels like for Dylan Anderson to go through these corners, make sure you reach out to us at F1 Powerboat Series to see how you can get inside of our 2-seater, which we'll have later on this afternoon. Maybe one of these days we'll have you be the driver.
Yeah, Tim's been talking about it, and then he's like, you know, I'm going to have to give you guys a training class. We can't have you out there scaring the life out of these passengers.
All right, well, we'll see if we can get that situated maybe for next year, 2026. Thomas, we're going to bring it back up to you. I'm about ready to bring some of these boats out onto the water and give our race fans a little bit of a tease of what it looks to see of a F1 go over 120 miles an hour across the water.
All right, Kay. Yeah, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He won in Marble Falls a few weeks back. He's had a couple of wins on the season here. He had a bit of a different story at the opening round, a technical difficulty. Discovered an accidental technical issue with the 17 of Dylan Anderson, caused a disqualification in round 1. It was a complete accident. It wasn't anything that anybody expected, but just like the 52 of Chris Rinker, he has been on a tear since. He was in a 150-point hole starting after round 1. He is now only 77 points out of first place, and that Anderson Marine XS Batteries sponsored entry has been screaming fast with that 4.6 liter V8 APX Mercury on the back of that Hoffman full carbon fiber composite Formula One. All right, and looks like we're going to round up with our last few drivers here in Formula One. We're going to send it back down to Kay to get some more insight from our final few drivers here in the Formula One class. Kay?
All right, I'm down here with Spencer Love. I mean, you made that long drive from California. You have been a very busy team this year. You've been in Springfield, Ohio, Kankakee, Illinois, Alton, Illinois. What separates this race site from the other race sites you've been to this year?
The weather, the altitude, fans. There's quite a few people here today. Nice to see that. Appreciate you guys being here.
You're one of the lone drivers that has a little bit of a different, we're going to zoom this camera down here. He drives in cowboy boots. What is the backstory on the cowboy boots?
For the longest time, I didn't really wear anything besides cowboy boots. So when I went to go race, that's all I really wore.
Well, you have transferred that down to your young daughter, which Shelby Love also now races in her cowboy boots. You're doing double duty this weekend, getting them back into a Formula Light this weekend. Tell us what it was like to go back into the seat of a Formula Light.
It sucks. But we're doing it for the right reasons. We got that boat for trade, and we ran it. It didn't work good the first time. He and I talked about making some changes on it. We made the changes. I think they're working, but really I'm not going to know till the next race because the altitude here makes it tough, and especially with somebody that's 190 pounds like me compared to somebody that's 140 like him.
All right, race fans. So I said that because I'm talking about our Formula Lights class will be out later on this afternoon. We'll have a father-daughter duo out here on the course. Did you take the best prop from your daughter, or did you give it to her for the weekend?
No, my motor already blew up in qualifying. So I'm getting the extra stuff. I'm just a filler, but she's having fun. I'm having fun. And if we can get somewhere in the top 5, we'll be pretty happy.
All right, race fan, the pits are open to the public. Make sure you make your way down to the Clover Construction. They do have T-shirts for sale. Also, we have our F1 Powerboat Championship T-shirts for Roar of the Rockies for sale. Make sure you come down at 3:45 for the autograph session to get an autograph of each and every one of these drivers. Thomas?
All right, thanks, Kay. The 24 of Spencer Love, a man of few words, but a man of action. He is a former Formula One Powerboat Championship Series Formula One class champion back in 2022. He's going to be running that 2.5-liter V6 two-stroke package, just like the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Is he going to be able to get off the dock well? Can he lay down the fastest elapsed time here on this Pelican Lakes race course here in the beautiful Water Valley communities in Windsor, Colorado? Only time will tell if the 24 of Spencer Love can get it. Let's send it back down to Kay as we've got just a couple of interviews left before you hear the roar of these Formula Ones here on the water. Kay?
Chuck Skeleton Group brings a 2-team duo out here, and you guys have worked side by side over the years. This boat is still fairly new to you, but you're getting very comfortable inside of your Chuck Skeleton racing boat.
Yeah, I raced the 45 class for about 20 years, stepped up to the F1 class a couple years ago. I'm racing one of the composite crafts that RJ West makes. Him being my teammate for the past 20 years, he gives a lot of insight of how to drive, what to learn from, and every lap I go out there, I learn something new, and I'm really happy to be here. It's a great area, and it's all these drivers that you're racing against are top-notch, so it's a great time.
What is the best advice that RJ West has given to you when you got in the cockpit?
Don't crash it. I don't want to have to repair it.
Well, looking at the history, I don't think you listened to him very well because, unfortunately, we have seen you come in under tow and you inside the rescue boat. So let's do this. This weekend, let's take the advice and actually listen to it.
I will definitely do that. We want to say thank you for the crowd for being here. We have a great sponsor this weekend, Hessland, and we have Benny that's up there, and I'm going to try and lay down a fast lap for Benny today.
All right, Benny, if you're listening up there, that's the one you're going to be wanting to watch for. That's the number 92 of Dean Comer.
All right, the 92 of Dean Comer. He finished third at the opening round in Port Neches, had to step away for a couple of races, had a solid finish outside of taking out a buoy at Marble Falls for round 4. And now he's here in round 5 at the Roar of the Rockies running for Benny. Can he pull it on, put it on the top of the podium here in Fast Lap qualifiers? Well, if he can't, maybe his teammate can. Our final interview with the dark horse of the field here at Roar of the Rockies. Back down to Kay as she chats with the 93 of RJ West.
All right, well, he called you the dark horse, but you definitely have been on the top of the podium, coming off of a top win just a couple weeks ago at Kankakee, Illinois. What is your goal for this weekend? How do you think you can take that top podium and finish again this weekend?
Well, for me here, I've always been pretty fast, but I've always made mistakes myself, so I'm trying to get through the heats and figure out where we start in the final. Right now, just don't make any mistakes in the heat races.
Well, you do a lot of work with Mercury side by side, one of the first drivers to bring the brand new APX motor out for this here in the series. And, you know, tell us a little bit about some of the challenges you've had with the APX motor and how you've overcome those.
Well, the best thing you could do when you switch this motor is forget anything you knew from before. It's a totally different animal other than it hangs on the back of the boat. It's an outboard. It's totally different than the two-stroke. The balance is different. The driving is different. So you just kind of got to erase your memory and make it a whole new logbook.
All right, well, we're going to get you into the cockpit here shortly. That would be Mr. R.J. West of the Composite Craft, Chuck Skelton Racing in the number 93.
All right, thanks, Kate. Well, that wraps it up with our driver interviews. They're getting strapped into those cockpits, 6-point safety harnesses, Hans devices, in a full carbon fiber safety cell in the nose of these Formula One boats, these 17-foot-long Formula One tunnel hulls. What is a tunnel hull? Well, imagine a pontoon, but the most high-performance pontoon. It's got that cavity underneath the bottom of the boat, unlike your traditional pleasure boat or V-boat, V-bottom boat. And I apologize. Again, it's the catamaran style of these hulls, which allows the boat to lift out of the water, reduce the hydrodynamics. And I apologize. I missed our defending series champion. We had him in there as the proxy for the 13 at Grand Schubert. But let's see what our defending series champion and second place finisher from the Roar of the Rockies 2024 has to say about how he's going to lay down that best fast lap qualifier here in Formula One. Okay?
Well, Thomas, you weren't down here to get the reaction from that, but our YouTuber fans that are watching us in the F1 Powerboat Series all got to watch this. He just raised both arms up and said, Thomas, what about me? I am the defending champion. You are defending champion here in Windsor, Colorado, and you've got a lot of competition. Who is your biggest competition this weekend?
I think old Mime Grant is my biggest competition. I think that scary white face through his windshield is going to scare a lot of people. But, no, I mean, obviously Dylan, we kind of didn't get to battle each other too hard last year. He did a great job, and I was running for a championship, so I think he's going to be good. I know it's all the same guys. RJ's super fast, and Chris is doing his thing. Everybody, man. I love racing all these guys.
Well, Thomas just got done talking about how these boats react in the different altitudes and different situations. At the beginning of the year, unfortunately, you lost the cowling on the boat. As a driver, when you lose the cowling of the boat, how does that make the reaction of the boat different from the laps before?
I mean, you can just kind of tell that it changes how it flies a little bit. It's not a big difference, but then you're running through a couple of rooster tails, and the engine might swallow a little bit more water than it's used to. And so you kind of have to pick your lines and pick your strategies a little bit different. But for the most part, it's like anything else. You just got to deal with it.
Well, you got a lot of family and friends at home that are watching from your restaurant. You just opened at the Bunker. They got the big screen TVs over there in Houma, Louisiana. What do you got to say to them?
Yeah, thanks everybody who's working hard. Good luck to my kids that they're playing in soccer tournaments this weekend. So Annabelle and Austin, good luck. And to my wife, miss you. And I got to thank my buddy Sean, my new driver Evan for the weekend. They came up from Louisiana to help me out. And I just got to thank StoryPath Creative, a local place here that has sponsored us. And I love this place. I can't wait to get in the boat and have some fun.
He is your 2024 defending champion here in Windsor, Colorado, of the 2024 Roar of the Rockies. Will he do it 2 years back-to-back?
Yeah, he ended up, thanks, Kay. He did end up on the podium in 2024 right behind the 17 of Dylan Anderson, but he was able to secure that series championship with a second-place finish here at Roar of the Rockies in 2024. Can he get on the podium and get enough points to move ahead of the one driver that sits above him in the standings, the 52 of Chris Rinker? As we've got our first boat out on the water, the number 9 of Johnny Fleming. Again, he's going to do a warm-up lap, then he's going to set his fastest lap time on the water. Can he be the mark to beat in that APX 4.6-liter V8 Mercury outboard on the back of that brand new all red Fleming Manufacturing composite craft, as well as that Davis Partnership Architects he's running for here locally, so that folks at Davis Partnership Architects are going to be rooting for the number 9 of Johnny Fleming. All right, here he comes, picking up speed. He's going to cross the start-finish line. As he goes down across the start-finish line, this is going to start lap 1 of his 2-lap fast lap qualifier. As he goes down into turn number 1, he goes wide out of turn 1, off of 2, puts it back on its tail. 105, 110, 115-plus miles an hour as he comes screaming down the back straightaway here on this 4-pin course in Windsor, Colorado. As he comes down into turn number 3, let's see him dial it in. Beautiful sweeping turn coming off of turn 3. Now he's going to have to get it up on its tail out of 4. He marks it up off his tail coming out of turn number 4, sweeping it wide to the outside, packing air under that 17-foot-long Formula One tunnel hull. As he walks it across the start-finish line, what's the mark to beat? looks like he's now out there for his second fast lap. He gets 2 laps to try to lay down his fastest lap time. Let's see what's going to happen to the number 9 of Johnny Fleming as he takes his second lap. Will lap 1 be his best lap, or will this second lap around this 4-pin course be the lap he's looking for to set the fastest lap's time on the water here at Pelican Lakes? He comes down across the start-finish line. There's the checkered flag. Laying down a 33.570 for the number 9 of Johnny Fleming. The lap to beat out here in Formula One. Can the next driver on the water knock him off? It's the man in that chartreuse in black. JH Performance Machine with another APX 4-stroke on the back, the number 99 of Travis Yates. Yates goes tight down into turn number 1, choosing short way around the course, bobbles a little bit there in the corner, comes it off at turn number 2. Now he's got to dial it back in. Can he knock off the number 9 of Johnny Fleming? Will he be our new pole sitter for our first qualifying heat later on this afternoon in Formula One as he goes down the backstretch, down into turn number 3, dives it down into turn number 3, now looking to dial it up off of turn 3, now goes wide off of turn 3, trying to keep those RPMs up, trying to gain top speed as he comes off of turn number 4, 110, 115 plus miles an hour as he crosses the start-finish line. He's got one more lap. Can he knock off the 9 of Johnny Fleming? Will he be our new pole sitter in that 99 GH Performance Machine, or will the 9 of Johnny Fleming hang on to that top spot here in fast lap qualifiers in Formula One? As the 99 of Yates goes down the back straightaway. All right, and our next boat's out on the water. Here comes the 99 of Travis Yates. He's going to go wide out of turn number 4. Can set his second lap be the best of the 2? Can he knock off the 9 of Johnny Fleming? He's got that trimmed down and flying down the front straightaway as he crosses the start-finish line. A 36.339. That's going to send the 99 of Travis Yates back to the pits, and hanging on to the top spot in qualifying still is the number 9 of Johnny Fleming. And now on the water, your hometown boy, running for Island, Lake Marine, Water Valley, the number 29 of Jared Jensen. Also running for Rain Dance National. Can he get that teal and white Formula One Hoffman composite on the top spot here in qualifying? He go down the back straightaway. He's got that 2.5 liter V6 package on the back. No 4-stroke for the driver from right here in Windsor, Colorado. He's going to have to go short way around the course. Look at him slide it out of turn number 4. Now he lays the nose down, packing air under that tunnel hull as he crosses the start-finish line. That's going to be lap 1. He's got one more lap. Can he go sub 33.57 and be our new leader, or will the 9 of Johnny Fleming hang on to his top qualifying spot here in fast lap qualifiers in Formula One? As the 29 of Jensen now makes his way out of turns 3 and 4, there goes the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo onto the course. He's going to be the next driver up, and here comes the 29 of Jensen down into turn number 3. He dives it down into 3. These tunnel hulls on rails as they go through the corners. Now he kicks it off at turn 4, packs air onto that motor. Under that boat, trims out the motor and walks it across the start-finish line as he comes across. Can he knock him off? With a 36.659, the 29 of Jared Jensen not able to knock off the 9 of Johnny Fleming. So Fleming still hanging on to that top spot. A couple of seconds faster than those 2-strokes. Boy, the 2-stroke, no surprise, struggling here at elevation. But can the 8 of Jeremiah get out of my way? Mayo changing as he's got that thing absolutely aired out coming down the front straightaway. As he comes down into turn number 1, tight turn out of 1, looking to pick up the nose and really pack air, as much thin air as he can under that blaze orange and white Ray Bob seasoning PCL Construction sponsored machine, sponsored locally here by PCL Construction in 2025 for Roar of the Rockies. One of 2 drivers sponsored by PCL here in the Formula One class as he comes off of 3. Now he goes wide off of 4, way wide, trying to keep RPMs up because he's going to need as much power as possible fighting against that dynamic fuel injection of the APX. He's got the white flag out. He's got one more lap. Can he knock off the 9 of Johnny Fleming that ran that 33.570 lap time? Or will he be sent back to the pits? And now coming onto the water, up next is going to be the 92 of Dean Comer. He's getting dialed in for his warm-up lap, but here comes the 8 of Mayo down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Mayo trying to knock off the 9 of Johnny Fleming. That APX could be a dominant force here at Roar of the Rockies in 2025. As he comes down out of turn number 4, look at him pack air. He's got that thing on its tail, flying down the front straightaway as he crosses the start-finish line. 36.339. Not good enough for top spot here in qualifying in Formula One. 36.339. Excuse me, a 35.324. And I apologize, I had it wrong here. Jensen goes 33.659. Mayo goes 35.324. And then the Yates, 99 of Travis Yates with that 36.339. But on the water now, oh no, looks like the 92 of Dean Comer spins out on his first lap. That's okay. He's got one more lap to run. So if you're going to do it, he's glad he spun out down there in turn number one. That's what happens when you come in too hot and you try to turn that heavy APX motor. If you try to turn it too hard, you can get that spin out or that horizontal sliding of the back end of the boat. But boy, the 92 of Dean Comer's got to be happy that that happened on his opening lap, not on his second lap. So you know this one is going to be thrown in the garbage, and he's only going to have one lap to try to knock off the number 9 of Johnny Fleming, who's sitting there with a 33.570 top spot in fast lap qualifying. Here he goes for lap number 2. He makes it through. No, he does not make it through clean there. Oh no, the 92 of Dean Comer has just put a bad mark in fast lap qualifying for that 92 Hess Land sponsored machine. Boy, that looks like it might be the tricky corner, and that could be the equalizer for those two-strokes. You noticed that the two-stroke boats had no problem going into the corner. The 92 of Dean Comer knew he needed to get a fast lap. He tried to go a little too tight. He pushed it a little bit over the edge, and unfortunately, he's going to find himself 5th out of 5 so far in fast lap qualifiers, way off the speed after spinning out in corner number 1 on both laps of 43.592 for the young driver out of Monrovia, California. Now on the water is the man who cannot talk all weekend long. He's running for Captain Mark Seafood, another one of those 2.5-liter V6 on the back. That's the 13 of Grant Schubert, part of that Outlaw F1 contingency. Look at how much air he is lifting that boat out of the water. He's got that thing trimmed to the absolute moon coming down the back straightaway. He's got it on its tail, flying down the back straight. He knows he's got it. He wants to get ahead of Jeremiah Mayo. He wants to get ahead of Jared Jensen, who sits in second, and he definitely wants to knock off the number 9 of Johnny Fleming, who's sitting in the catbird seat right now with that 33.57 lap time as he goes tight out of turn number 4. Packing air and leaning it out, coming down the front straightaway. He's got it screaming as he walks across the start-finish line. That's lap 1. He's got 2 laps to try to lay down his fastest lap time. Can he do it here in lap 2? Bobbles a little bit coming through turns 1 and 2. That might spell disaster here on lap number 2, because most of the drivers have seemed to put down a faster lap in lap 2, and here comes the 24 of Spencer Love. He's the next driver out on the course, but he goes down into turn number 3. The captain marks number 13 of Grant Schubert. Coming off, sets it now, lays the nose back down, trying to get this thin air packed under that tunnel hole, lift it out of the water, reduce the drag on that 17-foot-long tunnel as he crosses the start-finish line. Going 34.538, not enough to knock off the 9 of Johnny Fleming, but good enough for a 3rd spot so far in fast lap qualifiers, ahead of the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and right behind the 29 of Jared Jensen. Again, if you want to see lap times and some unbelievable footage, if you're here locally, don't forget, hop on your phone and go to YouTube, find F1 Powerboat Racing, smash that subscribe button before you start watching, and you're going to see some unbelievable stuff. But now on the water is the man from Santa Rosa Valley, California, year 2022, Formula One Series champion in the Formula One class. As he comes off of turn 1 and 2, another one of those 2.5-liter V6 two-stroke packages. Does he have the right setup with that two-stroke package to knock off the 9 of Johnny Fleming? Or will the driver out of the Woodlands, Texas, in that brand-new composite craft continue to sit out on top of this Formula One fast lap qualifying? As he comes down across the start-finish line, that's going to be lap number 1. Let's see what he can do here on lap number 2 as he brings it down out of turn 1. It gets a little slow through the turns there on turns 1 and 2. That might be a scrap lap here on the second lap. Hopefully he ran hard on lap number 1. And here comes the 93 of RJ West out on the course. Watch out for that dark horse on the weekend. He's not high in the points due to some other commitments that had him have to miss a couple of rounds here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, but he is a fantastic driver, and so is this driver, the 2022 Series champion. Comes across the start-finish line, and he goes 33.802. just behind the 29 of Jared Jensen, moving the 13 of Grant Schubert down to 4th position here in Fast Lap Qualifiers. A great run for the Clover Construction Emerald Estates sponsored machine, the number 24 of Spencer Love. As he goes way, way wide, trying to get those RPMs up. He wants top speed as he crosses the start-finish line. There's the green flag. He's going to go lap 1 of his 2-lap Fast Lap Qualifiers as he gets a little squirrely coming off of turn number 2, lifting that 4.6-liter V8 Mercury APX 250 on the back of that composite craft that he built. He's built numerous boats that are going to be running out here this weekend, but you got to imagine he's leaving the good stuff for himself as he comes off of turn number 3. Deep apex in the middle of turns 3 and 4, trying to take a little bit of a different line. Can he knock off the number 9 of Johnny Fleming in that composite craft? True Mark Holmes sponsored machine, the number 93 of RJ West, now goes down into lap number 2. Better turn there through turn 1. No bobble coming off of turn number 2. This could be the fast lap. Will he go sub 33.57 and knock off the 9 of Johnny Fleming? Or will the surprise of the weekend so far be the man who's in his first race in his brand new boat, finds himself in the top spot in Fast Lap Qualifiers? But here comes the 93 of RJ West. The dark horse here at Roar of the Rockies comes off of turn number 4, lays the nose down to that composite craft with that V8 4-stroke on the back. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got a new leader here in Formula One Fast Lap Qualifiers with a 32.560. The 93 of RJ West out on top here, knocking the number 9, Johnny Fleming, back to the pits here in Fast Lap Qualifiers. And that means the 93 of RJ West going to have to hang out on the course and see if this next driver, your points leader so far through 4 rounds, can knock him off. A brand new, all yellow Mastercraft PCL Construction sponsored Formula One. That's a French-built full composite Formula One, and that's a brand new motor package. He debuted at the APBA Nationals in Kankakee, Illinois a few weeks ago. He got some fantastic lap time. They believe they've got that setup dialed in. Let's see what's going to happen here as he tries to knock off the 93 of RJ West, who ran a 32.560 lap time. Almost a second faster, just a second faster than a 9 on Johnny Fleming. Look at that overhead shot from our drones as he comes across the start-finish line. That's lap 1. He's got one more lap. Can he put himself out in front for the opening qualifying heat? Because being on the pole is one of those most advantageous things in all of tunnel boat racing. Can he pull it off here at Roar of the Rockies? We see the one of Dustin Terry, your defending series champion, now going out on the water for his warm-up lap. And let's go back now to the 52 of Chris Raker. Comes off at turn number 3. Goes wide out in lane number 3 off of turn 4. And he's packing air under that French-built Moore composite as he comes across the start-finish line. Will we have a new leader? Not quite, with a 32.729. The 93 of RJ West able to hang on to top spot in fast lap qualifying, but nipping at his heels with less than 0.2 of a second separating the 93 of RJ West and the 52 of Chris Rinker. And then the 9 of Johnny Fleming now in 3rd. The 29 of Jared Jensen in 4th. The 24 of Spencer Love in 5th. The 13 of Grant Schubert's been shuffled all the way back to 6th. The 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in 7th. The 99 of Travis Yates in 8th, and the 92 of Dean Comer after that frustrating double spin out way back down there in 9th position. But here comes the defending series champion, and he has had a ton of success with that APX package on the back of that Formula One machine running for Story Path Creative and the Bunker Bar and Grill. Everybody down in Houma, Louisiana, hope you're doing well. Let's see if the one of Dustin Terry can do like he has did all of 2024 and has had some good success with here in 2025, and that is get on the pole for qualifying as he comes out of turn number 4 for this fast lap qualifier. He's got lap 1 almost in the books. Will lap 1 be his fastest lap, or can he increase his lap speed here in his second lap in this fast lap qualifier of the Formula One class? He comes off of turn number 1 and 2. Now down the back straightaway, trying to find as much of that thin air and pack that air underneath that tunnel hull that lifts the boat up out of the water. The less boat in the water, the lower drag coefficient. Lower drag coefficient, the better speed. And that's what he's trying to do, trying to lift that boat up out of the water as he comes out of 4. Look at him just crabbing it, sliding it out of turn number 4. In style, here comes the number 1 of Dustin Terry. Will we have a new leader? No, we do not. 33.341 for the Story Path Creative Bunker Bar and Grill sponsor machine. Not enough to knock off the 93 of RJ West. There our leader sits out on the water. That's going to put the 01 of Dustin Terry in third position and going 33-3-4-1, so almost broke that 33-second barrier, but not enough to knock off the 93 of RJ West. Now out on the water, we've got the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's won the last 2 races. He's got that APX screaming fast. He's your defending Roar of the Rockies champion from 2024. Can he do it again here in 2025 as he goes down the back straightaway here on his opening of 2 laps in this fast lap qualifying session here in Formula One? As he goes down out of turn number 3. Good turn there off of 3. Let's see how he's going to come out of 4. He chooses to go real tight off of turn number 4, much tighter than all the other 4-stroke packages have so far. Will that be the difference between him looking up at the 93 of RJ West or him looking down at the rest of the field as he goes on lap number 2? Look at him pack the air under that Anderson Marine. XS Battery sponsor machine. Now we go overhead with our drone footage here, brought to you by Live Race Media, our fantastic media sponsor for numerous years here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Beautiful sweep there out of turn number 3. Now coming off turn 4, again staying tight, but now he moves a little bit wider out a couple of lanes as he comes off the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a new leader here for Formula One qualifying? Yes, we do. Ladies and gentlemen, going 32.512. He knocks off the 93 of RJ West by 4/100ths of a second. The new leader out in front, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. And that's going to wrap it up. What a fantastic run. We saved the best for last. The 17 of Dylan Anderson is absolutely boogieing out there, and he is able to lay down the fastest time with a 32.335. What a fantastic run it was for the driver out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Anderson Marine and XS Batteries. No surprise here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series because that guy has been in the top spot on the box for quite a few races in a row, and he's going to try to do it here again at the Roar of the Rockies for 2025. Big hug there from crew chief and father Ray Anderson. What a great run there, and it looks like we've got him down there, and we're going to go. Hopefully they're ready to go as we're going to turn it down to Kay Myers as she's got an interview with our fast lap qualifier, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, with that 32.334 lap time. Kay?
I'm not sure if your radio personnel told you, but you won that by 4/100ths of a second. That close between you and RJ West.
Yeah, it's tight. I'm glad we got it, but I'm also glad to see we'll have some good racing throughout the weekend.
Well, normally through our F1 Powerboat Series, we do a different kind of a qualifier where we set you guys all out there at one time. We changed it up this weekend for the Roar of the Rockies, one at a time. Was that an advantage or disadvantage to all the other drivers and to yourself? What do you think about the new scheduled lineup that we did?
I like it. I mean, it kind of gives you an opportunity to have perfectly clean water and see what you can do in those conditions. Some guys are good in clean conditions and good in rough conditions. Some guys are good in one, not so good in the other, and vice versa. So changes it up a little bit. It's fun, change of pace.
Well, you were the last one to go out there. You were watching these guys do sub-30s and out there. What was going through your mind as you're sitting in the cockpit watching each one of these drivers take the fastest lap?
I was just thinking about my lap, just kind of going through the race course in my head and kind of, I don't know, I sit there and think to myself, where, should I be one lane out here, one lane out there, or what's the best time to hit the trim button, so on and so forth. So that's mostly what's going through my head.
Well, this is your fast lap qualifier winner. You've basically holding a checkered flag, and you got a lot of team here to thank. You got to thank your team for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm at the end of the day getting into a boat that they make ready for me. I certainly couldn't get here by myself, couldn't get the boat on the water by myself, and I couldn't do any of it without having fun with those guys in the beginning.
All right, well, congratulations. This is your fastest lap qualifier, puts you way up on the podium and puts a big target on your back this weekend for Roar of the Rockies. What do you got to say to your fellow competitors that are sitting in their boats back at the pits?
I hope we see you at the end of the weekend from the top of the box.
All right, back to you, Thomas.
All right, thanks, Kay. Well, that's going to wrap up fast lap qualifiers here in Formula One at the Roar of the Rockies 2025. Coming up next, we've got bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. It's the Texas Tri-Hulls as they kick off their first of 3 qualifying heats here on the weekend before their 20-lap main event. Their opening qualifying heat going to be 7 laps around a 2-pin, 1/3 mile race course. So half of the smaller race course for the Formula Lights will be the Texas Trials. You see a couple of those guys getting out on the water. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with more racing action here at Round 5 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It is Roar of the Rockies. Points West Community Bank, your official golf cart tailgate sponsor here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, and they are a bank rooted in community. Since 1906, they've been locally owned and operated. That's over 115 years. They have supported their communities and the folks that live there through sound financial support, reinvestment, and active participation. The great folks at Point Western Community Bank. JH Performance Boats. Custom-made, classic, shallow water boats built from scratch, offering a direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation while paying close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance. Legacy Carts, your trusted golf cart destination in Colorado. Legacy Golf Carts has established itself as a leading golf cart dealer and Royal EV specialist, keeping you rolling in style. Cheers to Legacy Carts. Shout out to one of our title sponsors, Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. Valpak, the nation's premier direct marketing company, trusted to drive lead generation and brand awareness through print and digital advertising solutions that work. Their deep data insights into American households enable business owners to segment and target the audiences and neighborhoods that maximize their return on investment. Each month, that little blue Valpak envelope mails out to 41 million households, driving results with direct mail and digital advertising. The great folks at Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. All right, race fans, welcome back. We got a big shout out to our fantastic sponsors. So many great folks here in the Windsor Valley, Water Valley communities, and the great Windsor communities that have been a part of Roar of the Rockies in 2025. Okay, and it's good to see you back up here at the judges' stand. Boy, a little bit different here as we talked about fast lap qualifiers. Normally, we split the group into a couple, 2 to 3 different small groups. They all run out together, and I would imagine that they had to do a little bit of a different setup here for fast lap qualifiers because, boy, the calm water here on Pelican Lakes, a totally different attitude to the boat versus racing conditions, which they get a little bit more of even in those small fast lap qualifiers that we have done up until Roar of the Rockies here in 25.
This is a beautiful venue. This lake is well protected. You know, even if a little bit of wind comes up, we're still protected. These drivers want to have a little bit of a ripple, which is ideal.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise the boat will stick to the water. I mean, you would think when it comes to racing on water, you'd want it to be perfectly flat. A lot of fans are like, oh, I want it to be perfectly flat. We don't. The boat will actually stick to the water. So we want that little bit of ripple that will actually help push some of the air underneath. That's what lifts these boats up into the water. You know, we're talking about the conditions out here, and you're talking about the different formats of what we're doing. And I saw it down there on the dock. These drivers are not used to this format. It's completely different. And the pressure that you could sense of them sitting on the dock, and even when one boat would leave at a time, you could see each driver was just kind of going through meticulously saying, okay, I need to be in this lane for this lap. We saw it with Dean Comer, where unfortunately over in turn one got really loose, unfortunately hooked it twice. And yesterday, all of our drivers were out here for testing, and we saw it with Jeremiah Mayo. So this turn one is definitely going to be the key factor for this race.
Yeah, that's going to definitely be, it looks like, especially for that 4.6-liter V8 Mercury APX package on the back of some of the boats, that's going to be real tricky for them. It's a very tight turn. I don't think we're going to see as many issues from the 2.5 guys, and that's where it's really going to be interesting is can the 2.5 guys keep the four strokes at bay down the straightaways, because you know they're going to be able to make up ground in the turns, and totally get where you were coming from, just feeling such a different vibe from the drivers a lot more maybe intimate of them seeing what the other drivers do to get prepared. Normally they have their rituals back in the pits. They get loaded in the water. They're locked in. They're in the boat. They're not out here having a microphone stuck in their face. By the way, I think we're going to have to do some interview training with some of the guys out there. Spencer Love. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Spence. Love you, buddy. Right? And I get you're a man of few words, but we'll work on that later. But what was it like for you out there being able to interact with all these drivers right before they were getting in, strapping in, and going 120 plus miles an hour?
Well, you kept asking me to get driver interviews, and I would tap them on the shoulder, and a couple of them were like, hey, hold on, I just need to get my mind set on what's going on, and what am I going to do? And then they're like in the back of their mind going, okay, this is a different complete setup of what I ran just a few weeks ago when some of them were in Illinois and some of them were in Kankakee, Illinois, Springfield, Ohio. We're talking about elevation. This elevation game has really sparked a gremlin in a lot of these boats. I mean, unfortunately, we didn't see Kyle Maskell make it out for the Fast Class qualifier because he had some engine problems. Yesterday, we watched it in testing where these drivers were out here all day long, 2 sessions. You saw totally different setups come out for the second session because they have to recalibrate these 2.5s in a completely different atmosphere.
Well, and even the 4-strokes, right? The 4-stroke guys, granted, they do have the dynamic fuel injection, but it's still going to make the motor act slightly different because the motor's working harder in different ways to ensure optimal performance. And so they're out here, right, maybe not changing the jets, right, maybe not making sure, that whole component that comes along with that carbureted motor, right, where you're trying to get the fuel-oil mixture just absolutely perfect to not lean the motor out too much, right, because that's when the motor goes boom, boom. In the bad way, but making sure that it's not too what they call fat, right, or just too much, not too much fuel, not enough air, and it really bogs down that motor, and it's funny we talk about that, and it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen in qualifying, but we turn ourselves now to the next class out here, and that is the Texas Tri-Hulls, and that same 4-stroke package has now made its way into Texas Tri-Hulls. We got those 115-inch Mercury 4-strokes on the back, along with the traditional OMC 100 cubic inch 2-stroke outboards that have been the dominating force in Texas Tri-Hull up until the last couple of years.
Exactly, and we saw that come through. The Rinkers were one of the first ones to ever throw the brand new APX on the back of one of these Tri-Hulls, and they're lucky enough down there in Houston, Texas, that they have some really great area to be able to go do some testing. And
what are they doing? Anyway, I apologize about that. I'm just for those of you joining our YouTube channel, looks like we might have had a driver issue with one of our drivers. That's Jet Ski Jared, the Pace Jet Ski, and one of our fantastic sport rescue team members. So it looks like one of our Tri-Hull drivers forgot to put his transponder in his boat. What is a transponder? It is the electronic GPS tool that we have mounted in every single boat in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, and that is how we are able to see the likes of Dylan Anderson beating the 93 of RJ West by 4/100ths of a second. It is down to the thousandths of a second lap times. It gives us very, very specific data, and we have to have that because the competition is so close here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Without that, sometimes we wouldn't even know who was the first to the 5th fastest because they're so all over each other.
Yes, we have worked through the F1 Powerboat Championship, has worked throughout the technology that we are being offered to be able to bring on that GPS system. It's basically like putting an airdrop inside of one of these cars, or these boats, so they're able to track it. Like people put airdrops inside of their kids' cars. We put airdrops inside of these boats to be able to see how fast they're going or where they're going throughout the course. It is an unfortunate thing that we do have to hold off for a little bit, but I was talking to a couple race fans that are stopping me on the way as I'm running all over the place.
Yeah,
you
right.
as well.
They all want to have a conversation.
Yeah.
You're like, hey guys, I'd love to, but I can't.
Yeah, exactly. But I was talking to some of the drivers. We do have the 3 different styles of classes out this weekend. We just got done with the big boys. We call them the big boys, the F1s. Next, we're bringing out what you call bumper boats on water. And a couple of the fans were like, what do you mean bumper boats on water?
Oh, you'll see.
Well, I said, here, you're going to see this firsthand. And I said, I'll give you one subtle hint. If y'all look out there on the course, you see some of our Tri-Hulls are out there. They have this particular object that is covering their head, the row bar. So
yeah, they got the big roll cage in there.
Yep. So if you are I guess you could say I'm a gear junkie. I love going out and seeing race cars, boat races, all kinds of different things. My favorite thing to go to is derbies. So I kind of told this fan, I'm like, well, if you're a big race car derby fan, basically throw it on water, and that is exactly it.
Absolutely. If you go down to your local dirt track on a Friday night to see a demo derby and maybe a part of a county fair, right? They may not be purposely running into each other like you see at a demo derby, but they're definitely going to be running into each other. It happens very frequently. You're going to see these boats go 3, 4, 5 wide in the corner. It's not about top speed. It's about finding clean water. It's about navigating the turns. And, boy, the driver who's navigated those turns the best so far this year, one of those few drivers that pulls double duty, the 13 at Grant Schubert, as he has been fantastic all year long in that 115-horse Mercury 4-stroke package on the back of his Texas Tri-Hull. But he's also fighting with the likes of Neil Marsh, the 3-time defending series champion. That's right, I said that, 3-time defending. So nobody has won a Tri-Hull championship in the last 3 years except for one man, and they call him the Dude, the number 17 of Neil Marsh. He's in that all blue with orange lettering, and the roll cages is super important for these guys because you will see video footage, especially if you're watching some of the footage from our live stream on YouTube at F1 Powerboat Racing. You're going to see the bottom of a boat end up on somebody's roll cage at some point throughout the weekend. And that's why they are such a fan favorite. That's why we call them bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. These 1970s Tri-Hull style Glastron boats. We put decks on them. We put roll cages in them. And they have been one of the fastest growing and most dynamic support classes in all of the American Powerboat Association.
Well, if you're returning from last year when we were here for the 2024 Roar of the Rockies, you might remember a certain incident that happened down there in Turn 1, which you and I as announcers have probably never seen.
I can officially say that I have never seen that happen.
So race fans, if you were here last year, you'll remember it. Race fans that are just joining us, welcome to the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. As we said, these guys start doing bumper boats. Well, one decided to do bumper buoys, I guess is what we could call it last year. He kind of spun out a little bit and got caught in between those two buoys that you see over there, the bright orange and the yellow. And we basically had to get Jet Ski Jared to almost cut the line because he had dug himself so buried in between those two buoys. Yeah. I mean, these guys give us one heck of a show every year. If it's one thing, it's another.
Yeah, I mean, it is the definition of yeehaw, for sure. It is rung what you brung. Get after it. Good old boy, bumper to bumper, deck to deck, slamming into each other, get out of my way racing. And we're going to be underway with that here in just a moment. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Make sure you wet your whistle. Oh, looks like we're going, so we're going to hold off on that. Looks like they're finally ready to go. How do we start the Texas Tri-Hulls? Well, unlike the modified Le Mans start that you see in Formula Lights and Formula One, it's a rolling start in Texas Tri-Hull. These 10 drivers are going to go 2 by 2 around the backside of the course. And they're going to go 2 by 2, and unlike the fast lap qualifiers that we do in Formula Lights and Formula One, they draw for position in this opening heat, so it's really the luck of the draw here in this opening qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull. And then they're all down the south end of the course as the final boat makes its way in the line. That's the 99 of Devin Brown, a part of that Outlaw F1 team. They've got, I think, 5 Tri-Hulls and 4 Formula Ones. That is a monster team, and they have been a dominant force all season long here in Texas Tri-Hull in Formula One. Can they do it here again? Let's take a look at our starting lineup for Texas Tri-Hull. On the pole, on the inside of row 1, the local boy, the number 93 of J.B. Jensen, running for Island Lake Marine.
Right on his outside hip, we were just talking about this, the defending champion in the number 17, Neil Marsh.
Coming the inside of row 2 in that third spot, the 26, Ray Bob sponsored Briston Sherman.
Out of Richmond, Texas, brought to you by in memory of Jack. Jack Schubert is going to be down there right on the inside.
On the inside of row number 3. Oh, looks like we pulled it off here. We're ready to go as Jet Ski Jared pulls off. We're waiting for Chief Referee Doug Ray. He drops the green flag, and here we go. Bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. The 93 of J.B. Jensen and the 17 of Neil Marsh side by side. Now here comes the 12 of Jack Schubert, the 52 of Tanner Rinker, and the 26 of Briston Sherman as they go down into the south end of the course in turn number 1. Look at the 26 of Sherman. He goes tight to the inside. J.B. Jensen forcing the 17 of Neil Marsh way wide to the outside there, Kay.
Grant Schubert just rocked it out of that start. He was way back in the back of the pack. Right as that green flag dropped, he moved to the outside trying to find the best clear water he could, and he is sitting right now in 6th position as he's battling it out with Rinker in the number 10, Cole Waring in the number 69. But our leader comes across the start-finish line. That's J.B. Jensen.
And you notice you saw the 17 of Neil Marsh trying to work that outside line. Now he's moved down to the inside. Let's see what's going to happen down in turn number 1. Can he take? Yes, he does take the tight move to the inside, but the 93 of J.B. Jensen staying wide was able to keep so much speed coming out of the corner. He started to move away from the 17 of Neil Marsh, who's in second there. And then we've got the 26 of Briston Sherman, the 52 of Mason Rinker, and the 10 of Tanner Rinker all over him, fighting for that third spot on the box here in this opening qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hall.
Tanner Rinker was able to dive on the inside of Sherman, and now he is sitting pretty in that third place. That boat is one boat we normally see out in front, but unfortunately he had to start in the back of the pack, picking him off one by one as Jack Schubert almost blows that number 12 over going across the start-finish line.
As they come, our leader comes out of turns 1 and 2. He's still out in front of the 93 of J.B. Jensen, his first race here in 2025. Unable to be with us most of the season, but he's making it count here early on in Texas Trials. He sweeps it wide out of turn number 2 down to the north end of the course. Here we see the rest of them come through. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert, the 26 of Briston Sherman, the 69 of Cole Waring, and the rest of these top Texas Tri-Hall drivers trying to track down the man out in front, the 93 of J.B. Jensen. He's got the 17 of Neil Marsh still all over him, and he's not going to be going anywhere, is he, Kay?
Well, race fans, that is your local boy. He is here from Windsor, Colorado. Just moved to Meade, Colorado. That's J.B. Jensen, brought to you by Water Valley Company. Is going to be that number 93, your leader, followed by the 17 of Neil Marsh. And coming in hot is Tanner Rinker in the number 10. He's got his eyes on Neil Marsh as they make their way down the front stretch.
Absolutely. The 10 of Tanner Rinker won the last 3 rounds here in Texas Trial, and he has put himself in a real good position as he's doing battle with the 13 of Grant Schubert, the points leader, and the only person that's ahead of the number 10 of Tanner Rinker is that 13 of Grant Schubert, but it is all J.B. Jensen right now. We go to overhead there. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's airing it out with that 115 horse Mercury 4-stroke on the back of that Texas Tri-Hall. But there's our leader, the 93 of J.B. Jensen. They're getting by the 99 of Devin Brown, who's way down on power, and now up in third already. The 10 of Tanner Rinker's all over the 17 of Neil Marsh, and they're going to have a battle on their hands. And this is exactly what the 93 of J.B. Jensen wanted, because now he's going to be able to pull away from those leaders.
A great move by Jack Schubert. Jumps on the inside of Tanner, then jumps on the side of his boat as they start to battle their way, trying to stay on the podium. But it was a great move. Looks like Grant Schubert's going to have to jump to the outside, and here comes Tanner Rinker. He's going to dive on the inside of Neil Marsh. Will he slam the doors and make their way into turn 2? He does, shoving Tanner out to the outside.
And Rinker sees the inside. There's a white flag out for the 93 of J.B. Jensen. Can he pull it off here and go wire to wire from pole here in this 7-lap opening qualifying heat? He's got the 17 of Neil Marsh right there on his tail, followed by the 10 of Tanner Rinker, the man sitting in second place. Then it's the 13 of Grant Schubert, your points leader through 4 rounds. He has got a host of top-notch drivers all over him, but can he hold on here in the opening heat as he goes down into the north end of the course?
It's a great run by the 93, because we're going to watch as that white flag will drop, checkered flag will come up. Put your hands together for your local hometown hero, J.B. Jensen.
Taking the checkered flag. In second, the 17 of Neil Marsh, and rounding out the top 3 by a nose, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. But what a great run, wire to wire, for the 93 of J.B. Jensen. As the rest of the field finishes it up, let's take a look at our overall standings after this first 7-lap qualifying heat here in Texas. He started on the pole. He went wire to wire. He's from Meade, Colorado. He's your pole sitter, the number 93, J.B. Jensen. He went 7 laps out in the clean water all the way to victory. Right behind him, he started on the outside of row 1. He couldn't get by the 93 of J.B. Jensen. In second place, the dude, number 17, Neil Marsh. Rounding out the box, or the podium here in qualifying heat number 1, the man who has won the last 3 races in Texas Tri-Hall, the number 10 of Tanner Rinker. Behind him, the 13 of Grant Schubert, only 4 seconds off the lead in 4th position. And then in 5th position, the 52 of Mason Rinker, another part of that Rinker racing team. Followed behind him, he sits 3rd in points, but he finished 6th here in the opening qualifying heat. That is the 26 of Briston Sherman, finishing in the 6th position. In 7th, number 12 of Jack Schubert in that Ace Hardware-sponsored machine. In 8th, the number 3 of Evan LaBeouf. The Louisiana native coming up here with the 1 of Dustin Terry hopping in. The 3 boat normally run by Austin Terry, the son of Dustin Terry, but like he had mentioned, a big soccer tournament down in Louisiana this weekend, had to step away from the round 5 here as he's still learning as a rookie, but his fill-in for the weekend, a solid finish in 8th, the 3 of Evan LaBeouf. In 9th, the 99 of Devin Brown. And then in 10th position, the number 10 of Cole Waring. He was battling out there, but it looks like he hit some gremlins and unfortunately ended up finishing in 10th position here at the opening qualifying heat in the Texas Tri-Hull class. But what a great run it was by J.B. Jensen. I don't know if he expected to not only draw the pole position, but then also be able to go wire to wire while he was out there on the water. What a fantastic run by this young driver. And he's got to be absolutely tickled with himself. They've got to be super excited. And a great run wire to wire. And that's what can happen sometimes in Texas Tri-Hull. The water gets so churned up, it gets so rough. If you can find clean lines, it's going to give you that top speed that you need. Again, these boats aren't designed like our Formula Ones for ultimate speed. They are a combination of some speed. Again, bumper boats at 65 miles an hour, but they get into one another pretty heavy and pretty hard out there where they're battling on the course. And thankfully, the 93 of J.B. Jensen didn't have to deal with much of it. But here's the problem. We go first to worst in qualifying. So the next qualifying heat, J.B. Jensen's got to start last. And that is going to see that's where we're going to see what he's really made of. But right now, with that ear-to-ear grin on his face, let's send things down with our opening heat winner, the 93 of J.B. Jensen, as Kay joins him down on the start dock. Kay?
You're right. He is grinning from ear to ear because in 2024, unfortunately, never even got to see that checkered flag for the finish. How does it feel this year to be able to not only see it, but hold it as the top driver and winner?
Oh, it's awesome. That's what you always want to do, is win the heat and then win the whole thing at your hometown. So, last year I did get a second place in the heat, but had engine troubles towards the end, so we're hoping we don't run into that this year.
Well, race fans, you got to put your hands together for this young gentleman as he's going to give a hoot and holler for his hometown here in Windsor, Colorado. He gives a big old wave. And you got a lot of people back in your pits to thank as well.
Oh, yeah. This is not a individual sport. This is a team sport. Big shout out to my dad, my uncle, my family getting us into boat racing. We're here to represent Island Lake Marine and Windsor, Colorado. We love doing what we do. We love sharing with our friends and family. So thank you, everybody, for coming. It's going to be an awesome weekend. Thank you.
All right, we'll be cheering you on later on as you got another heat to go. We're going to put you right back inside of that 93 Island Lake Marine. J.B. Jensen takes the first checkered flag here of Roar the Rockies 2025.
All right, thanks, Ken. He's pulling double duty this weekend, so he's going to have to scurry back to the pits and hop in the cockpit of a Formula Lights machine. He's going to be running that number 6 Island Lake Marine Clover Construction Formula Light, and that is who's coming up next. Our Formula Lights are going to have their first qualifying heat, where we saw the 12 of Shelby Love. The 12 of Shelby Love was a rocket out on the water in their fast lap qualifiers early this morning. She's going to be at pole position for qualifying heat number 1. We're going to get them out on the water. We're going to give them a couple hot laps, and then we're going to line them up on the dock for the first modified Le Mans start of the weekend here. It's the 2025 Roar of the Rockies Round 25 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We'll be right back after a quick commercial break with more racing action. Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Find more on the legendary Seabold family at SeaboldSports.com. 303 ProLift promises to deliver professional expertise, exceptional customer service, and the highest quality crane service possible. One of the most trusted crane service companies in Colorado, they strive to maintain the highest standards while exceeding your expectations at all levels. not only honoring commitments, but delivering nothing but the best, creating a successful client relationship that allows them to meet and exceed the goals of each of their projects. Love to mail and copy? Well, located in Windsor, Colorado, Mail and Copy provides all your home and business print services. With walk-in services available for any of your printing or copy needs, they also offer large format printing for signs and banners for your business or any special occasion. Serving the greater Windsor community for over 25 years, Mail and Copy. A fantastic title sponsor here in 2025 at Roar of the Rockies, TST Incorporated Consulting Engineers. Operating in northern Colorado for more than 40 years, TST is a professional team of talented individuals who believe in collaboration and turning ideas into constructed reality. Through decades of project experience in both the public and private sectors, they are able to understand the concerns of the community as well as developers. TST turns their clients' vision into reality by providing value-added engineering solutions, being experts in community design and development, as well as specializing in complex projects where innovative solutions are key to the project's success. All right, welcome back, race fans. Couldn't do it without all our fantastic sponsors, both our series sponsors on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series and the amazing sponsors from Roar of the Rockies here in 2025.
And at that time, I wanted to welcome anybody who is thinking about possibly also being our race sponsors, because 2026 is right around the corner, Thomas.
It'll be here before we know it.
So we're already starting to plan for 2026.
Absolutely.
So if you want to be added onto the list of sponsors in our F1 Powerboat Championship Series, whether it be here in Windsor, Colorado, or throughout our racing season, make sure you reach out to us at F1 Powerboat Racing.
Absolutely. Now we got the tri-hulls are done. I think nobody was more surprised than the 93 of J.B. Jensen that he was able to hold off the likes of Neil Marsh. A couple of two-stroke boats were able to stay out in front here with a class that has seen that four-stroke package grow in popularity. The top few drivers in the season standings all have those four strokes. Good to see the old OMC package do its thing out there, but was really honestly surprised. The 17 of Neil Marsh just could not figure out across those 7 laps how to get by the 93 of J.B. Jensen.
Well, and even Tanner Rinker sitting in the same boat. I mean, usually we're used to seeing Neil Marsh. You're going to put your sunglasses on. We're used to seeing Neil Marsh up there on the top of the podium. This year just has not been his year.
Yeah, we chatted about it. He's had some motor problems. He's gone through three or four different motors this year trying to find that extra power, because he does recognize that the wave of the future is that Mercury four-stroke package. There's less tuning. There's less things you've got to work on. Again, it's got that dynamic fuel injection so that it can regulate the air-to-fuel ratios that give them the optimal performance. But unlike in Formula One, where we saw a pretty heavy dominance of those four-stroke packages at the top of qualifying, there's so much violence and there's so much banging around in Texas tri-hulls that they really top speed isn't ultimately the biggest goal, right? There you go. Hey, now we're at the same height. But now we switch things over to our next class out on the water, the Formula Lights. Much more about performance, but performance with probably one of the most underpowered motor packages in all of the American Powerboat Association. What are they running? They're running 45 cubic inch 2-cylinder OMC outboards. What does that mean in layman's terms? A really nice little fishing motor.
Basically it is, so it's pretty easy to work on and get parts for. So a lot of these drivers are loving this class because easy to get parts for, easy to repair. The typical person that just goes fishing would be able to I could fix that. I could fix this.
There's lots of the motors are out there.
It's a great step-in class for the
absolutely. I mean, any Formula One tunnel boat driver will talk to you, and if you ask them the question, what's the best place to really get myself comfortable to eventually step into Formula One? And it's absolutely Formula Lights. Because they're underpowered, you really have to drive the boat. You don't have the power to carry the boat in the corners. So most of our drivers here, they mash that foot pedal to the floor, and it stays there throughout the race. And they're just using those trim buttons to move the motor in and out to lift the boat out of the water and use those trim buttons throughout the race because, again, they don't have that power. So you'll see the biggest separation in Formula Lights isn't necessarily how well you dial your motor in, because they're by now everybody knows basically every trick to a Formula Lights motor. So they all know all the good tricks. So then from there it comes who can drive the corners. right? Who can find the clean laps? Who can play that game of chess out on the water the best? And, that reminds me of our opening round this year where we saw some of the best racing chess ever by the 12 of Shelby Love. She was battling with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. They were on the final lap of the main event, and she shucked and then jived. He didn't think she was going to jive. He went wide out of the corner. Shelby dove right underneath him, and she ran that the rest of the final lap all the way to victory. It was a fantastic run by the 12 of Shelby Love, but that's really the big difference maker here in Formula Lights is how can you wheel that boat, and that's, I think, why it translates so well to being comfortable really driving a tunnel boat once you get into an F1.
And I can tell you right now, as we're looking on the screen, we're seeing what I call the ever-colorful number 35 Pizza Inn, driven by Mark Schmierbach. And, he might be hearing you talk about that, so he's replaying that. Well, we've seen it twice this year that she's jumped on his inside. Springfield,
Absolutely.
Ohio, just a few weeks ago to get her the national title. She jumped on the very last lap, coming around for turn 1. All of a sudden, Mark was sitting there thinking he had it figured out, and she jumped on the inside and snatched that checkered flag away from him. Both of these drivers, we see them swap top podium finishes throughout the year over the last few years. But we're talking about two veteran drivers. She is a third-generation driver herself. Mark Schmierbach has been in the racing in the Formula Lights for over 20 years, so he's got a lot of experience. We talk about him being a veteran driver out here. But speaking of veteran, we also have the opposite end of that spectrum. We have a couple of our brand-new drivers that are out here on the course. They're rookie drivers, never even seen the likes of the inside of a Formula Light out here. And it's fun to see this class grow year after year after year. Jack Schubert sitting inside the cockpit of the number 2, brought to you by JH Performance and Clover Construction. Very first time ever being into a Formula Light. Not his first time being in a boat, because we just saw him out in the tri-halls.
Right.
But he has to have a completely different mindset going. He just got out of a V-Haul, tri-haul, open cockpit, bumping into other boats as they manage their way around a 2 or 1 buoy turn. Now he has to change his complete mindset going, okay, now I'm in a Formula Light. I have a larger course. I've got a whole bunch of drivers I've never driven against before. I have a trim button. I'm on basically a pontoon kind of boat with 2 sponsons. That is like going from driving a Prius to driving a Ford F550, because you've got to completely think about your mindset, and your boundaries around you are way different when it comes from the tri-hull to the Formula Lights.
Absolutely it is. It's going to be interesting to see. We've got multiple drivers pulling double duty. We've got 2 tri-hull drivers, both the 12 of Jack Schubert jumping into the in memoriam boat for Schleicher, running the number 2 in Formula Lights, as well as the 93 of JB Jensen from Texas Tri-Hull jumping into that number 6 Island Lake Marine Formula Lights here. So that's why we might have a little bit of a longer downtime in between our races, because so many of those drivers are having to pull double duty. But right now we're going to show you a fun little piece we did talking to some of our drivers in the pits about what things they like off the race course, right? We gave them a couple options. We wanted to see what they said. So for those of you here locally, make sure you jump on our YouTube channel. Make sure you smash that subscribe button, and let's take a look at a piece we like to call on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, This or That.
Netflix.
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 Oh, man. Netflix.
Netflix.
Hulu.
Apple.
Spotify.
Spotify.
Pandora.
Spotify.
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 Apple Music all the way.
Spotify.
Spotify.
Night Owl.
Neither.
Night Owl.
Early riser and a night owl.
Night Owl.
Early, both.
Night owl.
Ooh, both.
Both.
Night owl.
Pizza.
Tacos.
Both.
Well, if you made a pizza taco, that'd be cool. But pizza.
Pizza.
Tacos.
Tacos.
Pizza. That's for the late nights.
Both.
Lake racing.
Lake racing. Lake racing.
Lakes.
Lake racing all day.
Lakes.
Lake.
Ooh, river racer. I like to get down and log jump.
Lake racing.
Lake racing.
Both. Oh, Thomas Yarborough. But K, really. Oh, K. I'm not answering that one.
Tommy boy.
Tommy, for sure.
Thomas Yarborough.
Thomas. Sorry, K-Dub.
Both.
Oh, don't make me choose. That's rude. I love you both.
All right, welcome back, race fans. We've got the Formula Lights on the water. They're getting their hot laps, getting those motors fired up, getting that fuel and oil lubed up and running through those two-cylinder 45 cubic inch OMCs. We're going to get them lined up on the start dock and ready to run their first qualifying heat after a few words from our
All right, we're gonna try this one more time. We had a little technical difficulties.
All right, race. We're going to give these guys a hot lap. We're going to get them lined up on the start pontoon. They've got those 45 cubic inch two-cylinder OMCs dialed in and ready to go. We're going to be right back with the start of Formula Lights qualifying here at 2025 Roar of the Rockies right after a word from our sponsors.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
PCL Construction. From small renovations to complex billion-dollar projects, from sports arenas to water treatment plants and petrochemical facilities, PCL has you covered. They redefine full service and bring expertise across all project types and at all scales under all procurement models. As innovative solution providers and construction specialists, they leverage their expertise to customize the right approach for your project to exceed your expectations collaboratively and driven with innovation. They are focused on finding the best way forward and elevating your vision of success. PCL Construction. Seaway Marine, the Formula Light sponsor here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages all over the United States, providing same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry. With decades of experience, Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. 425-412-4006 or online at seawaymarine.com. Miller Landscape and Lawn Maintenance proudly served Larimer County, Colorado for over 14 years, establishing itself as the region's preferred landscaping company. Whether you're looking to transform your backyard into a tranquil oasis, need regular lawn care to keep your property looking pristine, or require dependable snow removal services, find Larimer County's chosen landscaping company, Miller Landscaping. One of our title sponsors here at 2025 Roar of the Rockies, Trumark Homes. Immersed in exquisite natural landscapes, your lifestyle in northern Colorado communities is adventurous as it is comfortable. For the urbanites and the one with nature types, no place could offer more. Fill your days with what thrills you, what fulfills you, and return to a home that helps you thrive seamlessly. Live conveniently with close proximity to downtown Denver and daring outdoor experiences right around the corner. It's really that simple, thanks to Trumark Homes, an award-winning builder expanding communities across northern Colorado and the Denver metro area. All right, race fans, we've got them just about lined up on the start pontoon here for the first modified Le Mans start of the race weekend. Let's talk briefly about what is a modified Le Mans start here in the Formula Lights Class K. I'm going to liken it to Formula One car racing. They run the traditional Le Mans start, which means you have the car in neutral, it is on, and then they use lights, much like our counterparts in Europe and Asia in boat racing use lights. We use flags here, but the difference is, why is it called modified? it's modified because they don't even have their motors on, do they?
No, not at all. I mean, I've watched boat racing in many different categories, and I've noticed overseas when they do their modified category series, and it was kind of sneaky. I didn't realize it until somebody pointed it out to me that they're on the dock like they're lined up here with the Formula lights. But if you look really close, you can tell the motors are already running. Kind of gives them a little bit more of a factor.
Absolutely. All right, we've got them lined up, ready to go. Here's a test flag. When that big orange flag drops, you're going to hear these 2-cylinder 45 cubic inch OMCs on the back of these Formula lights come roaring to life as we are just about to the 1 minute gun here for the opening qualifying heats in Formula lights at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. Chief Referee Doug Ray getting our start flag into position, making sure that they are an optimal viewing for all the drivers. These drivers are going to come through the middle of the course, all the way down to the far end of the Formula One course. Once they cross the start-finish line, they will start lap 1 of this 6 minutes plus 1 lap qualifying heat here in Formula Lights. On the pole, the 12 of Shelby Love. Off her right hip, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Those two are doing battle for the APBA High Points Champion and the Series Championship here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Who is going to come off the dock best here at altitude? Who's got that motor dialed in well enough to take qualifying heat number 1? We're just moments away from finding out.
Well, and Shelby Love, she's sitting there on a 5-win winning streak right now. So you know that her confidence is huge, but she's got veteran driver Mark Schmierbach right behind her.
Here we go. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Will the 12 of Shelby Love continue her dominance in 2025? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, who snuck ahead of her in points on our series championship at the last round, but he's going to have to battle from that second spot. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will it be the 66 of Randy Parch, the man from Port Charlotte, Florida, coming third off the dock? Can he win qualifying heat number 1? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will it be the 01 of Jake McKee, the 60 of Brandon Bobolick? How about we see who's going to take qualifying heat number 1? 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag. Who's going to come off the dock? Well, at altitude, they're struggling. Great jump there by the 66 of Randy Parch and the 60 of Brandon Bobolick, and here comes the 35 of Mark Schmierbach pulling away. Rough start there, Kay, for the 12 of Shelby Love.
It was, but she's still got that inside lane advantage, but we've seen this time and time again where Mark Schmierbach will go down into that first turn and slam the door. She must keep her nose in there, and it looks like as they get down to the far end of that course, she was able to do it at the end of the course, deck-to-deck racing, but it hasn't even started until they come across the start-finish line. It's basically the race before the race, and look how close they get, and we have a spin-out turnout in turn 1. That looks to be our young California guy of Jake McKee. Unfortunately spun out over there, but he's off the course, so we will start this race as these two dive down the start-finish line.
Boy, look at him porpoising as they come down, really struggling with the lighter air, thinner air up here at altitude, but the 12 of Shelby Love, she goes wide now, really pushing the 35 of Schmierbach away from the pin, and look at her start to pull away from the man from Wisconsin. Is that young woman out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, that number 12 all-white Hoffman is trying to do what she has done for most of 2025, and that is come out in front and run away from the rest of the field as she comes out of turn number 4.
Well, she does know that Mark Schmierbach is not going to give her that checkered flag easy, so she's going to have to push it to the extremes as she makes her way. And we're going to see this now as we're already starting to see this water start to roughen up. When it comes to NASCAR or any kind of a, I guess you could say, pavement kind of racing, the pavement doesn't change. But when it comes to boat racing, as you notice, race fans, this water has already changed just within a half a lap that these drivers are now starting to battle through some of these rollers that are being left behind by some of the back traffic. But our leader comes across the start-finish line, Shelby Love in the number 12, Clover Construction, followed by the ever-colorful number 35, Mark Schmierbach, brought to you by Pizza Inn, and made that long drive all the way out of Florida is going to be Randy Parch, brought to you by Liquid Revolution, sitting in third.
And then the 60 of Brandon Bobolick in 4th. There we stay with the 66 of Randy Parch at 3rd place boat coming into turn number 1. Now going wide out of turn number 4. They are trying. You're going to see a lot wider racing lines here at altitude because they can't let the motor bog itself down by turning so tight in the corners. We saw a couple of late entrants there. The 6 of J.B. Jensen and the 1 of Spencer Love came on the course late after we had started, so they're both going to start a lap down. That's what happens sometimes when you're running double duty.
Exactly. I mean, they've just got a lot going on in that Clover Construction. Spencer Love has not sat inside of a Formula Light in quite some time. not only that, but it's also a brand new boat to him. I mean, they just took that boat on into the Clover Construction. I'm talking about the pink and white boat coming out of turn number 2. Spencer Love just got done with his qualifying laps in the Formula One, decided to go ahead and step up here in this number 1 boat to race against his daughter, Miss Shelby Love. But right now, she's sitting in his rear view, or he's in her rear view mirror.
Look at that pink and white. That is a Moore Formula 4 boat brought over from France. And boy, it looks like Spencer's kicking himself for not making it on time, because he looks like he's got some pretty solid speed in that number 1 Moore sponsored, Clover Construction sponsored Formula Light.
Shelby Love comes out of turn number 2, and now she's coming up to an even deeper back traffic where she's going to have to try and make her way around Jack Schubert number 2, along with her, basically another one of her teammates over there in the red, white, and blue, Jibby Jensen. So now she's going to have to battle trying to get through these tight turns to be able to keep Mark Schmierbach in her rearview mirror.
Absolutely, and this is what's going to be tough. She's hoping to pass these guys on the straightaway. That's where you always want to pass. You don't ever want to pass in the corner if you can help it, because it's so much harder. But she gets to the inside of the 2 of Jack Schubert, and now she's going to get up on top of the 6 of JB Jensen as they both move wide to the outside, getting out of her way. But this is going to allow that gap for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach to close, because he hasn't been battling these guys, and because they finally moved out of her way, they're inherently already out of his way. And so he's got to take less time trying to get by those markers. We've seen that gap shrink a little bit between the 12 of Shelby Love and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
But as they've both made their way through back traffic, you can see that Shelby Love is already starting to strengthen out and widen that gap between the 2 of them. But Mark Schmierbach is still taking chase, sitting in second place, coming across the start-finish line in the 35 Pizza Inn. We've watched these two battle it out weekend after weekend, and now with about, we'll have to say, about a 4 rooster tail difference between the 2 of them. With the 6 minutes, we only have a minute and a half left in the 6-minute race. So Mark is starting to run out of time. We're going to have to see if he's able to shorten up that gap and maybe make a maneuver to be able to jump on her inside and take the checkered flag away.
Absolutely. As we sit there overhead, the JB Jensen, the 2 of Jack Schubert, and the 1 of Spencer Love. Love 3 laps down because of getting out on the course late. There's the 60 of Brandon Bobolic. He's sitting in 4th position, but he's got a long way to go to catch the 66 of Randy Parch, who's sitting on that last spot on the box. 3.5 seconds between the 12 of Shelby Love and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Who's going to be able to come out on top as we get that beautiful overhead shot? There is the 60 of Brandon Bobolic now. He's coming through turns 3 and 4, and then there's our leader. So she's already up onto the 4th place boat here in the final minute plus 1 lap of this Formula Lights opening qualifying heat. There's the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. He comes into view, pushing hard down the front straightaway. There's the 01 of Jake McKee, the young driver out of the Redlands, California, spun out down in turn number 1 on the opening lap here in the Formula Lights opening qualifier, and he has been dead since then, unfortunately having to be pushed back to the pits.
That is an unfortunate thing that, he came all the way out of Redlands, California. I talked to him yesterday, and I said, hey, is this like basically your first time really venturing out of the California West Coast area? And he said yes, and he was like, I'm so excited to be here. Might have got a little too excited going around that corner, but watch for him later on this afternoon. I'm pretty sure that you're going to have the Clover Construction right over there to help him out and get him back out onto the course. But we're going to look at back out onto the course, as right now on that backstretch is our leader. She's coming around the corner, and the Clover Construction number 12 still taking chase is Mark Schmierbach in the ever colorful number 35.
As our leader, the 12 of Shelby Love, comes off of turn number 4, you're going to see that green flag go down. White flag comes out. Go fast. Turn left. Just 4 more times for the young woman out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, that Clover Construction machine, as she pushes hard down into turn number 1, knowing that one mistake could cost her this opening qualifying heat, as she's got the 35 of Mark Schmierbach right behind her, as you see him there coming through turns 1 and 2 himself, as she goes down the back straightaway. Now looking to set it up for turn number 3. She sweeps it easily through turn number 3. She's got that thing in cruise control right now as she comes off of turn 4. Ladies and gentlemen, going wire to wire, coming from pole, taking qualifying heat number 1, number 12, Shelby Love.
Followed quickly by Mark Schmierbach in the number 35 Pizza Inn, and comes across the start-finish line and sitting 3rd on the podium. And the number 60 is going to be Liquid Revolution.
Oh, we've got the 66 of Randy Parch. Those two are so far away from everybody. The 66 of Randy Parch is still finishing his final lap. He's now coming out of turn number 4, and you're going to see that final boat on the top spot, 3 spots, come across the start-finish line right now. And there he is, your 3rd and final finisher for the top 3 spots here in this opening qualifying heat in Formula Lights. As I'm going to send Kay down to have a chance to chat with the 12 of Shelby Love and her cowboy boots. We're going to take a look at our final finishing order here in this Formula Lights opening qualifying heat. Again, going wire to wire. The 12 of Shelby Love was able to run away from everybody. Well, maybe not everybody, but she ran far enough away from the second place boat, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, that she was easily able to secure her first win this weekend here at Roar of the Rockies. So 35 of Mark Schmierbach came in second, followed by the 66 and Randy Parch in third. Then it's the other half of the Pizza Inn Racing team. That's the Crosby, Texas native in fourth, the number 60 of Brandon Bobolick. Right behind him, first time in a Formula Lights, not too bad of a finish, but he has racing in his blood. Multi-generation family, the Schuberts. He's out there running in that tribute to Traden Schleicher, Clover Construction, number 2 of Jack Schubert, finishing 5th. And then in 6th position, he came out late and was not able to really fight like he wanted to. But in another one of those Clover Construction, that's the number 1 of Spencer Love in 6th. And then, boy, what a difference it makes from one class to the other. Your winner in Tri-Hull in the opening qualifying heat finishes 7th here out of 8 in the Formula Lights class. That is the Windsor, Colorado, the Meade, Colorado native, the number 6 of J.B. Jensen. And then rounding out the field, the unfortunate spin out down there and the motor going dead in the water down at the opening start lap in 8th position out of the Redlands, California. That is the 01 of Jake McKee. What a great run it was there by the 12 of Shelby Love, as she's going to hopefully do that all weekend long. Let's take a look at what's coming up next here on Saturday's qualifying action at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. Up next, we've got the Formula Ones coming back out on the water for their first qualifying heat. You're going to see speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour. But right now, let's send it down to the start pontoon as R.K. Myers is with the wire-to-wire winner from Formula Lights Heat 1, the number 12, the Shelby Love. Take it away, Kay.
All right, I'm here with Shelby Love, our lone female driver here of the weekend. You know, what kind of pressure does that put onto you being a lone female driver in the pits?
Honestly, I try not to think about it, but it makes it a little harder when everyone comes up and it's like, oh, it's so cool seeing a girl out there. And it's like, okay, well, now I can't mess up for all these people that are excited to see an only girl out there. But other than that, it's super fun, and they treat me like anyone else out there. So.
Well, tell some of our race fans, our young female race fans that are out there, what they can do to be able to come, maybe another female driver out there in our Formula Lights to be able to race against you, maybe in 2026.
You just got to get a hold of the right people and figure out where you need to go, and everyone is welcoming with welcome arms and will help you get out there if you really want to and can talk to the right people.
Well, you're coming off of a 5-win winning streak right there. As she rolls her eyes like, yeah, okay. But, you know, you didn't get there very easily because over the last 2 to 3 years, you have battled electrical issues, battery issues. You know, what is your biggest challenge that you have found over the years to get you that 5-win winning streak?
Honestly, you just got to stay consistent and know that, like, one race isn't you don't need to win every single race. Like, if you're out there and you want to keep the boat in one piece more than anything, and I couldn't have done it with all my crew and everyone. It's just a learning process, especially with a new boat, of just trying to figure out what works and what doesn't.
Well, you definitely have it figured out because you've been able to keep Mark Schmierbach in your rearview mirror and take that checkered flag away from him weekend after weekend. Congratulations one more time. Our young female driver out here, Miss Shelby Love, make sure you make your way down to the Clover Construction. They have T-shirts for sale. She'll sign that shirt if you make your way down there.
All right, thanks, Kay. What a fantastic run it was for the young woman out of California. Again, she's had a dominant 2025. The only thing that she doesn't have so far this year is a series championship, and she came in very, very, very close battle with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. She's going to have to put him behind her this weekend if she wants to climb past him in the season standings. She won a UIM World Championship in Springfield, Ohio. She won an APBA National Championship in Kankakee, Illinois. She won our opening round in Port Neches. She won our second round in Shreveport, Louisiana. She won our third round in Alton, Illinois. The only race she really hasn't won this year was in round 4 at Marble Falls, Texas, but that was due to some very extenuating circumstances after the passing of her teammate and somebody that that was a big part of the Clover construction team, so she wasn't able to really participate as much in round 4 as she wanted to, but we totally understand why, and she's just happy that she's still got a shot to take the series championship here in Formula Lights. All right, well, that wraps up qualifying heat number 1 for Formula Lights. Up next, we've got the Formula Ones out on the water. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with Formula One Powerboat Racing here at round 5, the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. Roar of the Rockies 2025 brought to you by Island Lake Marine and Sports, the only on-the-water boat dealership in the entire state of Colorado, allowing you to test drive your next adventure of a lifetime. Whether it's shredding behind a Centurion wake boat, family fun skiing or tubing behind a luxurious Sea Ray, or cruising on your own Godfrey pontoon, Island Lake Marine is your only stop for your on-the-water fun. Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years. From developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, and print design. They do it all professionally for a great price. Check them out online at motomarketinggroup.com. PCL Construction. From small renovations to complex billion-dollar projects, from sports arenas to water treatment plants and petrochemical facilities, PCL has you covered. They redefine full service and bring expertise across all project types and at all scales under all procurement models. As innovative solution providers and construction specialists, they leverage their expertise to customize the right approach for your project to exceed your expectations collaboratively and driven with innovation. They are focused on finding the best way forward and elevating your vision of success. PCL Construction. Nobleman Electrical Contracting has long been a cornerstone of the community. Playing a key role in both leadership and development, they are dedicated to paving the way for a more efficient future through cutting-edge ideas, transformative technology, and transparency. Their track record includes numerous projects where they've delivered innovative engineering solutions from residential, commercial, industrial, and testing. They've got you covered at Nobleman. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com. All right, race fans, we've got it back out on the welcome back here as we are wrapped up our Formula Lights first qualifying heat, and now we've coming up on the Formula One qualifying heat. And it's going to be interesting to see the 17 of Dylan Anderson is going to be your pole sitter by 4/100ths of a second over the 93 of RJ West. And it is going to be all about getting out in the clear water here, isn't it, Kay?
It is, and this water has settled down just a little bit from what we saw earlier this morning. Yeah. But you and I both know, RJ West in the composite craft truck skeleton racing, that the second that fastest qualifier lap went through, when he was sitting just a tick behind Dylan Anderson, they went back into that.
Oh, for sure. The laptop got opened, it got plugged into the computer, and he'll probably know. This one part of one corner, I didn't trim it perfectly, and that's the only thing that cost it. And that's what's so great about the 93 of RJ West and all of our drivers is especially with the 4-stroke, they can spend so much time focusing on setup, props, and all the little pieces instead of worrying about, hey, I got to swap the jets, I got to pull the heads off the motor, I got to swap the head gasket, I got to do all those little things to get that 2-stroke ready to go. Well, the 4-stroke's already got it built inside the motor, right? It's got a computer inside of it. It is the new age of power behind any boat, right? Not only are the APX and the racing engines, but all performance motors that are out there on the marketplace today are that dynamically fuel injected. They're so much easier to take care of, and boy, do they respond at any type of change in altitude, racing conditions, environment. It's pretty impressive to see what the APX has been able to do so far over the last couple of years.
I mean, they have come so far, and they've been working side by side with so many of our drivers, not only here, but internationally. Overseas, we're starting to see these APXs starting to get higher and higher up on the podium. And we're lucky enough here this weekend at Windsor, Colorado, the Roar of the Rockies, we have this great display truck over there in the pits where you can actually walk in, and they've cut part of the cowling off so that you can can actually look inside and see how the gears actually function and work inside of there. I mean, I am so happy that Mercury has, just worked so hard to work with technology and side by side with our drivers. You see, we have a couple of our representatives that are here this weekend after weekend, and you see them throughout the weekend jumping from boat to boat with these APX saying, okay, are you feeling anything different now that we're at the higher altitudes? I mean, are you making any changes to what you can do with the performance and how you have it trimmed, where you have it sitting on the back of the boat, because they can maneuver that as well, because there's so many different dynamics that they can do, like you were talking about. With the Apex motor, yes, you do just strap it on the back of these boats, but there are still some kind of tweaks that you can make with where it sits on the back of the boat and sits back on the transom of the boat. We see that even with your typical fishing motor with different kinds of hulls that are out there with fishing motors, and that's what these drivers do, is work side by side. The other factor that we were just talking about, you mentioned very briefly, a key factor when it comes to the APX. This is the game changer in itself. It is that 5-blade prop that's sitting on the back of these boats. See, most of these drivers have 2 to 3 different props that they have sitting inside the hull, depending on the race, depending on the size of the course, depending on the altitude, depending on how the corners are made. Here we have basically, like I call it, an egg-shaped course. You all noticed how tight that corner is in turn number 1. Turn number 2 is way wider.
Absolutely.
So these drivers go to other courses where both corners are pretty much equal. So then they say, okay, this is a bigger course, so I'm going to use the bigger prop. Then we have on the prop, we have another factor, which is the pitch on the prop. You and I were lucky enough to be able to kind of experience what a pitch gauge is, because me as a driver and racing my whole life, I've been spending a lot of time with my dad learning how these pitch gauges work. This is how they measure how deep the pitch is on the blade. So these drivers have a lot of key factors. Yes, that is an APX motor. They don't have to do anything, but now they have to figure out which prop is going to work best here for the Rockies.
Well, and I think you're going to see, typically you see 3 and 4 blade propellers in the traditional Mercury 2-stroke package. Normally you're going to see similar pitches, right? So the pitch is the curve, the dynamic curve of each blade, right? Then you've got the rake, which is the angle that the blade is welded or to the hub or the center of the propeller. And then you've got the diameter, right? Up here at altitude, you're going to see bigger diameters because the air is so thin. It's so hard to get the torque and the power out of that propeller blade. And for those of you who are used to maybe more car racing, the propeller on a boat is like the suspension. It's the gear, it's the transmission, it's the everything, right? It is so important, and the 4-stroke allows them to focus more on that, right? Imagine how much more time when you don't have to tear apart your motor in between heats. You don't have to change a bunch of spark plugs, a bunch of head gaskets, and other things like that. It allows you to focus on those hundredths of a second, those thousandths of a second, like we saw with the 17 of Dylan Anderson and the 93 of RJ West. And if we want to learn a little bit more about these Formula Ones, we're going to take a look at a fantastic piece we put together with Series Director Tim Siebold on what is a Formula One Powerboat Championship boat. So if you're here live in Colorado, make sure you pull out your phone, hop onto YouTube. You'll take a look at this fantastic piece we put together called What is a Formula One Tunnel Boat?
Hi, my name's Tim Siebold, Managing Director of the F1 Powerboat Championship. I want to talk to you and show you what a Formula One boat is. This is our custom-made Formula One outboard. This hull has a catamaran design which traps air underneath the bottom of the boat, so you fly this boat as much as you drive it. You can see the tunnel in the bottom, and it helps lift the boat to give it the extreme performance that you see out on the water. They're very agile because minimum weight with the driver is only 1,175 pounds. Now add on top of that 265 horse engine, and that's going to get you from 0 to 100 in 5 seconds. So when a Formula One boat is running properly, you will trim it out, coming out of the corner, pack as much air underneath the tunnel as you can to lift the boat up to get it to accelerate. As you're picking up speed, you need to level the boat off and keep it on the water by trimming it down. When you're running at its maximum, there's only a foot of the boat in the water. When you come up to the turn, you trim it down, wet more of the running surface, Pull a 7G corner and you're immediately on the out button, trimming it up again to get the performance. Now there is nothing stock about this boat. It is custom made, all infused carbon fiber. Our biggest concerns on the series is the driver safety. This particular boat has got a driver safety cell made out of infused carbon fiber, space age materials for lightweight. This boat also has an airbag system. So if it were to go over and the driver's knocked out, a balloon comes out of this top section while the puffs on the back of the deck pop up, and it'll sink the back and float the driver out of the water until the safety crew can come and assist him. Data acquisition, so you know exactly what's going on with the fuel system, the engine, the boat, all simultaneously while you're trying to keep this thing on the water. It's a crazy amount of energy that you've got in here, but the thing I've always said is it's sustained concentration that you have to have. It's not like a football player where you're up for a play and then you get a chance to rest. You got to be on your toes, totally focused for the entire race. 17 minutes plus 1 lap.
All right, Managing Director Tim Siebold giving us the lowdown on all the different components that make these rockets on the water scream the way they do here around the shores of Pelican Lakes. We've got most of the drivers out on the water, and we're going to be moments away from getting our first qualifying heat here in Formula One underway. But before we do that, let's take a look at a bit more in-depth on all these drivers and what drives them to be the best Formula One tunnel boat racer in all of the land. From newcomers to family dynasties, competitors will be faced with tough competition on the water. Last year's winner, Dustin Terry, is back and ready to hold down his title. While our drivers have been busy tuning their boat, many of them have been putting in time testing and refining during the off-season.
We're probably the best one just because of the hours we have on the motor itself. Everybody gets to coattail off of my stuff because when they call Dave, I've been testing for him for 2 years, so they get the same propellers I get and they don't have to do any of the work.
While RJ West and his team have been busy refining their boats, veteran Chris Rinker is more concerned about port niches and the conditions they'll be driving in.
There's a little less air running down the back straightaway, so the boat doesn't want to lift and fly like I like it to, but coming down the other direction, it's a little bit quite the opposite.
Others, like Dylan Anderson, are excited to be here and might have his own plan to build a dynasty, much like the Rinkers.
Having my son last year and getting to bring him to all the races, give him a car or a motorcycle or a boat toy, and he makes engine noises, and so he's screwed already. He's already got gearhead in his blood, right?
And while Dylan Anderson has struggled to find himself in first place, he's maintained a great attitude.
Some of the good things about being second in the points championship for the last 3 years in a row, we're not third in the points championship, which we were the year before that. So we moved up a spot. We've just been staying there for a little while.
As these drivers fight for their spot on the leaderboard, they'll have to contend with the outlaws, Dustin Terry, Jeremiah Mayo, Grant Schubert, and Travis Yates. From veterans to rising stars, this season is shaping up to be one of the most competitive yet. As this season unfolds, each driver will have a chance to leave their mark. Only one name will come out on top. All right, all our top drivers are ready to rock and roll here and get underway with qualifying at the Roar of the Rockies here in 2025. Kay Myers and Thomas Yarborough bringing you all the live play-by-play action as we have all year long here in 2025. And boy, we went into the season expecting a lot of battles all over the course, and the 2025 season has definitely not disappointed. 13 points separate the top 3 drivers, 77 points out of the top 4. It's anybody's championship here in 2025, and the proving ground this weekend is Windsor, Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, we are coming close to the end of our season, so that's when these drivers are starting to say, hey, you know what, I'm running out of time. If I want to take that championship at the end of the year, I've got to do it right here in Windsor, Colorado for the Roar of the Rockies. So you're going to see these drivers put it all out onto the line. We saw that earlier just in qualifying, in fastest qualifying, because we saw them riding it to the very edge. I mean, you're seeing speeds of over 120 miles an hour. They're making it around this course in 30 seconds. I mean, that's moving.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we're seeing, 32, sub 33-second lap times by our top drivers here at Roar of the Rockies. So that means in that 17-minute plus one lap that our managing director, Tim Siebold, talked about, which is our final in the Formula One class tomorrow afternoon, it's going to be a knockdown drag out. They're going to be all over each other. No surprise. 52 of Chris Rinker bringing a new engine package here to Colorado. Why? One reason only. He's sitting top in the points, and he knows how much more difficult that 2.5-liter two-stroke package is versus the four-stroke. So when he got the new Moore about a month ago, made its way back in a container from France, he took the shrink wrap off the brand new boat and said, hey, boys, let's put the APX on. Let's get that thing dialed in, because where we're sitting now after Marble Falls, we need to make sure that we have a top performance in Colorado. And that's exactly the mission that he is on this weekend. He does not want to see anybody else with that checkered flag in hand except for that Mastercraft 52 of Chris Rinker.
Well, if you walk into the pits, you'll notice there is 3 boats sitting inside of that cockpit, or inside the pit area of the Rinkers. He's got what he calls the Diamond. He's got the Pearl, and what you see coming out on the course is the Eagle. So
that's the brand new one.
That's the brand new one to him. And you watched this yesterday, that we've seen it time and time again. He brings all 3 boats out, and he brings them out onto the course all day Friday for their test qualification, or for their testing, to figure out which one is going to work the best for this particular race site. You heard him even in the interview. He talked about how when we were at Port Neches, we're running on a river. Well, now he has to change everything up, his whole setup, because we're right here on a nice, even, I would call it just a perfect setting here in Windsor, Colorado, where the water conditions are ideal. So you got to figure he went and took everything that he had from the last couple races on our F1 Powerboat Championship Series, scratched them off the books, and started completely scratch. Took some notes from last year, but he took those notes and he said, okay, I've got a different boat, different setup, the altitude, the weather. We also have to think about the weather conditions that these drivers have had to deal with over the season. You and I have been to Marble Falls, we've been Texas, we've also been to Alton, Illinois, Port Neches, Texas. All 3 of those races were steaming hot when it comes to that.
Yes.
Right now we're sitting in a nice, cool Pacific Northwest weather, I would say. It's 70 degrees. So,
and I think our fans are very much enjoying it. And my brother lives here, resides in Denver, Colorado, and he said it's been quite warm up until this week.
I brought that,
and fall started to kind of set into the foothills of the Rocky Mountains up here at elevation. Things have started to cool down, and what a beautiful weekend we have for racing. I mean, we're talking, highs in the 70s, low humidity. You don't really get much humidity here in the foothills of the Rockies. You've got so much kind of prairie right in the flat stuff. It gets real dry out here in the high desert of Colorado. And so you're absolutely right. There's so many things that they have to change up about this. We look at rivers. You talked about the different racing conditions that our drivers have been put in. We talk about on rivers, when one driver goes through a corner on a river, because of the currents, for whatever reason, the holes that their wakes create in those corners stay there. And so that means that the drivers know where the hole's going to be from the driver in front of them when they go in the corner. Well, when you're on a beautifully protected lake, unlike a river with a current or even more than one current and undertow and all those things, those holes will move, right? So you may be going into a corner expecting a big hole from the wake created in the boat in front of you. Well, that wake has now drifted 3-4 feet because it doesn't have the current pulling against it. And so these guys are going to have to get into their minds, I don't have to worry about that hard water and those wakes that were in the corners from the boat in front of me. And that means that maybe they can drive them a little harder into the corners. Maybe they can stay on the gas and not what we call burp the motor, or just lay off the gas for a second to let the boat settle and set itself. You're going to see probably a lot more of foot to the floor the whole time. And then they're using both the in and out trim, right, just like we have in Formula Lights, that move the motor at an angle closer into the bottom of the boat or further away. But they've also got up and down trim so they can move the height of that motor about an inch. Why is that good? Well, in talking to Managing Director Tim Siebold, you like to move that motor up high on the start, especially here at altitude when you have such thin air. By moving that motor up, you don't have to kind of, when you're trying to get a boat up on plane, the hardest and slowest part is that first few feet, that right after you hit the gas pedal. And by moving that motor up, it allows them to get flatter and up on plane. Then they can move that motor down into a racing setup, and then from there, they're just on the in and out button, trimming that boat, picking the nose up out of the water, coming out of the corners, putting the trim in, setting the boat down so they can turn these things on rails as they pull 5+ G's in the corners, coming down from 120+ miles an hour down to maybe, only like 90, 100, 80. Really, they're staying pretty fast in the corners, but it allows them to really set that boat, turn it, and then head back the other way down the straightaway.
Well, and I've asked some of the drivers, we've talked about, how they personally maneuver their way through these courses and how they personally drive. What is their preference? Some drivers will like the boat to be able to be driven by that trim button. They're going to power through these corners by the trim button completely, keep it hammered down the whole way through. Other drivers will slightly feather off on the gas just enough to be able to bring that nose down, also using that trim at the same time. So that's what you'll see is some of these drivers as they come out of the corner, we'll notice that some of them kind of come out a little higher, some come out a little bit more flat. So, we always talk about RJ West coming out of the corner. We all know how he comes flying out of the corner. He hammers it down throughout the whole race and lets the trim drive him out of the corner, through the corners.
Absolutely, and that's, I think, where you'll see the skill level, right, from some of our younger drivers, rookies like or young drivers like the 29 of Jared Jensen, not as much time behind the wheel of a Formula One. He's maybe going to, again, do that burping, laying off the gas, because you have to live on the ragged edge.
Okay.
But getting to that ragged edge is hard because the one moment that you step over that line, it spells disaster.
Yes.
Barrel roll, blow over, spin out. Right, you make contact with another boat, put a hole in your boat. Those disastrous things can happen in a split second. And so the years behind the boat, behind the wheel, and in the cockpit, it gives them the ability to understand the minute changes they need to make to push just a little bit closer to that edge without going over. And that is that line that all these drivers are trying to live on. The question is, who's going to do it best here at 5,000 feet, a mile above sea level, here in the beautiful foothills of the Colorado Rockies in fantastic northern Colorado.
Well, and now we've got to think about another key factor in there. You were talking about veteran drivers. We do have a veteran driver that's out here on the course, but he's brand new to a boat, and we're talking about Johnny Fleming and the Fleming Manufacturer Racing in the number 9. He's going to be out there in the number 9. You can see him out making his way over to the dock. That's the driver we are talking about right there. Brand new boat to him. He's only had a couple test sessions out on the water, never been here at the altitude, but with this brand new boat, he's not learning how to drive this composite craft boat. He was talking to him yesterday, and I said, hey, how's the new boat feeling for you? And he looked at me and goes, it's fast. And I said, you looked great out there. Now we're going to have to see how he's going to do when he's out here in a competitive mind state. Yesterday was just testing. Today was just one boat out there in a time doing their qualifying laps. So now he's going to have to totally change his gear factor in his brain setting of okay, brand new boat to me. I've got to get comfortable with this. I've got to learn the trim. We did see, unfortunately, yesterday his airbag did pop open on him. We were talking about that earlier in one of our interviews.
That's that safety airbag that Tim Siebold was talking about, that the airbag pops up behind the driver, and the pucks in the back of the boat pop up and sink the back. Now, thankfully, his airbag came out, but it didn't deploy, which would have been much, much more catastrophic for the 9 of Johnny Fleming. But we saw him, brand new boat. He's right there in the top 5. I think he's going to be a surprising to a lot of the other competitors. Maybe it's just the 4-stroke. Maybe he's now in a newer generation of a boat that he was comfortable in, right? He's been running a composite craft for numerous years. He just got one that's now specifically designed for that 4-stroke package. Can he be the surprise on the weekend? We're going to have to find out. But what I'm really curious on is the dark horse, right? RJ West knows he's not in the points championship at all. He had to miss a few races in 2025 due to other commitments. And so he's coming out here just playing spoiler, right? He's like, listen, boys, you think you're going to come here and you're going to get up, you top drivers are going to be all over the podium. Well, hey, I am going to do as best as I can, throw the biggest monkey wrench possible into every single driver's plans here this weekend. And the problem is, is they know it's very possible that could come true.
Yes.
Because they all respect the skill and what the 93 of RJ West can do. I mean, his first year running with us, he was a Formula Lights driver, but he hadn't run with us before. He hadn't run with us in Formula One. He had been a Formula Lights driver for years and had dominated that class. Heck, Mark Schmierbach's probably super happy that RJ West moved up. But when he moved up, his first year, we have rules that state you have to compete in so many race weekends before you get rookie status removed. Rookie status means you go to the end of the dock no matter how you qualify, because we do that for safety purposes, because, again, we talked about those drivers don't have as much experience, and you get in those tight situations and you can't make the right split-second decision. You could end up on your head. You could put somebody else on their head, so we move in the end. Well, when RJ was a rookie, we called it #NotARookie because he was a rookie out there and putting a show on for everybody. I mean, he was finding himself in fighting for podium positions right out the gate. And so everybody knows that the 93 of RJ West is dangerous behind the wheel of a Formula One, and he's sitting second right now off the start pontoon behind the 17 of Dylan Anderson. We're going to have a doozy of an opening qualifying heat here in Formula One.
Yes, he is your 2024 Hall of Champions inductee, and it's not his first time being there, but he's got some tough competition because we know that Chris Rinker of the Rinker Boat World down in Houston, Texas is charging hard, but we saw it just a little bit ago where when we put Dylan Anderson right up there on the top, and he is going into this heat with the biggest confidence boost to be able to walk away with that huge lead.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see what's going to happen. Let's take a look at our starting lineup here for the opening qualifying heat in Formula One. On the pole, the man that went 4/100ths of a second faster than anybody else, that is our pole sitter out of Nashville, Tennessee, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson.
Right next to him in the 93 is RJ West. We just got done talking about him. He's brought to you by True Mark Homes here in Windsor, Colorado.
Absolutely. Third off the start pontoon, the man they call the real deal out of Spring, Texas, running for PCL Construction and Mastercraft Boats, the number 52 of Chris Rinker.
2024 gave him the top podium finish with that checkered flag out of Houma, Louisiana, Dustin Terry in the number 1.
Coming fifth off the start pontoon, there he is, the man out of Woodlands, Texas, running for Fleming Manufacturing, the number 9 of Johnny Fleming, also running for Davis Partnership Architects here locally at the Roar of the Rockies.
Your hometown hero right out of here, Windsor, Colorado, brings you Jared Jensen in the Island Make Marine, number 29.
Seventh off the start pontoon, the man from Santa Rosa Valley, California, running for Emerald Estates and Clover Construction, number 24, Spencer Love.
Doing double duty once again this weekend, young Grant Schubert. He's going to be coming out. He comes out of Richmond, Texas, driving for Captain Mark Seafood.
Ninth off the start pontoon, a very weird spot for this driver. He's third in points, but he's ninth off the start dock here in heat number 1, running for PCL Construction and Ray Bob Seasoning out of Richmond, Texas, the number 8 of Jeremiah. Get out of my way, Mayo.
Cannot miss this boat from all the way across the water. It's going to be that bright yellowish green and black. Jade Performance brings you the 99 of Travis Yates.
And rounding out the field here in 11th after a brutal fast lap qualifier. Saw him spin out twice in turn number 1, once on each lap. In 11th off the start pontoon, another half of that Chuck Skelton Racing team running for Hess Land here locally this weekend, the number 92 of Dean Comer.
Unfortunately, having some gearbox issues. It's going to be Kyle Maskell. He is our lone Canadian this weekend, right out of just north of Vancouver Island up there in the Pacific Northwest. Kyle Maskell driving for Maskell Collision along with GLH Construction.
Yeah, GHL Construction, a fantastic local sponsor here. But the 22 of Kyle Maskell, I always love saying it was Chilliwack, British Columbia. If you're watching, Mike, hey, your boy's going to put on a show for us here back home in Chilliwack, BC. He's watching from home as they win a skeleton crew making the long, arduous drive down from southwestern British Columbia all the way here to Colorado. But it looks like we've got them lined up on the start pontoon, and we are just moments away from our first qualifying heat here in Formula One. We're checking the race course, making sure everything is dialed in and ready to go before we go under starters orders. All right, here we go. Test flag coming up. Check out that big giant orange flag. These guys are going to come through the middle of the course, all the way down to the north end, around turns 3 and 4, and then they're going to cross the start-finish line for this 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Opening qualifying heat here in Formula One at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. Making sure all our drivers can see that test flag, and right now we are coming up on the 1-minute gun. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. That driver on the pole, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, shuts the lid of that Anderson Marine racing machine on the pole. The 17 of Dylan Anderson. Can he go wire to wire? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the dark horse of the Colorado Rockies, the Roar of the Rockies, the number 93 of RJ West, come off the dock like a rocket? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. That brand new APX on that back of that bright yellow Mastercraft PCL construction machine coming third. Can Chris Rinker take it? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will it be the 01 of Dustin Terry, your defending series champion, maybe the 24 of Spencer Love, or even the brand new composite craft and 4-stroke package of the 9 of Johnny Fleming? Let's see who's going to take heat 1. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag. Let's see who's going to get a good jump off the dock. No surprise there. The 93 of RJ West comes screaming off the start pontoon. What a fantastic jump there, Kay, by the number 93 of RJ West. Boy, the time behind that APX motor package seems like it's paying off here early. Let's see what's going to happen down the far end of the course.
As they make their way through that far end of the course, we're going to see 4 drivers go deep into that corner, and it looks like Chris Rinker, unfortunately, having some issues. Jeremiah Mayo gets real loose, spins out coming out of the turn. We have got boats flying all over the place trying to catch RJ West in the 93s. He comes screaming across the start-finish line.
As 93, RJ West gets a great jump there. Same with the 1 of Terry. How about this? The 17 of Dylan Anderson. Oh, no. The 93 of RJ West spins out down there between turns 1 and 2. K, we said that was going to be the dangerous spot for the APXs here. We've got a red flag on the course. Red flag on the course. Boy, it has been crazy and wild here on the opening lap. We saw the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo spin out down the north end of the course. Now we got a red flag our start. We didn't even get one lap in because our leader, the 93 RJ West, moved. He crossed that line. He went over the edge, and he almost ended up on his head down here between turns 1 and 2. Exactly what happened to his teammate. That turn 1 for the 4-stroke is going to be brutal this weekend for those APX 4.6-liter V8 motor packages.
We saw that yesterday, just even on the first lap of the testing session. We saw Jeremiah almost did the same exact thing. I don't know, race fans, that was pretty close because these guys were charging hard down that front stretch. You got to remember, by the time they got down to turn 1, they were seeing over 100 miles an hour. He spun out. Dustin Terry just had that quick reaction to jump on the outside. I mean, they were almost nose to nose as they came through that corner. That was very lucky to see. We're going to have to do a restart on this heat, but we're going to see, it looks like Chris might be coming in. He got a little loose. But you know who just got the lucky card? That's going to be Chris because he had a hard start on that first turn, along with Jeremiah Mayo, as they both spun out almost. And it looks like we've got somebody.
We might have some damage
pits
there on the 52 of Chris Rinker. Looks like there might have been maybe some propeller blades that carved through the outside deck on the 52 of Chris Rinker. Oh, no, and the 9 of Johnny Fleming is sinking out there. What happened to the 9 of Johnny Fleming? Did he get together with the 52 of Chris Rinker? There was so much spray down there that it was hard to tell, but can this kid get a break?
Oh, God,
I mean, it seems like every time something happens, even if it wasn't his fault, he ends up getting caught up in it. And now before he can even get one lap in qualifying in his brand new boat, we see that thing on the trailer sinking quickly. Smart move there by the 9 of Johnny Fleming, getting that thing back to the trailer as soon as possible. But, God, that's got to be frustrating for the young driver out of Woodlands, Texas.
Each one of our drivers does have radio communication with radio personnel here on the beach, so I can guarantee that he was already feeling it starting to sink down. He could feel the water starting to come inside of the cockpit, and he screamed to his crew. He said, get the trailer, we're going down. And you can see right now, as we're watching on the camera, he is very frustrated.
You know, he is very upset, as anybody would be. You bring your brand new boat out the first lap of the opening qualifying heat, and it looks like he might have gotten together with somebody. I mean, we saw marks on the 52 of Rinker. We saw that whole melee down there with the 8 of Mayo having a cut into the inside of the course. I don't really know yet what happened down there, but boy, it's unfortunate that the 9 of Johnny Fleming was on the bad side of everything that went down there, and they're so far away down at the north end of the course, and there's so much spray we really couldn't see it. But, boy, it looks like the 52 of Chris Rinker, he's staying in the boat. The boat is floating, so even if he might have sustained a little bit of damage, it looks like it may be on the top of the deck. That could be the saving grace here to allow him to continue to run in qualifying heat number 1 versus having to go to the trailer like the 9 of Johnny Fleming.
Yeah, it's been one heck of a day already. We've just seen so much action here out on the water with all three of our different styles of racing, and it's just been, I'm just hoping that we can just run these gremlins out of the course, because it's an unfortunate thing for Fleming that he unfortunately had those issues. But, like I said, we're seeing right here on the screen then the number 8 of Ray Bob's. That's going to be Jeremiah Mayo. We saw it right off the bat. He spun out yesterday during testing. He spun out. He just could not get this course figured out yesterday and today.
And again, you've got thinner air, right? So not only do you have to push the boat further to get the lift out of the water, you also don't have as much air to grab and to push out from under the tunnel and really allow the boat to set. The boat is not going to set super hard, so that means you're going to have to set it even harder here at elevation, and that clearly has thrown some of the drivers. We're looking to see if we can't get some replay footage of what happened down there, but definitely looks like either the 8 of Mayo caused the 52 of Rinker, because you saw when Mayo spun, Rinker had to move out of the way. He may have collided with the 9 of Johnny Fleming, and if Fleming possibly came down on top of his deck, that would put damage on the underside of the 9 of Fleming as well as on the top of the 52 of Rinker. That seems to me like what happened down there, and again, we're working to see if we can't get some zoomed-in replay footage to better understand what happened out there, but a very unfortunate turn of events for the 9 of Johnny Fleming, as they're still working tirelessly to try to get that boat on the trailer and get it out of the water so they can at least just assess the damage and what's happened to the number 9.
Well, you were just talking about all of the water that was flying all over the place with drivers spinning out, trying to, maneuver through the rest of that field, because we have 4 deep coming into that corner. As a driver myself, I've been in that situation, and the only thing you're seeing is water coming right at your windshield. It's like driving down the freeway. Sorry.
Absolutely it is. Now we're looking here on the start pontoon. Looks like the team of the 52 of Chris Rinker is working with a boat racer's best friend when something happens, and that is a lovely roll of duct tape. There's his yellow in color to match the boat.
It's pretty much in every boat racer and crew member's stocking for Christmas every year. I know I got it every year as a driver. It was like, you had to have the duct tape. It is a key factor other than the prop, and but it is like that is the big reminder.
It's helpful to it's very helpful to allow you to continue to race. You can see they're working very quickly to try to get that in. Why do they need to put that on there? Now, that's on the right side of his boat. The drivers are always more concerned if there's damage on the left side of their boat, because we turn left, right? We don't really turn right that often. However, if he's going to be out there racing, going side by side with people, there's going to be spray and water, and he can't allow any water inside that boat because that extra weight, right? What is 1 gallon of water weighs 8 pounds?
Yes.
Something like that, 8.5 pounds. You just get 1 gallon of water in that thing, and an additional 8.5 pounds above our minimum weight, which is where all these guys are trying to hit, right? Every driver, when they get out of the water, they want to hit the scale and weigh 1,175.1 pounds. They don't want that. They want to get it as tight as possible, because in tunnel boat racing, and really all boat racing, weight is a big deal, because you have the drivers in the front, your power's way in the back. You've got to deal with all the drag that gets created by water. So if you add more water, that's going to sink your boat lower in the water table, means that you are going to have to fight more and more drag, and it's going to be so much harder to lift that boat out of the water. We can see they're like got duct tape all over the side of that 52 of Chris Rinker and that Mastercraft PCL construction machine. But man, I feel absolutely terrible for the 9 of Johnny Fleming.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate thing to see, but we know we've talked about this time and time again. When it comes to boat racing, if one driver is having issues, boat problems, motor problems, or any kind of an issue in their pits, you will see 4 to 5 other teams all make their way over to the pits to go and help them out. And you can see this right now. We're seeing it on the screen. We're seeing Liquid Revolutions over there, Clover Construction. I see Chuck Skelton Racing Team over there. There's 4 to 5 other teams over there saying, hey, we got this. We can get this boat back on the water. And right now we're
it might be a long night for the 9 of Fleming and their team, but we're going to have to take a look at it. It doesn't hurt that he's got his own boat builder. Yeah, you can see there's definitely some damage to the back left sponson, and I have a feeling that when Rinker went right, he was coming down, he was setting it down out of the corner, and he just came right on top, and if he had nowhere to go, he had nowhere to go. I don't think this is necessarily something that is either driver's fault, right? It's an accident. It's a racing incident. These things happen. So many things happening at a split second that they got to make decisions on.
All right, we're going to go ahead and change this starting procedure up because now they're no longer, as you can tell, lining up on the dock. So, Thomas, bring us through how we are doing our
Absolutely.
restart.
So after our first start in any Formula One race, if we have any incidents or stoppage, we go from a modified Le Mans start to a rolling 2x2 start, and that's what we're going to do right now. And it looks like the 17 of Dylan Anderson, because we didn't complete a lap, the 17 of Dylan Anderson is out in front, but the 93 of RJ West has to go to the back. And here we go. We're under green flag racing. The 17 of Dylan Anderson looks like he's going to get he had the best experience out of all that because he had a terrible start off the dock. Now he got to start back on the pole, and here he is out in front with the 52 of Chris Rinker and the 1 of Dustin Terry out in front pushing hard with the 93 of RJ West all the way back in 11th.
And you have to keep in mind, race fans, that now Chris Rinker has that mindset right now. My boat is damaged. I have to be careful of what I do out here, but we all know Chris Rinker's driving, and it's going to be affected right there as he jumps on the inside of Dylan Anderson.
What happened down there? Boy,
idea.
It is getting rough down there. The 17 of Dylan Anderson almost lost it down in turn number 4, and Chris Rinker is now all over him down on his inside as they go 115, 120 miles an hour down into turn number 1.
A great run by Dylan Anderson as he was able to take back that lead position, but he's doing it from the outside lane. Chris is on his inside, followed by the number 1 of Dustin Terry. We got a great race going for 3rd and 4th, and here comes Spencer Love, Clover Construction, another man on the mission as he's sitting in 4th place.
And look at the 17 of Dylan Anderson pushing hard now. He forces the 52 of Rinker to go wide to the outside. Look at how rough it's getting down there on the north end of the course. That must be the shallower end of the lake. It is getting brutally rough down there on the north end of the course, and they are going to have to be very cognizant of that through the rest of this 8 minutes plus 1 lap opening qualifying heat here in Formula One.
We've talked about it a couple times over now about how turn 1 seems to be what we were going to keep an eye on. But after watching this with the F1s, we're going to have to keep an eye on turn 2. Because
watch out there. Jeremiah Mayo just cut off the 29 of Jared Jensen and just washed him down there in turn number 2 as we go overhead with the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo in that Ray Bob's seasoning PCL construction machine. But now we cut back to our leader. The 17 of Dylan Anderson looks like he started to settle things down. He started to figure out how you get through that corner. I think that shows us a lot more about what caused things down there to happen, because that corner is so much rougher than any of us expected as we've got this battle. 2.42 seconds is Rinker behind the 17 of Dylan Anderson, and those APXs going 1, 2, 3 here so far in the opening qualifying heat.
A great run still by Dylan Anderson with just a slight lead over Chris Rinker, and we're going to see Chris Rinker of the Mastercraft try and dive on the inside as we got a great footage going right now where you can see all of the water or the air that's being packed underneath these boats as they fly across the water, and you can see Dylan barely has anything but that prop hanging inside the water.
Absolutely, they are dancing. You can see more of the damage on the right sponsor, that 52 of Chris Rinker. He's got to hang on for dear life and hope that no water starts piling into that right sponsor, because he's got the 01 of Dustin Terry, your defending series champion, coming up and closing hard here as we are just about to the halfway point. 4 minutes 34 seconds plus 1 lap, and what a great turn there by the 17 of Dylan Anderson coming out of turn number 4, laying the nose back down and flying down the front stretch across the start finish line. One more lap down for our leader, trying to extend that 2.5 second lead. No, it's down to 2.28 over the 52 of Chris Rinker. I have a feeling these two are going to be all over each other for the rest of this qualifying heat, Kay.
And you can tell this water is getting real ragged as now we're going to see Dylan Anderson starting to make his way up to back traffic of Kyle Maskell in the number 22. Now we're going to start to see as that gap starts to get very, very close between our leader, Dylan Anderson at the Anderson Marine, and the all-yellow Mastercraft of Chris Rinker sitting in 2nd place. This is going to be one heck of a race as they start to make their way to back traffic and have to maneuver around Kyle Maskell. Kyle goes a little bit wide. He's going to give them that inside lane, but look what Chris Rinker just powered through and just captured a couple more tenths of a second just in
Absolutely,
that turn
down to 1.465 second lead for the 17 of Dylan Anderson over the 52 of Chris Rinker. Then Dustin Terry just 7 seconds behind him as well. So we got a tight battle between our top drivers, and you're right, Kay. Getting behind some of the back markers isn't easy. Maskell does move out of the way, but that's exactly what the 52 of Chris Rinker wants. When you're trying to hunt somebody down, you want them to have to get by those back markers, because the back marker will finally move over once the leader gets to them. But when that second place or chasing boat gets there, that back marker's already out of the way, so they've got more room to find clean lanes of water.
Well, another factor we have to think about now is back traffic does not have to give way to the leading boats. We're seeing it happen right now as Yates decides, I'm going to hold on to that inside lane, pushing Dylan Anderson to the outside. And that's going to make it so that Chris Rinker possibly has that chance to dive on the inside, but he chooses to stay on the outside looking for the cleanest water, as this water is getting ragged right now.
Absolutely. I guarantee you, as soon as his radio man, who's so important for these drivers, saw that Yates was going to the inside, he's like, hey, stay outside both corners. You're not going to have any clean water to the inside, because he's been running outside, and then when Dylan goes wide, he's diving back underneath him. Yates didn't allow him to do it there on that lap with 2 minutes and 24 seconds plus 1 lap remaining, still under 2 seconds between our top two drivers. And how about this, the 93 of RJ West already up into 6th position. He is running hard out there trying to get back after causing the restart and having to go to the back of the pack here on the opening lap.
But he's running out of time as we're just 2 minutes remaining in this first qualifying heat of our F100 F1s. And, we're going to see as RJ West tries to maneuver his way out of turn number 2. This is what we were talking about, how he flies it to the ragged edge. He's trying to chase down the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo and the Ray Bobs as they start to dive their way into turn number 2. But back to our leaders, they're still battling it out as they come out of turn number 2 and 3. Our leader in the all blue, number 17, Anderson of Dylan Anderson Marine.
Absolutely. You know what's happened? What happened to the one of Dustin Terry? He was in 3rd at one point, and now he's all the way back into 6th. Something's got to be going on with that 01 StoryPath Creative sponsored machine, because he's all the way back in 6th, just trying to hang on to that position as well. But the one person who's not hanging on to anything, he's driving it like a pro out in front, is the 17 of Dylan Anderson. There's we see the 22 of Maskell now looking to try to stay behind or in front of the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. But how about the 2.5 liters of Grant Schubert and Jeremiah Mayo sitting in 3rd and 4th? What a great run for that 2.5 liter 2-stroke package here in the opening qualifying heat.
It's a great race still, but it's starting to get a bigger gap between our leader of the Anderson Marine and the number 17 and Chris Rinker as they dive out of turn number 1 and 2, make their way down the backstretch, and they're going to make it way down there. Speeds at over 120 miles an hour as these drivers are strapped inside of these 17-foot F1s.
Absolutely, is our leader, the 17, Dylan Anderson here, 36 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. Looks like he might get one more lap before the white flag. I don't know. We're going to see. Nope. Looks like the call was made by Chief Referee Doug Ray. The white flag goes out. Green flag comes down. Go fast. Turn left just 4 more times for the driver out of Nashville, Tennessee. Running for Anderson Marine and Excess Batteries as he pushes it down into turn number 1. Sweeping it well out of 1. Done a great job of holding this 52 of Chris Rinker at bay. Now comes out of turn number 2. He's on the final lap as he walks it down the back straightaway. Trying to go wire to wire from pole. He got super lucky after a brutal start. But on that restart, he was able to come out like a rocket. And now he comes off at turn number 3. Going wide off at turn number 4. He sets it off at turn 4. Ladies and gentlemen, taking your opening qualifying heat here in Formula One out of Nashville, Tennessee, number 17, Dylan Anderson.
Followed by our Houston, Texas on that bright yellow Mastercraft, the number 52 of Chris Rinker.
And now coming down the front straightaway, it looks like, ladies and gentlemen, your 3rd place finisher. What a fantastic run by the young driver out of Richmond, Texas, running for Captain Marks, number 13, Grant Schubert.
Sitting in number 4 from the back of the pack. It took him the whole race, but he was sitting in 4th place. Is going to be RJ West of Composite Craft Racing.
Absolutely. Then in rounding out the top 5, he lost a couple of steps there in the last few laps, but rounding out the top 5, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. What a fantastic run it was there for the 17 of Dylan Anderson. It was terrible for the 9 of Johnny Fleming. It didn't go horribly, but it could have gone better for the 52 of Chris Rinker. Let's take a look at our full field results here at the opening qualifying heat. Again, your wire-to-wire winner, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, 2.39 seconds behind him. In second place was the 52 of Chris Rinker. And then how about that run by the 13 of Grant Schubert? Apparently, we need to make sure that he is dressed up in a mime costume at every race weekend. I have not seen that driver that fast yet this season. He was absolutely boogieing. And then there's the 93 RJ West. He caused a stoppage. What happens when you do that? You get penalized. Now, you used to have to serve that penalty after the race. Now, we allow you to go to the back of the start dock. So on that rolling start, the 93 of RJ West had to go all the way back to 11th place and he was able to run it all the way up into the top 4. 17 seconds off the lead. What a fantastic run. Watch out for him the rest of this weekend. Then in 5th, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. In 6th, he fell way back. The 1 of Dustin Terry. He started in the top 3. He finished in 6th. 7th, the 29 of Jared Jensen. He almost even didn't finish the race because him and Jeremiah Mayo almost destroyed one another down in turn number 1. Then in 8th, the 92 of Dean Comer. In 9th, the 22 of Kyle Maskell, running that Maskell's Collision and Glass GHL construction machine. And then in 11th position, the number 24 of Spencer Love. I don't know what happened to Spencer Love. He was running fine to start. He really started to fall off as they went through the race, and then unfortunately the number 9 at Johnny Fleming, after colliding with the 52 of Chris Rinker in a crazy, chaotic racing incident down the north end of the course. He had to put it on the trailer, and hopefully his weekend isn't ruined here for 2025 Roar of the Rockies. But what a great run it was there for the 17 of Dylan Anderson, and we're just going to hopefully here in just a moment have a chance to chat with the young driver out of Nashville and get his take on maybe how lucky he was here in qualifying heat number 1, as that might have been one of the worst starts he's had in a very long time, but he was able to get back out in front because we didn't complete one lap, so we had to go back to the original starting grid order, and that was exactly what he was hoping for and what saved him from what otherwise could have been a pretty rough opening qualifying heat, considering he started on the pole. Let's take a look quickly before we have a chance to chat with our driver. What does the rest of the race afternoon look like? Coming up next, we've got some more sweet jumps and tricks by the great J.B. O'Neill, brought to you by Island Lake Marine and Centurion Boats. He's going to be out ripping the wakeboard, flipping and gyrating to heights that I have never personally seen before. Again, I haven't seen a ton of wakeboarding, but super impressed with J.B. O'Neill and what he's bringing to this fantastic show this weekend. And then we've got the Formula Lights coming back out on the water, followed by our final heat of Formula One, and then rounding out the day, the Texas Tri-Hulls. But for now, let's chat with that wire-to-wire winner, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, as he's with our Kay Myers. Kay?
Dylan, we got to talk about that start, the beginning, the first start. I mean, give us your perspective and a driver's perspective of what happened.
Yeah, I mean, RJ got a really good jump on the start, had some really good mid-range right off the beach, beat me to the commitment and took his lane 1. Wasn't nothing there on the buoy, so, I mean, I just had to back off and go through the wake just because the boat wouldn't set. You can't set directly on somebody, and skipped out a little bit and was right up on Dustin Terry. I have no idea what was going on after those guys, but I'm sure it was pretty hairy.
That turn 2 turn 3 and 4 we've now determined is probably most hectic turn. You jumped out of the water a few times. How were you able to control that boat through that turn 3 and 4?
Well, I mean, after the restart, we left some pretty serious rollers from us taking off, and that's what was going on down there in 3 and 4. And, I mean, honestly, it was kind of like holding on to a buck and bull. It was pretty aggressive down there.
Well, I got to pass by your dad on the way down here from the start-finish line, and he was all smiles. You've got a great team with a lot of sponsors to thank.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the team is awesome. Couldn't ask for better guys. They do a really, really good job. Anderson Marine obviously gets us here and takes care of a lot of stuff for us. Elite Direct Finance, they make it possible financially. They get whatever you need. Low Car Performance, XS Power Batteries, C2 Machine. Then you've also got our local sponsor, American Legend Homes. And, man, I'm sure there's some others I'm leaving off, but thanks, everybody that helps us get here.
Well, congratulations. You started your day off with being the fastest qualifier. Now you've got the first heat in the books. Checkered flag belongs to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, that is the 17 of Dylan Anderson, the lucky dog, if you can call the man coming from the pole the lucky dog here in qualifying heat number 1 on that restart. He got a second chance, and he took full advantage of it. He laid the hammer down on that APX 4.6-liter V8 Mercury motor, and he was absolutely flying from there on out. And speaking of that Mercury motor, don't forget to swing by the Mercury Racing Experience. Mercury Racing, live life wide open. They've got some very cool cross sections of the 300, 400, and 500R racing machines on some of our larger offshore boats. And what a fantastic experience it is. Oh, no. We've got the T-shirt cannon out there, and it looks like we had a fail on attempt number 1, as looks like we've donated one of the Roar of the Rockies shirts to Pelican Lakes here as it fell in right there by the start-finish line. We're going to see if we can't get our T-shirt cannon to fire some fantastic stuff over to our great fans here at Roar of the Rockies 2025. We're going to get JB O'Neill back out here on the Centurion boat, ripping around on wakeboards, and then we're going to be back with more racing in Formula Lights, Formula One, and Texas Tri-Hall right after a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back after this. Roar of the Rockies 2025 brought to you by Pepsi Zero. The Pepsi Challenge is back for its 50th anniversary here in 2025, this time proving that Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better and is more refreshing than Coke Zero Sugar. The Taste Tour 2025 is on, and Zero never tasted so good.
Racing Communications. They're radios for racing.
A fantastic title sponsor here in 2025 at Roar of the Rockies, TST Incorporated Consulting Engineers. Operating in northern Colorado for more than 40 years, TST is a professional team of talented individuals who believe in collaboration and turning ideas into constructed reality. Through decades of project experience in both the public and private sectors, they are able to understand the concerns of the community as well as developers. TST turns their clients' vision into reality by providing value-added engineering solutions, being experts in community design and development, as well as specializing in complex projects where innovative solutions are key to the project's success. Mercury Racing, proud to introduce the Apex platform of engines and the 250 APX competition outboard to Formula One Powerboat Championship Racing. This new 4.6-liter V8 model offers added torque and acceleration to take race teams to the next level. Let's welcome Mercury Racing 250 APX to the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We'd like to give a big thank you to some fantastic sponsors here at Roar of the Rockies 2025. Ram Waste, Ready Ice, the Rogers Group, Sukup Bush, Southern Distribution, The Great Outdoors RV, the Water Valley Company, and our ticket platform for Roar of the Rockies, Tixer. All right, and we're back here with more racing action coming up shortly with Formula Lights back out on the water. And it's going to be tricky for a couple of our drivers because, boy, I think Spencer Love is going to be absolutely gassed. And he's going to go, I don't know how these guys do two classes because he went from a Formula Light. He went from a Formula One. He had to hop into a Formula Light. He got a break for one tri-hull heat. Then he had to get back into Formula One. Now he's got to go get back into Formula Light. It is going to be a long weekend for the one of Spencer Love, as well as a few of our other drivers pulling double duty here this weekend.
Well, I've raced against him for years when we were talking about racing against Spencer Love, and he started in his career with the outboard kneel down category, and that's what he did back then. He'd rump from one boat to another to another to another. And so he's kind of used to it, but he is a few years older.
He hasn't done it in a long time, though. Let's be honest. Running 4 different classes of stock outboard kneel down when you're 20, 19, 23 is a heck of a lot easier than when you're in your mid-40s. Okay, let's be honest.
I will tell you firsthand because I was lucky enough to get back into the boat just 2 weeks ago. And I'll tell you, even after the second heat, I was like, how did I do that? I mean, it's only been a couple years since I've been on the boat, and it was just, it beat me up. But I was like, you know what? Sunday's coming around. I'm going to back out and have some more fun.
Absolutely. You know, again, it's tough, it's taxing, but it's fun.
It is a lot of fun.
And that's what really anybody who has a love for anything will push themselves to boundaries maybe they didn't even know that they were able to, push past boundaries that they had because they love it so much. But we've definitely seen more than one driver just absolutely exhausted in the pits after a long day. The only benefit they have here is it's not 90-plus degrees like we see most season.
And if you want to get inside of one of these cockpits and maybe even want to be a driver yourself, make sure you go down into the pits after racing this afternoon and talk to these drivers and ask, hey, how can I get involved with racing? How can I be maybe in 2026 be here and be inside the cockpit where my name and my sponsor is being talked about? Our drivers and our crews and our owners are down there with open arms. I watched it all day yesterday as some of our race fans walked through the pits, and these drivers were signing T-shirts, handing out hero cards, getting these
the fans inside the cockpit, putting the helmet on them so they could understand what it feels like to wear these helmets and, that little bit of sight that they're able to see. And it's so fun. We love the interaction with our race fans. I mean, we just saw the shirts being tossed out. Later on this afternoon, we have the autograph session where we're down there at the entrance of the pits. But the best blessed thing is that you can walk through the pits. And how many sporting events have you gone to, Thomas, where you could just walk through the pits and talk to these drivers and see these boats and see these animals?
Yeah, I think the only other type of motorsports that I can recall that allow you in the pits are the great folks at the NHRA. And, boy, they've made a recent big impact in powerboat racing on the drag racing series, the NHRA. Not the NHRA, but the National Hot Rod Association. The NHRA just acquired the Southern Drag Boat Association, so they're going to start running drag boat racing under the NHRA banner, and that's a big deal for that division of powerboat racing. So if anybody from the great likes of NASCAR are out there, if you'd love for us to come run with you, I don't know, there's a lake at Daytona. We would love to be a part of those folks, but we do some fantastic things here on our own. It's such a unique experience. This is not something that people are used to seeing, and we love the fact that we get to show them this unique, dynamic sport every race weekend when we come to a fantastic community like Windsor, Colorado.
And we do offer different styles of racing. I mean, we've already seen 3 different styles of racing just right here at the Roar of the Rockies. And that's the other great factor that we bring in with the F1 Powerboat Series is, if you say, I don't want to go 120 miles an hour, I'm just it's a little fast for me. I'm going to stick maybe with the 80 miles an hour in the F1. Or you know what, if you sit there and you have like this bad day at work and you're like, I'm going to go take a tri-haul out and go bump some boats with somebody. I mean, you've got all
anger management therapy, right?
Yes, exactly. So lots of different key factors when it comes to the F1 Powerboat Series. Right now we got the Formula Lights that are getting ready to head out onto the course. This is basically our step-in program for the OPC category.
What is OPC? Outboard Performance Craft. We have multiple divisions of the American Powerboat Association. You've got offshore, you've got OPC, you've got pro, you've got inboard, you've got stock outboard. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go to the APBA website, right? If you want to learn a lot more about our 3 classes that we run, go to F1PowerboatChampionship.com.
Which is a great resource for our race fans to go to because it shows some of our previous races that we've had. Port Neches, Texas. We had we're here in Windsor, Colorado. We've gone to we went to Alton, Illinois. We've gone to so many different races all across the United States. It also gives you the point standings and it gives you all kinds of driver bios, so you can basically start to relate to these drivers on one-on-one impact.
Absolutely. And speaking of that, here for the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, we've got Vote for Your Favorite Driver in Formula One. So if you're watching our YouTube channel, wherever you are across the world, first of all, thank you so much for joining us here on Saturday's qualifying. But there's a QR code on the YouTube link right now. Take a picture with your phone, right, and make sure you go to F1 Powerboat. It'll redirect you to F1PowerboatChampionship.com where you can vote for your favorite driver. I checked it this morning. Out in front, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, just ahead of the 17 of Dylan Anderson for the fan favorite driver so far. But we've got voting open all weekend long up until the main event. So make sure you cast your votes. Make sure you pick your favorite Formula One driver on the F1 Powerboat Championship page. If you're watching YouTube, snap that picture of the QR code. It'll redirect you right there and vote for your favorite Formula One driver.
You know what's the best part is last night when we were all hanging out drivers and we were auctioning off drivers and stuff, everybody was sitting there with their phones and they were all watching the points and watching the votes go up and down. And it was almost like they were like, they race here on the course, but it was almost like a race between these drivers saying, and they're reaching out to all their friends and they're spreading it and sharing it all across social media. So make sure that you share that you were here for the Roar of the Rockies 2025 F1 Powerboat Championship. Take lots of pictures. Take pictures with your family, your friends. Take pictures of the boats. Make sure you hashtag those at F1 Powerboat Championship.
Absolutely. All right, we've got hot laps in the books here for the second and final qualifying heat on Saturday for the Formula Lights class. And we're going to do something that you don't typically see in motorsports. I call it, we flip that script. First goes to worst, and worst goes to first. So you're going to see the 12 of Shelby Love get shuffled back the start pontoon. versus some of the other drivers. Now, we do have a couple of drivers that are rookies here in 2025, so they'll have to stay at the back of the start pontoon. The reverse order of finish does not apply to them, but this is going to give the 35 of Mark Schmierbach that inside lane on the number 12 of Shelby Love. And he's going to have the 66 of Randy Parch all over him. The 60 of Brandon Bobolick is going to be ahead of them. So watch out for the 60 of Bobolick and the 66 of Parch. If they can get a good start and get out in front, find some clean water, this might be the most difficult qualifying heat so far for the likes of Shelby Love and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
And she's had that challenge before, weekend after weekend where we do the flip the script, and she has just been able to calm herself inside the cockpit and say, you know what, just drive a clean, smooth race, and that puts her back up on the top of the podium. But this weekend is one of our larger fleet of our F-Lights that we have out here, so she's got a lot of work to do if she's going to be able to make herself up there on that top podium for this heat.
But she has proven that it doesn't matter the challenge you throw in front of that young woman. She rises to the occasion and always seems to be ready to pounce when it's needed. She's snatched victory away from one of her competitors not once, but twice on the final lap of the main events here in the 2025 race calendar. So I think that's given her a level of confidence that allows her, no matter the situation, no matter the roadblocks or the challenges that are put in front of her, she is now comfortable finding ways to overcome those barriers, overcome those roadblocks, and that is why she is in such a great position to possibly be the number one Formula Lights driver on our series and in all of the APBA here in 2025.
As we look out onto the water right now, we've got a great coverage from our YouTube channel of F1 Powerboat Racing, and we're going to see that white and pink boat. That's her dad. That would be Spencer Love out of Santa Rosa, California, doing double duty. We just talked about that. Owner of Clover Construction down there over on the west side of the states, I guess you could say. We talked about on the west. We're on the west side. I went down there and I asked his crew members on that last heat, I said, what happened to Spencer? Why didn't he get off the dock? And they're like, dude, he has been fighting motor issues all weekend long. Blew up a motor yesterday, able to get it put it back together. He's got Billy in there, he's got Troy, he's got a great team over there that were able to help him out. So they think they might have it figured out for this next heat. So that's going to be one to keep an eye out. That's going to be the number one is Spencer Love of Clover Construction.
Absolutely. He's got that bright pink nose on the white Moore-built hull. So that's the first Formula Light that comes from the Moore factory out of France. That boat originally was designed to run in a class they run over in Europe due to motor restrictions and green initiatives that have been brought on by the European Union. They have had to step away from the two-stroke in the smaller class. They put a much heavier four-stroke, and that's where these boats came from. And what we found over trial and error is by acquiring some of those hulls that were set up for those four-stroke, they actually work fantastic with the two-cylinder OMC SST 45 or Formula Light motor package that we run here in the States. And what he loved about it is look at all the safety features that are built into that Moore Formula Light, right? It's got the halo, it's got a fully enclosed cockpit that's got structural cockpit around the halo and the head portion of the driver. So it's a very safe boat, and it's very light. They had to make them so light over in Europe because of such a heavy motor on the back. They needed to lighten the boat to balance out the performance. Here, we're finding that we brought a few of these boats over, and they have to add so much weight to them just to make minimum weight here in Formula Lights, but they have also been very, very fast.
Exactly, and you were talking about adding weight, and we talked about this earlier today about adding weight to these boats. Weight distribution is a very key factor when it comes to each one of these boats. We're going to the perfect example. Spencer Love is about 160 pounds, I think is what he
190.
said. 190. Whew. He's on a diet. And then right next to him, he's got his daughter who may be soaking wet as maybe 110 pounds. That is a big, big advantage that she has. She can add weight wherever she wants onto that boat.
And that's
to make
the key.
That is huge because right now, with this altitude, they're going to want to put the weight in different spots than they would when they were lower altitudes versus a river race. So that's one thing that she's got in a very big advantage on her side is just her small small frame, she's able to add weight in different spots.
Absolutely. It looks like, unfortunately, the sinking issues after spinning out down there in the north end of the course in qualifying Heat 1's got the 0-1 of Jake McKee, the Redlands, California native, back in the pits here for qualifying Heat number 2, so he's going to have to sit out. That's got to be frustrating for a young driver who came a long way. Coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. He's on pole here because he struggled in qualifying Heat number 1. Can he use that pole position to his advantage? The number 1 of Spencer Love. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. And then to his right is the other half of the Pizza Inn Racing team out of Crosby, Texas, the number 60 of Brandon Bobolick. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. And then it's the Liquid Revolutions, number 66 of Randy Parch out of Port Charlotte, Florida, coming third off the start pontoon. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then it's the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, the 12 of Shelby Love, your winner from Heat 1, the 6 of J.B. Jensen, and the 2 of Jack Schubert. Let's see who's going to take Heat number 2. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag after a long wait. Nobody jumped. Great jump off the dock there by the 66 of Randy Parch. And the 35 of Mark Schmierbach pulls away from the 12 of Shelby Love. It looks like the only thing she hasn't figured out is those starts at altitude, Kay.
You know, and right smack dab in the middle of that cluster of 3 boats is going to be Brandon Bobolick of the Pizza Inn Foot Doctor in the number 60 out of Crosby, Texas. He is going to have to battle his way through this first turn. On his inside is Spencer Love. And look at the 35 of Mark Schmierbach as he goes way wide, but he's going to keep the RPMs up as they go 4 deep, coming down to the start line.
As they come out of turn number 4 on the inside lane, there's the 1 of Spencer Love, but the 35 of Mark Schmierbach found some top-end speed, and he's got that clean water, pushing hard, and there comes the 12 of Shelby Love right behind him. She's going to have to track him down, though, here in qualifying Heat number 2, and look at the 60 of Brandon Bobolick come flying between the 1 of Love and the 66 of Randy Parch as we come down into turn number 1 to start lap 1 here on this 6-minute plus 1 lap, second qualifying Heat here in Formula Lights. The 24 Shelby Love, she goes wide to the outside. Oh no, the 1 of Spencer Love way down on power coming through turns 1 and 2. I don't know if the setup is right dialed in. It looks like he really had to back off there in the corner, Kay.
Like I said, he has now been arriving inside of one of the cockpits of these Formula Ones. This is a brand new boat to him, so he's still trying to get it figured out, but he does a great job coming out of turn 3 and 4. He's right on the outside hip of the 66 of Randy Parch out of Port Charlotte, Florida.
There's the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, the man out in front, 2.08 seconds ahead of the 12 of Shelby Love. They went 1-2 in qualifying Heat number 1, and they find themselves 1-2, just flip the order here in qualifying Heat number 2 as the 35 of Schmierbach comes off of turn 4 and looking to expand that lead over the 12 of Shelby Love as we're here, 4 minutes, 31 seconds, plus 1 lap remaining, 2.9 seconds now, so he's starting to grow that lead. But you know as I do, Kay, when you put Mark Schmierbach in clean water, he is almost impossible to get around.
Exactly. He's starting to stretch that lead out lap by lap over Shelby Love sitting in second place. But we've got a great battle for third, fourth, and fifth. You're going to see Bobolick in the number 60 trying to battle off Randy Parch of the Liquid Revolutions in the 66, followed by the number 1 of Spencer Love, Clover Construction, as they make their way into turn 3 and 4. Randy Parch gets real loose as he tries to maneuver his way and tried to hug the buoys, trying to jump on the inside of Bobolick in the number 60.
I'm surprised that the 66 of Parch there didn't go down to the inside. Bobolick left him 3 lanes. I figured he would go short way around the course, but he's trying to find the clean water, stays to the outside hip, now jumps down to the inside, washing up the inside lane for the 1 of Spencer Love down there at the south end of the course between turns 1 and 2. Now here comes the 35 of Mark Schmierbach off of turn number 4 trying to get by, and he does get by the 6 of J.B. Jensen. Boy, is he lucky he didn't come up on the 6 of Jensen in the corner, because that's where Shelby Love has really made up a ton of ground here in 2025 on the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
Our back traffic does not have to give way to our lead drivers, and that's exactly what Shelby wanted, was that the number 6, driven by J.B. Jensen, was going to maybe slow Mark Schmierbach down, but he said, oh, challenge accepted, and just walked by J.B. Nelson.
Absolutely, as the 35 of Mark Schmierbach in that Pizza Inn machine out of Greenfield, Wisconsin, continues to push hard. Let's see what their gap is going to be now as Schmierbach's crossed the start-finish line. Now it's 3.06 seconds, so surprise, because the 12 of Love has had enough clean water and she's had such fantastic top-end speed here in 2025. Normally, we've seen the gap start wider and then shrink as the laps go on as she closes that gap, but it looks like she may not have an answer for him here in qualifying Heat number 2.
Well, you know that in qualifying heat number 1, Mark Schmierbach was sitting there in the rearview mirror of Shelby Love, and as he went back into the pits, he said, hey, that prop did not work, so we're going to have to ask him when he comes back in, was it a prop change, was it a setup change, or was it just a mindset change that you were able to do to keep ahead of Shelby?
Absolutely. You see they're continuing to fight hard. The 35 of Schmierbach, we get that beautiful overhead view of the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. You can't even see the 12 of Shelby Love anymore in that overhead shot. That's how far behind she is. The 35 of Mark Schmierbach's now 3.391 seconds as our drone comes pulling off to rechange the battery as he rips around here at 100-plus miles an hour as well, getting fantastic video shots from overhead. We're going to stay now with the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. He comes off of turn 1, now goes wide out of turn 2. He has seemed to really like that wide exit off of these 2 turns. I wonder if that's because that first turn is so tight down there on the south end of the course, Kay.
Well, being the lead driver out here, he gets to make his own way around the course. He basically gets to glide the rest of these drivers through the course. And like you said, he's keeping the RPMs up. But Shelby, we always notice, likes to hug the buoys, and that's exactly what she's doing as she makes her way down the front stretch into turn 1 and 2.
Absolutely. She's now down to 2.482 seconds, and that's where those pin-to-pin runs. Now she goes wide to the outside because Schmierbach changed it up, and he went down to the inside. I have a feeling that's because he knows later in stages when he likes to go wide off of that second turn, she's been diving underneath him and making up a ton of ground, and he is not going to let that happen here in qualifying heat number 2 as we've got just 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining as the 35 of Mark Schmierbach crosses the start-finish line, and now the 12 of Shelby Love is back to 3.192 seconds behind the 35 of Schmierbach. I think that was a very, very smart move down there in turn number 2, Kay.
We talked about back traffic being a key factor, and right there was an example. J.B. Nelson stuck to the inside, throwing Mark Schmierbach to the outside. Shelby Loves tried to dive on the inside, but unfortunately did not have the room, so she was forced back to the outside, losing a little bit of time on that, just that one corner.
Absolutely, as we log one more lap here. The 35 of Mark Schmierbach now is probably going to see the white flag come down next time around, but she's got it back under 3 seconds. Does the 12 of Shelby Love, 2.972 seconds between her and the 35 of Schmierbach. There's the 1 of Spencer Love. He's way down on power now. He's now getting lapped after hanging on in third for quite a while there in the first few laps. As the son and daughter go side by side out of turns 3 and 4. She goes tight, and look at how close the gap is now. White flag is out. Go fast, turn left just 4 more times, but it's down to 2 seconds. Can she pull some heroics off here on the final lap, Kay?
She's done it before. We're going to have to see if she can do it again because now she's closing that gap even more just with the end of that front straightaway. She knows she's running out of time as she saw the white flag because that white flag is about ready to drop as Mark Schmierbach went wide and then hacked her off, and we're going to have a photo finish. Checkered flag will come out for Mark Schmierbach in the number 35 of Pizza Inn.
And finishing in second, she fought hard but ran out of time. The 12 of Shelby Love coming in second. So that means they've got first and second locked up here in the first 2 heats. That means that now they're down to fastest elapsed time. How quickly did they finish those 2 heats? Because they've accumulated the same amount of points. It's going to be interesting to see, and a great run there as Pizza Inn goes bookends on the podium with third place. The great run there by the rookie, the 60 of Brandon Bobolick.
Port Charlotte brings our 4th place driver in for Liquid Revolutions in the number 66, Randy Parch.
And then in 5th, the number 1 is Spencer Love. In 6th, the number 2 of Jack Schubert in that Trident Schleicher Memorial Boat. And then rounding out the field here, the 6 of J.B. Jensen, that Island Lake Marine Clover construction sponsored machine. And unfortunately, the 01 of Jake McKee, unable to start a DNS here in qualifying heat number 2. He's got to be frustrated for that. And boy, the one of Spencer Love is going to have an afternoon because he's now got to get out of a Formula Light and he's got to get immediately right back into his Formula One. As coming up next, we've got the second and final qualifying heat for Formula Ones here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. The 5th round of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Here as we run a 6-race series across the United States. Our final round is going to conclude the 2025 race season. That's going to be October 10th and 11th in beautiful Houston, Texas, just east of downtown Houston on the San Jacinto River. We call it the Battle on the San Jacinto, where we will crown champions in all 3 classes here in 2025. But here at the penultimate round in the beautiful foothills of the Rocky Mountains, we've got 2 qualifying heats locked in for Formula Lights that's seen the 12 of Shelby Love and the 35 of Mark Schmierbach trade positions here in their 2 qualifying heats, as the 35 of Mark Schmierbach had a fantastic run here in qualifying heat number 2. He got off the dock really well, was able to beat 3 or 4 other boats to the first turn down at the north end of the course. And once he got out in the clean water, like we talked about during the race, once he gets out in the clean water, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach is a very, very hard person to beat. And coming up next, again, like I said, Formula Ones, we're going to round out the day with our Texas Tri-Hull bumper boats at 65 miles an hour are going to be our final race of the day. And then don't forget, after racing concludes, right in the vendor row down there near the entrance of the grounds here at Roar of the Rockies, we are going to have an autograph session with all of our drivers. So make sure you get down there. Make sure you pick up your official Roar of the Rockies t-shirt or all the fantastic merchandise that we've got from the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. And I can tell you this, there is some pretty slick stuff down there, from fantastic hats to a wide variety of t-shirts, all the way from your infants up to big guys like me in the 2X category. We've got some fantastic, so make sure you swing down there. Say hi to Debbie Siebold, who's running our merch tent. Thanks, Debbie, as you do every race. We really appreciate you. Kind of get stuck out on an island there. We thank you so much for what you do. But right now, I've got my partner, Kay, down there with the man who won qualifying heat number 2, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Take it away, Kay.
You know, Mark, Shelby and you battle it out weekend after weekend, and it looks like you finally got it figured out. But it came down to a photo finish on the end. You got her by barely a boat length.
Well, the lap traffic kind of slows you up, and so you have to dice your way through and do it safely. So, I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Well, you did a wonderful job out there. You know, that back traffic, we talked about it during the race. You got shoved to the outside by a couple of our other drivers, JB Nelson. He made you work your way around that. What was your mind factor when you were going into each one of these corners saying, get out of my way, I've got this girl right on my hip?
You said it the best. But you have to keep pushing, and you try and get around them as fast as you can.
Well, you've won a lot of races, and you've got a lot of checkered flags. What does this checkered flag mean to you versus other ones?
Well, it's as the season winds down, you always want to end the season on a positive note. And especially for our team, that, our goal is always to come out and do our best. And I think I got a great team behind me, and we're trying our best.
You have a great fan base here, right, in Windsor, Colorado for Roar of the Rockies. What do you got to say to all these fans out here that were cheering you on in the number 35 Pizza Inn?
I heard you. Thank you. And keep it up. It helps the last lap.
All right, race fans, you heard him. He wants you to keep it up. This is our winner of our Heat 2 of Formula Lights, Mark Schmierbach in the Pizza Inn, number 35.
All right, thanks, Kay. Always an interesting interview with the man from Greenfield, Wisconsin, that was an engineer for many, many decades. He puts that engineer brain to use, dialing in a updated package here for qualifying heat number 2, and it was the ticket here in the second qualifying heat for Formula Lights, as he was able to run that thing all the way to the checkered flag and gain valuable points to try to keep himself ahead of the 12 of Shelby Love here in the season point standings. All right, well, coming up next, we've got the Formula Ones, their second qualifying heat of the afternoon here on qualifying Saturday at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors. One of our title sponsors here at 2025 Roar of the Rockies, Trumark Homes. Immersed in exquisite natural landscapes, your lifestyle in northern Colorado communities is adventurous as it is comfortable. For the urbanites and the one with nature types, no place could offer more. Fill your days with what thrills you, what fulfills you, and return to a home that helps you thrive seamlessly. Live conveniently with close proximity to downtown Denver and daring outdoor experiences right around the corner. It's really that simple, thanks to Trumark Homes, an award-winning builder expanding communities across northern Colorado and the Denver metro area. Our fantastic hosts and title sponsor of the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, Water Valley Companies. They have assembled a group of builders dedicated to bringing you the best Windsor, Colorado real estate for sale. with price points starting in the low 300s and a variety of new home floor plans from all of the builders. There is surely a new home to fit your needs and personality. The combination of excellent builders and new home designs, top-notch amenities, and a peaceful and fun atmosphere help create Water Valley's master plan community that's unlike any other in northern Colorado. Tennis, trails, golf, fishing, swimming, miles of beaches and 5 lakes give residents at Water Valley more than your run-of-the-mill community experience. A big thank you to the great folks at Water Valley. Shout out to one of our title sponsors, Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. Valpak, the nation's premier direct marketing company, trusted to drive lead generation and brand awareness through print and digital advertising solutions that work. Their deep data insights into American households enable business owners to segment and target the audiences and neighborhoods that maximize their return on investment. Each month, that little blue Valpak envelope mails out to 41 million households, driving results with direct mail and digital advertising. The great folks at Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. Another one of our fantastic title sponsors here at Roar of the Rockies 2025, U.S. Foods, one of America's great food companies and leading food service distributor, partnering with approximately 250,000 restaurants and food service operators to help their businesses succeed. With 30,000 employees in more than 70 locations, they provide their customers a broad and innovative food offering and comprehensive suite of e-commerce, technology, and business solutions. It takes more than great food to run a kitchen these days. It takes consistently high-quality products, dedicated support from a team of experts, and best-in-class ordering platform, flexible and reliable deliveries, and you guessed it, more. The top product portfolios that help you when you need it, leading technology solutions and all-around flexibility. That's how U.S. Foods helps you make it. Big thanks to some of our additional sponsors here at Roar of the Rockies 2025. CCIG, Davis Partnership Architects, Emerald Estates, Exodus Moving and Storage, Forever Lawn, GLH Construction, Ground Engineering, Hess Land, High Country Beverage, and The Beast, iHeartRadio, American Legend Homes, and Your Story Path. Well, we can't do it without all of our fantastic sponsors here, whether it be locally or our series sponsors. We really appreciate all that you do to allow us to put on these fantastic shows for you guys here throughout wherever we are in 2025. And we are so excited to be here at beautiful Water Valley Communities in Windsor, Colorado for Round 5 of the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. It's been a great day of racing. We saw here in the opening Formula One qualifying heat, we saw the 52 of Chris Rinker and the 9 of Johnny Fleming get together after they both tried to avoid the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, getting squirrely down there in turn number 3 on the opening lap. And we got more exciting action here. The real question is, can the 9 of Johnny Fleming get his boat back today? Will he get it back even this weekend? And will that damage or will the 52 of Chris Rinker, that damage he sustained, cause more damage here in the second qualifying heat? It's going to be interesting to see here as the Formula One qualifying heat number 2 is coming up next.
Well, we have seen this before where we've seen some boats that we're like, those things are never going to get back out onto the water. But we've seen these drivers and these crews work side by side up until the wee hours and sometimes even the next morning just to get that boat back out onto the water. And I'm pretty sure that Fleming group is over there with their heads already underneath that boat trying to get that thing back together, put some pieces back together. We saw it last year with RJ West when he started to lose the left sponson, and then his team was working hard. Another one, I just talked to Jake McKee over there when I was over there talking with Mark Schmierbach. I said, hey, how bad's the damage? Are you going to get back out? And he looked at me and he put his head down and he goes, I don't think I can get it back out.
That's tough to see, but right now on the water, we got J.B. O'Neill back out there behind that Centurion boat, ripping big-time air. J.B. O'Neill, one of the top wakeboarders in the country. He's got a fantastic following on YouTube. He's great for the sport of wakeboarding. He teaches people how to wakeboard, how to wake surf, and he's got a monster following on YouTube. Super excited to have him here with us in 2025.
Well, maybe he can go talk to some of our drivers, because on Thursday afternoon, a group of our drivers did get together and they went out wave surfing, and it was kind of fun to watch. They do have some of the videos that are posted on our F1 Powerboat Championship, so I'm wondering, maybe we can get him when he's done off the water to go school these guys on how to actually do this, because he has got some great moves out here.
Absolutely. I mean, the man is fantastic. I mean, the air, the flipping, the gyrations that he is able to put on his body and then land and know where he is,
Yes.
right? That's what amazes me, is how do you go upside down, spin around, and still know how to land on the water properly when you're ripping by one of those wake boats. It's super crazy to me, but what a fantastic piece of our show it is here, having JB O'Neill out on the water ripping behind that wakeboard.
Well, I'm pretty sure just by watching him earlier today when he was out there that guy was probably born with this. And if you watch just right there, he did a complete flip right up and over the wake that was being left behind that boat. And that is something of congratulations, great maneuvers. He lands another one. It's a great key factor that we've added into our F1 Powerboat Championships here for the Roar of the Rockies. As we watch, he's going to dig himself into the water, and that's when he's going to do one more time. We're going to take him one more lap possibly with this. So you race fans that are over there on the other side where he's coming over, give him a big hoot and holler, and let's cheer him on to get another lap in. He'll give you a wave right on back. So get up to the belly on up to that fence line. Let's get him to do an encore performance. Oh, I don't know. You guys are pretty quiet over there. I don't know if he's going to give you an encore or a wave. Let's hear it one more time over there on the other side of the lake. Let's give him a big old wave and an encore. Let's cheer him on for one more encore performance. JB O'Neill. Oh, JB O'Neill, can you hear these guys? They're cheering you on. They want to see you come out. He's giving you a wave back. So, race fans, maybe we'll get him out here one more time, but I want to hear one more cheer, race fans. Stand up and get up under that fence line. Let's give him a cheer and get an encore. Another lap around this course. JB O'Neill. Oh, they're getting pretty rowdy out there, Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I would get hoot and holler if I wasn't on the microphone watching a guy flip 20 feet above a boat off the water and then land perfectly time after time after time. It's pretty impressive, but I do know that we're going to get JB O'Neill off the water as we try to get our Formula Ones back out on the water to finish our program today. The skies are getting a little darker here, and I know, talking to my brother, sounds like this summer has been even more than normal. Storms coming in between like 2:30, 3 o'clock, and 5 o'clock like every day. They've been getting some sort of storms all along the Front Range all summer long, so we're hoping that none of those sneak in here as they've liked to do all summer here in Colorado, which has maybe put a bit of a damper on some of the beautiful summertime enjoyment here in the Colorado Rockies area. But we've got the Formula Ones going back out in the water. Looks like we might have a couple of them getting out there. Hopefully we get them out on the water as soon as possible. And we'll be right back with more racing action. We're going to take another quick commercial break because we couldn't do this without our fantastic sponsors. So thank you very much, as we'll be right back with more racing here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. Points West Community Bank, your official golf cart tailgate sponsor here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, and they are a bank rooted in community. Since 1906, they've been locally owned and operated. That's over 115 years. They have supported their communities and the folks that live there through sound financial support, reinvestment, and active participation. The great folks at Point Western Community Bank. JH Performance Boats. Custom-made, classic, shallow water boats built from scratch, offering a direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation while paying close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance. Legacy Carts, your trusted golf cart destination in Colorado. Legacy Golf Carts has established itself as a leading golf cart dealer and Royal EV specialist, keeping you rolling in style. Cheers to Legacy Carts. Shout out to one of our title sponsors, Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. Valpak, the nation's premier direct marketing company, trusted to drive lead generation and brand awareness through print and digital advertising solutions that work. Their deep data insights into American households enable business owners to segment and target the audiences and neighborhoods that maximize their return on investment. Each month, that little blue Valpak envelope mails out to 41 million households, driving results with direct mail and digital advertising. The great folks at Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. All right, we've got some of the boats out on the water here. They're going to get dialed in, get those hot laps rolling, and get underway here for our final qualifying heat in Formula One here at Saturday's qualifying action, the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. Boy, it is getting a little dark out here, Kay. I don't expect it to be this dark at it would have been a little after 3 in the afternoon, but like we talked about, some of that weird weather going on here in 25 in the foothills of the Colorado Rockies. Hopefully we get these guys in. And boy, look at there. Ada Jeremiah Mayo is really putting it on its tail. He's hopefully got that thing figured out. He ran well in qualifying heat number 1. There we see the 99 of Travis Yates. He's back out on the water. The one boat I have a feeling we're not going to see is the 9 of Johnny Fleming.
That is a disappointing thing because it is a brand new boat to him. He's only had a couple times of test sessions out into that boat, but I have a feeling that with that Fleming manufacturing group, they're going to be working hard tonight. And you know what else is going to happen? We talked about it just a minute ago, just when we saw him getting pulled into the dock or into the launch, there was 5 other teams that were in there helping him out. And that's what we do when it comes to boat racing is when one driver is down, there's 5 to 6 other teams that are in there helping out. It's not something you really see when it comes to any kind of a racing system, whether it be cars, boats, cars, motorcycles, even with the horse racing. You don't really see these teams working together as closely as they do, and we always talk about this whenever we're coming to each race. It's kind of like a family reunion. Everybody is so excited to see each other. We have drivers that are coming here to Windsor, Colorado. We have Florida, Texas, Michigan, California. We even have them coming across the border all the way from just north of Vancouver, BC. That's Kyle Maskell in the number 22. And every weekend we look forward to it, and we talk about, last weekend, you remember when this happened, and what do you got planned on Windsor next race? And these drivers are talking about this race after race, and then it comes to the off season, and that's still when these drivers are working together. We always see that with the Outcast crew, that there's 7, 8 boats in that group over there that are all working together. And Jeremiah Mayo, he's out here, he's gonna give you a little drive by. And when they put the lid up on there, that's their way of waving back to the crowd. So, race fans, get up on your hands and knees, get up on your feet, belly on up to that fence line, because these drivers are coming by, giving you a wave, so wave on back. And don't forget to vote for your driver on the F1 Powerboat Championship Facebook page. You can make sure you vote for your driver. I always ask fans, I'm like, are you voting for your driver because they're from where you're from? Are they, are you here in Windsor, Colorado, and you're visiting from Florida? So you're going to be cheering on, your Florida, Randy Parch. Are you here from, let's say we've got Texas, we got the Houston, Texas, we got Chris Rinker, or are you voting because it's your favorite color? I talked to a couple of the fans and asked them, I said, what's your favorite color? And they're like, oh, I like blue. So then I said, okay, then you're going to cheer on Dylan Anderson of Anderson Marine because he's in the bright blue, and that's what's so much fun. And then we got RJ West in the red, white, and blue. We just had 9/11, so you're going to be cheering on the red, white, and blue of the RJ West of the Composite Craft Racing.
Yeah, and it looks like I'm taking a look at some of the damage that was sustained to the 52 of Chris Rinker. And as we show him on screen now in that all yellow, it looks like you couldn't quite see. You get a little bit there up on the left, but on the right-hand side, there's a big, line. If you drew a jagged line down the top of that deck where it all cracked, and they've got the duct tape on it, but it sounds like that's probably going to require a lot of maybe a late night for Rinker Racing here to solidify that. It looks like it's not causing necessarily him to stay off the water like the 9 of Johnny Fleming, but again, they can't risk that duct tape coming off in the middle of a race and having a bunch of water go down inside that boat. Again, 8.5 pounds for 1 gallon of water. 1 gallon of water is not that much, especially when you're running around at 100-plus miles an hour. And hopefully they can keep that thing together for the weekend because he came into round 5 on top of the points. It would be disastrous if he was not able to at least have an opportunity to compete to hold himself in that top spot here in round 5.
Well, you do talk about the weight of that water that is starting to actually come inside of the cockpit. That weight is going to move around at the same time. It's basically sloshing back and forth. as he's making his way through each corner. So that is just kind of like when you're on the tilt-a-whirl, let's put it that way. I mean, I've ridden the tilt-a-whirl. When you shift your weight, well, this water is shifting back and forth, and that is going to make it so that the boat reacts differently when he's out on the course. But he's doing a great job as he comes flying down the start-finish line to do our hot lap, and that's going to be the number 52 of Chris Rinker of Rinker's Boat World.
Absolutely. He looks like he's comfortable. But you can see there's some black carbon showing on the right sponson there where the gel coat has been kind of clipped off of that 52 of Chris Rinker. So he's just got some exposed carbon there. Hopefully, structurally, that thing's able to hold up this weekend, because that's the other thing you don't know, right? You don't know if when they hit, did a stringer, right, or the cross sections that give the structural support to those sponsons that sit either side of the center pod of these Formula Ones. There very well could be. We might come tomorrow and see there's a big gaping hole that was cut in that deck just to be able to check all those stringers and the support structure inside that tunnel, and then they'll glue it back down just to make sure that that thing doesn't snap loose under racing conditions at 100-plus miles an hour, because that would be absolutely disastrous for the 52 of Rinker.
He just got that boat after a pretty bad accident. They put it back together for him, and they've got everything like extra structurally surrounded on that boat. You know, it's one of our newer classes.
Oh, that's a new one.
That's a brand new boat.
So that's a brand new moor that he had built to fit the four-stroke. The other, he sent one over in pieces. He got two complete boats back. So the two complete boats that he got back, one of those, the other yellow boat is sitting in the pits. That was the one that he broke in half in Oklahoma a couple years ago. For those of you who haven't been able to see that, you go to our YouTube channel. You're going to find the Grove, Oklahoma race from 2023, and you're going to see that yellow boat go about 35 feet in the air as he blew it sky high coming across the start-finish line. Unfortunately, it's also the reason why I struggled to get onboard footage from the 52 of Chris Rinker, because we put a live camera inside the cockpit. We got unbelievable footage. But he's like, dude, every time I put a GoPro on my boat, I swear I wreck. And so he's superstitious about it now. We're getting to a point where I might have to say, like, hey, man, the GoPro had nothing to do with anything. It's get out of your own head. But for now, appeasing the 52 of Chris Rinker, especially being in the title fight and really staying locked in. But that's a brand new boat. It's designed for the four-stroke. You can tell it's new because it's taken a licking already, and it's still out there on the water floating and ready to compete here in qualifying heat number 2.
When you talk about these drivers and they've got their superstitions, I mean, each driver has a superstition that they have, whether it be what shoes they're wearing, which glove they put on first, how they get inside of the boat. They strap the right seatbelt down first. I mean, they get down to like the nitty-gritty when it comes to any kind of superstition, and I would as well. It speeds over 120 miles per hour inside of these boats. You know, you have to have everything in line, synced up. And if you sit there and say, okay, well, your mind's saying, I didn't do the left seatbelt first. That's in your mind the whole time when you're out here on the course. But we got all of our drivers pretty much lined up there on the starting dock. We're going to go back to a Le Mans start, but we're going to do a little bit different starting procedure there, Thomas.
Absolutely. We're flipping that script right here. First goes to worst, worst goes to first. So unfortunately, the only one that we're missing out there is the 9 of Johnny Fleming. He would have been on the pole position if he would have been able to get that boat back together. That doesn't look like it's happening. So that last place finisher that finished the heat is the man on the pole, and the person who won heat number 1 now goes last off the start dock. Let's take a look at that full field lineup here. Reverse order of points in this second qualifying heat in Formula One. On the pole, the man out of Richmond, Texas, running for JH Performance Modes in that chartreuse and black composite craft, the number 99 of Travis Yates.
Right on his outside hip, coming all the way across the border, our lone Canadian of the weekend, driving the 22, Kyle Maskell, driving for GLH Construction.
Third off the start pontoon, one half of the Chuck Skelton Racing Team. He's the man out of Monrovia, California, in that red, white, and black. Number 92 for Chuck Skelton Racing, that is Mr. Dean Comer.
In the turquoise and white, your hometown hero right here in Windsor, Colorado is where he calls home. That's going to be Jared Jensen in the number 29.
Right behind the number 29 of Jared Jensen, fifth off the start pontoon, the number 1 out of Houma, Louisiana, Mr. Dustin Terry.
PCL Construction brings you Jeremiah Mayo in that bright orange and white, number 8 out of Richmond, Texas.
Right behind the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, coming 7th off the start pontoon, the other half of the Chuck Skelton Racing team. That is the dark horse on the weekend, the number 93 of R.J. West.
Captain March Seafoods brings you Grant Schubert in the number 13. Unfortunately, can't speak this weekend, so he's going to have to put his foot where his mouth is this weekend and see if he can get up on the top of the podium.
Very nice. Right behind him, he finished second in qualifying heat number 1. He's now second to last off the start pontoon, starting 10th out of Spring, Texas. Running for PCL Construction and Mastercraft boats, the number 52 of Chris, the Real Deal Rinker.
And number 11, the number 17, Dylan Anderson, still sitting on a high as he was a top qualifier and took the checkered flag already this morning. Can he do it again for Anderson Marine and the number 17?
As we get the final boat, the 17 of Dylan Anderson lined up on the side there. You can see excess power batteries, low car performance, elite financing, and Anderson Marine on the side. Can he go from worst to first? That is going to be a tall order because you look at the likes of Dean Comer, R.J. West. Heck, Jared Jensen was just a second off the fastest lap time in qualifying, and he finished like 8th in qualifying heat number 1. So that just shows you how tight the competition is here in Formula One. And the real question is can the likes of Anderson, Rinker, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Who's going to take qualifying heat number 2? Can the 99 of Travis Yates or the 22 of Kyle Maskell come from those great top starting positions and get out in front here early? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the 92 of Dean Comer be able to correct his errors from fast lap qualifying and get out in front? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will the hometown boy from right here in Windsor, running for Island Lake Marine, get himself out of the catbird seat here in qualifying heat number 2? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could it be the 1 of Terry, the 8 of Mayo, then there's the 93 of R.J. West, the 13 of Grant Schubert, the 52 of Chris Rinker, and our winner from heat number 1. Let's crown a winner here in heat number 2. 20 seconds, drivers are under starters orders. The flag is up. He drops the flag. What a great jump there off the dock by the 29 of Jensen and the 22 of Maskell. But here comes the 92 of Comer. And look at the 93 of R.J. West way out there in lane 7. But, boy, he got off like a rocket. And look who didn't fire, the 17 of Dylan Anderson.
They're doing a 2 flag start since we have such a large fleet out here. And once
again,
look out.
We had a big blow, big wreck down there at the far end of the course. Oh, looks like that was the 93 of R.J. West. Who did he get together with? Boy, he came screaming fast down the back straightaway, and he got together with somebody down there. Looks like that might either that or he barrel rolled. Either that or he barrel rolled that boat down there in the corner as he tried to set the turn. Boy, I don't know if we got footage of that as we had flashed to the 17 of Dylan Anderson. It was a lone boat that had to go off the second flag, and by the time we got back, the 93 of R.J. West was already on his head.
Unfortunately, it looks like the Gremlins have worked their way back over to the Chuck Skelton Racing crew. He started his season at Port Neches, unfortunately, with a barrel roll and a couple other issues, but then he turned around and took a checkered flag at Kankakee, Illinois, but unfortunately he's sitting out there with his boat with no cowling, no engine cowling, so we're going to see if we can get some footage of that because that looked like it was nasty, but we're going to get him out of the boat here shortly. You can even see the airbag exploded on that boat, and that's what brings that boat back upright as our race rescue crew is sitting right inside the cockpit of our drive.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look here at some pictures that we got from the great folks at Speedboat Magazine. It looks like the 93 West was just putting the hammer down, and he blew it over coming down there into the turn 3 at the far end of the race course. He just blew it over, and hopefully looks like we got him out. Look like he's out of the cockpit, or at least the boat is upright, so he's going to he potentially being looked at right now. But boy, he blew over big time down there in turn 3. So much spray from the other boats, it's hard to see what actually happened, but it looks like he just ran it too hard, went over the ragged edge, and ended up on his head. Thankfully, the great folks at our Sport Rescue, the best rescue in all of tunnel boat racing, is out there on the scene assessing the 93 of R.J. West and making sure that they can get him out of the cockpit safely, and then he will be looked at by our medical staff here on site. But right now being assessed by our Sport Rescue team, doing everything we know how to do to make sure that that driver is completely safe. Looks like they're talking to him right now. He's upright. He's in the cockpit. Hopefully they're having a conversation with him. Might have got his bell rung a little bit after he went over hard and landed upside down and tumbled around down there at the far end of the course. They're going to take a quick look at him right now, though. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll come We're going to take a quick commercial break and let our rescue team do what they are trained to do and take care of our driver. We'll be right back with the conclusion of the second qualifying heat here in Formula One class at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Find more on the legendary Seabold family at SeaboldSports.com. 303 ProLift promises to deliver professional expertise, exceptional customer service, and the highest quality crane service possible. One of the most trusted crane service companies in Colorado, they strive to maintain the highest standards while exceeding your expectations at all levels. Not only honoring commitments, but delivering nothing but the best, creating a successful client relationship that allows them to meet and exceed the goals of each of their projects. Love to mail and copy? Well, located in Windsor, Colorado, Mail and Copy provides all your home and business print services. With walk-in services available for any of your printing or copy needs, they also offer large format printing for signs and banners for your business or any special occasion. Serving the greater Windsor community for over 25 years, Mail and Copy. A fantastic title sponsor here in 2025 at Roar of the Rockies, TST Incorporated Consulting Engineers. Operating in northern Colorado for more than 40 years, TST is a professional team of talented individuals who believe in collaboration and turning ideas into constructed reality. Through decades of project experience in both the public and private sectors, they are able to understand the concerns of the community as well as developers. TST turns their clients' vision into reality by providing value-added engineering solutions, being experts in community design and development, as well as specializing in complex projects where innovative solutions are key to the project's success. All right, race fans, we've got our restart here up in just a few moments. Those of you here in Colorado at the Roar of the Rockies, this is where it is so beneficial for you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And I'm going to give you about 30 seconds. Go to YouTube, look up F1 Powerboat Racing, because we have got a overhead drone replay of what happened down there in turn number 3 that has seen them now towing in the 93 of RJ West after he came out, shot himself out of a cannon off the start dock. He was in lane 7, but way ahead of the drivers in lane 4, 5, and 6. And he tried to come inside, and that is when it all went wrong for the 93 of RJ West. Let's take a look at that from the start of qualifying heat number 2 and watch along overhead from our drone. You can see there the 93 of RJ West. He's in lane 7, way out there, out so that yellow buoy splits the field so they each have their own lane. Now he's past the commitment buoy, and he gets in, and boom, he gets together with his own teammate, the 92 of Dean Comer. And look, he goes barreling over down out of turn number 3, and it looked like the 93 of RJ West thought his teammate was going to turn and set, but Comer was trying to leave room on the inside for Maskell and Yates, and I have a feeling that RJ thinks that Dean's going to go to the pin, so he starts moving in. Dean doesn't move. They collide, and what happens, Kay, right, as we know, when two boats collide, typically one boat will fall, and the air that's under that tunnel gets shoved underneath the boat that it ran into, and that's what caused the 93 of RJ West to just go over and end up on his head. That seemed like a rough and tumble, brutal hit and blow over there for the 93 of RJ West. Let's take a look at that one more time. All right, so that was unfortunate for the 93 of RJ West. They're getting the boat back in. We're going to get hopefully back underway here as quickly as we can here for Roar of the Rockies 2025 in the second qualifying heat here in Formula One. Boy, the Formula Ones have been putting on a show. We've got spin outs. We've had blowovers. We've had collisions all over the course here. These guys are fighting for points. They're battling for every inch on the race course. And unfortunately for the 93 of RJ West, it didn't really end up too well for him this afternoon. But thankfully, we've got fantastic medical staff and a great support team here taking care of the 93 of RJ West.
Well, he is also the boat builder, so I've talked to him time and time again about these boats. When he is building these boats, his key factor, his key idea is safety. And you saw that he did have the airbag that did deploy on that boat, but he also wants to make sure that that cockpit is extra reinforced, and he spends extra time on that cockpit to make sure it's reinforced. You know, being a driver himself, and he's unfortunately been in this situation before, and each time he says, okay, this is what I need to change. And when he's building boat for other drivers, he's saying, I want my friends and my families to be safe inside these cockpits. So we've seen the evolution of not just the motors. We're talking about the 2.5 moving up to the APX with Mercury, you know, every year saying, okay, we're going to make these motors better. We're going to make them better. Well, they're also making them faster. So these boat manufacturers are also saying, okay, you're going to make that faster. I got to make this safer. So that's
Absolutely.
what we see. Multiple different kinds of hulls that are out here. We talked about the Moore. We talked about the Pew. We talked about the composite craft. These boat builders build these boats with great detail and great safety in mind when they're out there building these boats. You know, and RJ West has built many boats in the past, and I've watched it time and time again. Each boat he builds, he works on something different. He makes something better, makes it safer, and he builds it around the driver. You talked about that earlier, about how even with Jet Fleming, he has already driven a composite craft. He bought a new composite craft, and he went up to RJ and he says, hey, I want to change this. I want to make it a little bit wider for me to be able to make it through these corners. And so that's what they do, is they work hand in hand with these boat manufacturers, and key factor is safety. I mean, that is huge. And
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you look at, there's crash boxes on the side of those, so that way if another driver climbs up into the side of the capsule, there's extra foam encased in carbon fiber to damper or soften the blow and help them deflect off the capsule, right? We've seen some drivers get pretty seriously injured, and even more where they kind of drive through the capsule, and that's what we're trying to avoid. And I am very confident that safety cell did its job when he went over. Now, he's still probably pretty rattled because he hit pretty hard. And again, you're going 100-plus miles an hour. At 26 miles an hour, the human body skips across the water. So when you're going 100-plus miles an hour, is really hard. And I'm just glad that we've got a fantastic safety crew. We've got an amazing staff here, as well as local partners that are ensuring that we take care of the 93 of RJ West and all of our drivers, right? All of our drivers. The 9 of Fleming got checked out. Everybody gets checked out. It is of the utmost importance here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. But while we wait for that, we're going to kick back to another pot of commercials here, because we wouldn't be here without these fantastic people. We'll be right back with the continuation of qualifying heat number 2 here at Roar of the Rockies.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
PCL Construction. From small renovations to complex billion-dollar projects, from sports arenas to water treatment plants and petrochemical facilities, PCL has you covered. They redefine full service and bring expertise across all project types and at all scales under all procurement models. As innovative solution providers and construction specialists, they leverage their expertise to customize the right approach for your project to exceed your expectations collaboratively and driven with innovation. They are focused on finding the best way forward and elevating your vision of success. PCL Construction. Seaway Marine, the Formula Light sponsor here in 2025 on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, operates out of a 62,000 square foot warehouse that is packed with current OEM parts, aftermarket parts, and vintage hard-to-find parts. They ship over 100,000 packages all over the United States, providing same-day shipping on in-stock orders. Seaway staff is arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry. With decades of experience, Seaway prides itself in excellent customer service. Make Seaway Marine your first call or text for all your marine part needs. 425-412-4006 or online at seawaymarine.com. Miller Landscape and Lawn Maintenance proudly served Larimer County, Colorado for over 14 years, establishing itself as the region's preferred landscaping company. Whether you're looking to transform your backyard into a tranquil oasis, need regular lawn care to keep your property looking pristine, or require dependable snow removal services, find Larimer County's chosen landscaping company, Miller Landscaping. One of our title sponsors here at 2025 Roar of the Rockies, Trumark Homes. Immersed in exquisite natural landscapes, your lifestyle in northern Colorado communities is adventurous as it is comfortable. For the urbanites and the one with nature types, no place could offer more. Fill your days with what thrills you, what fulfills you, and return to a home that helps you thrive seamlessly. Live conveniently with close proximity to downtown Denver and daring outdoor experiences right around the corner. It's really that simple, thanks to Trumark Homes, an award-winning builder expanding communities across northern Colorado and the Denver metro area. Roar of the Rockies 2025 brought to you by Island Lake Marine and Sports, the only on-the-water boat dealership in the entire state of Colorado, allowing you to test drive your next adventure of a lifetime. Whether it's shredding behind a Centurion wake boat, family fun skiing or tubing behind a luxurious Sea Ray, or cruising on your own Godfrey pontoon, Island Lake Marine is your only stop for your on-the-water fun. Moto Marketing Group, accelerating brands for over 35 years. From developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, and print design. They do it all professionally for a great price. Check them out online at motomarketinggroup.com. PCL Construction. From small renovations to complex billion-dollar projects, from sports arenas to water treatment plants and petrochemical facilities, PCL has you covered. They redefine full service and bring expertise across all project types and at all scales under all procurement models. As innovative solution providers and construction specialists, they leverage their expertise to customize the right approach for your project to exceed your expectations collaboratively and driven with innovation. They are focused on finding the best way forward and elevating your vision of success. PCL Construction. Nobleman Electrical Contracting has long been a cornerstone of the community. Playing a key role in both leadership and development, they are dedicated to paving the way for a more efficient future through cutting-edge ideas, transformative technology, and transparency. Their track record includes numerous projects where they've delivered innovative engineering solutions from residential, commercial, industrial, and testing. They've got you covered at Nobleman. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. VP Racing Fuels has been the fuel choice of champions for decades. Now you can benefit from VP's expanded line of performance additives for your boat, daily driver, or weekend warrior. Learn more about their ultramarine and explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com. Roar of the Rockies 2025 brought to you by Pepsi Zero. The Pepsi Challenge is back for its 50th anniversary here in 2025, this time proving that Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better and is more refreshing than Coke Zero Sugar. The Taste Tour 2025 is on, and Zero never tasted so good.
Racing Communications. They're radios for racing.
A fantastic title sponsor here in 2025 at Roar of the Rockies, TST Incorporated Consulting Engineers. Operating in northern Colorado for more than 40 years, TST is a professional team of talented individuals who believe in collaboration and turning ideas into constructed reality. Through decades of project experience in both the public and private sectors, they are able to understand the concerns of the community as well as developers. TST turns their clients' vision into reality by providing value-added engineering solutions, being experts in community design and development, as well as specializing in complex projects where innovative solutions are key to the project's success. Mercury Racing, proud to introduce the Apex platform of engines and the 250 APX competition outboard to Formula One Powerboat Championship Racing. This new 4.6-liter V8 model offers added torque and acceleration to take race teams to the next level. Let's welcome Mercury Racing 250 APX to the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. We'd like to give a big thank you to some fantastic sponsors here at Roar of the Rockies 2025. Ram Waste, Ready Ice, the Rogers Group, Sukup Bush, Southern Distribution, The Great Outdoors RV, the Water Valley Company, and our ticket platform for Roar of the Rockies, Tixer. One of our title sponsors here at 2025 Roar of the Rockies, TrueMark Homes. Immersed in exquisite natural landscapes, your lifestyle in northern Colorado communities is adventurous as it is comfortable. For the urbanites and the one with nature types, no place could offer more. Fill your days with what thrills you, what fulfills you, and return to a home that helps you thrive seamlessly. Live conveniently with close proximity to downtown Denver and daring outdoor experiences right around the corner. It's really that simple, thanks to TrueMark Homes, an award-winning builder expanding communities across northern Colorado and the Denver metro area. Our fantastic hosts and title sponsor of the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, Water Valley Companies. They have assembled a group of builders dedicated to bringing you the best Windsor, Colorado real estate for sale, with price points starting in the low 300s and a variety of new home floor plans from all of the builders. There is surely a new home to fit your needs and personality. The combination of excellent builders and new home designs, top-notch amenities, and a peaceful and fun atmosphere help create Water Valley's master plan community that's unlike any other in northern Colorado. Tennis, trails, golf, fishing, swimming, miles of beaches and 5 lakes give residents in Water Valley more than your run-of-the-mill community experience. A big thank you to the great folks at Water Valley. Shout out to one of our title sponsors, Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. Valpak, the nation's premier direct marketing company, trusted to drive lead generation and brand awareness through print and digital advertising solutions that work. Their deep data insights into American households enable business owners to segment and target the audiences and neighborhoods that maximize their return on investment. Each month, that little blue Valpak envelope mails out to 41 million households, driving results with direct mail and digital advertising. The great folks at Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. Another one of our fantastic title sponsors here at Roar of the Rockies 2025, U.S. Foods, one of America's great food companies and leading food service distributor, partnering with approximately 250,000 restaurants and food service operators to help their businesses succeed. With 30,000 employees in more than 70 locations, they provide their customers a broad and innovative food offering and comprehensive suite of e-commerce, technology, and business solutions. It takes more than great food to run a kitchen these days. It takes consistently high-quality products, dedicated support from a team of experts, and best-in-class ordering platform, flexible and reliable deliveries, and you guessed it, more. The top product portfolios that help you when you need it, leading technology solutions and all-around flexibility. That's how U.S. Foods helps you make it. Big thanks to some of our additional sponsors here at Roar of the Rockies 2025. CCIG, Davis Partnership Architects, Emerald Estates, Exodus Moving and Storage, Forever Lawn, GLH Construction, Ground Engineering, Hess Land, High Country Beverage, and The Beast, iHeartRadio, American Legend Homes, and Your Story Path. Points West Community Bank, your official golf cart tailgate sponsor here at the 2025 Roar of the Rockies, and they are a bank rooted in community. Since 1906, they have been locally owned and operated. That's over 115 years. They have supported their communities and the folks that live there through sound financial support, reinvestment, and active participation. The great folks at Point Western Community Bank. JH Performance Boats. Custom-made, classic, shallow water boats built from scratch, offering a direct and personalized experience from start to finish. They provide exceptional service and support, having an unmatched reputation while paying close attention to detail with quality construction, expert knowledge, and outstanding performance. Legacy Carts, your trusted golf cart destination in Colorado. Legacy Golf Carts has established itself as a leading golf cart dealer and Royal EV specialist, keeping you rolling in style. Cheers to Legacy Carts. Shout out to one of our title sponsors, Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. Valpak, the nation's premier direct marketing company, trusted to drive lead generation and brand awareness through print and digital advertising solutions that work. Their deep data insights into American households enable business owners to segment and target the audiences and neighborhoods that maximize their return on investment. Each month, that little blue Valpak envelope
no, you don't need to do anything.
Mails out to 41 million households, driving results with direct mail and digital advertising. The great folks at Valpak of Northern Colorado and Southern Wyoming. All right, Rays fans, well, welcome wherever you are from across the world. Here, I know you don't necessarily want to listen to me too much more, as we've had a lot of talking going on with some of the carnage going on here at the race. Right now, we're going to turn it over to some Formula One qualifying from 2024. So a replay of some of the qualifying action from 2024 while we wait to get all of our rescue and safety teams back in order before we get running here this second qualifying heat for the 2025 Roar of the Rockies. So enjoy some qualifying from back in 2024. We'll be right back as soon as we can. The 93 of RJ West, your world and national champion here in Formula One so far in 2024. Can he be the winner? And starting off now at the Roar of the Rockies. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the 17 of Dylan Anderson, who looks like he's figured out his four-stroke package, be the winner here in Heat 1? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or could the 03 of Dustin Terry, sitting on top of the points pile, get out like a rocket and claim Heat 1 number 1? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could it be the up-and-comer, the 22 of Maskell, who came out of nowhere? Let's see who's going to win qualifying Heat number 1 here in Formula One. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters' orders. He drops the flag. They come roaring off the beach. What a great jump there by the 17 of Dylan Anderson. What happened to the 93 of RJ West? He just did not get off the dock there.
He did not. He usually is first off of that dock, but he's going to have a lot of work. But he does have that inside lane. We're going to have to see as they make their way into turn 1. Will Anderson give him that lane as they go into turn 1?
It looks like he might leave a little bit, but he's going to shut the door right here as they go out of turn number 4. No, he stays wide to the outside. We got a 2x2 drag race down the front straight. It's 4-stroke v 4-stroke. 17 of Anderson on the outside. The 93 of RJ West on the inside. Now he's got the overtake. He's going to shut the door, Kay. Yes, he does. He slams the door short of the 93 of RJ West. Where did the 17 of Dylan Anderson come from? It looks like the bridesmaid is sick and tired of being that and is looking to be the bride. He's trying to make a statement win here in 24 and capture that series title.
Dylan Anderson looks like he's got the top end speed as he makes his way down that backstretch, but the corner speed belongs to RJ West. He gets a little squirrely coming through turn number 2, but they're going to make their way down the front stretch. Our leader in the 17, all blue, Anderson Marine, followed by the 93 of Mr. RJ West of Chuck Skelton Racing, and it looks to be Jeremiah Mayo in the number 8.
No, that's the 13, Captain Jack Seafood Market of Grant Schubert, then the 24 of Spencer Love, the 22 of Kyle Maskell, the 29 Selling Technologies of Jared Jensen. We're overhead of the 93 of RJ West. He's trying to track down our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. There's a 91 of Peter Wilson, the young rookie out of Victoria Island, British Columbia. He's staying way to the outside and out of the way in that 91 machine as he had to start last off the start pontoon. He's on his backup motor already. The altitude not treating the 91 of Wilson well. But boy, as the 17 of Dylan Anderson got this thing boogieing.
He has, and he is just starting to inch his way farther and farther away from RJ West, but he's not giving up very easily. This has got a great race for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Dustin Terry in the 03 trying to maneuver through the rest of the fleet. Got a little bit of a late start going through, but now he's on the hunt to try and chase down the number 24 of Spencer Love of Cobra Construction.
And the 03 of Dustin Terry started 3rd. He shuffled back to 5th. Not what you expect for the guy in the points lead, and a lot of time under his belt in that 4-stroke. There we see the 22 of Kyle Maskell fighting out with the 29 of Jared Jensen. Jensen up in 7th. He's looking for his best finish in a qualifying heat in his young rookie campaign. That Selling Technologies composite Hoffman Formula One is strolling here at altitude.
I know a lot of our race fans are like cheering on their favorite driver, but right there, the number 29, that all green, that's your local driver.
Yeah, you're going to hear him hooting and hollering for that number. Oh, look at there, the 93 of RJ West. He's pushing it so hard, he lost the rear cowling down in turn number 4. All right, race fans here, I do apologize. We were playing some footage from last year's race here for our fans online, but due to some inclement weather that is making its way in, there is lightning in the area. We need everybody to evacuate the grounds for at least 30 to 60 minutes. We do apologize, but we need you to make your way out of the grounds and get to shelter due to the storm that is coming in. It's part of the rules that we have to follow. We've got lightning coming in the area, so if you guys could please pick up your chairs, make your way off the island and to outside of the racing grounds. We do apologize, but we are required to make this announcement to ensure that everybody can get out of the weather safely. Thank you. Please go to your vehicles. Please go to your vehicles now. There's inclement weather on its way in. We need to get everybody out of the open areas. Please go to your vehicles now. Thank you. In that Clover construction machine, and starts to eye up the 9 of Johnny Fleming. This is where that experience, I think, of the 93 of RJ West could come into play in that cat and mouse game between him and the 17 of Anderson.
RJ West dives on the inside, but pops it up really high coming out of turn number 2. Now here's another factor. The water conditions have changed dramatically. They're coming up to back traffic. Some of these boats do better in rough water.
Absolutely.
Some are actually more inclined to do better in the smoother water. On the inside, your leader halfway down the backstretch in Dylan Anderson. On the outside, RJ West in the all red, white, and blue. Coming out of turn number 1 is your third place boat. That is the number 13, driven by Grant Schubert.
Yeah, we see him on the back straightaway. There's the 17 of Anderson, our leader. Now he's got the 9 of Johnny Fleming. As they go side by side now, here 93 of West has nowhere to go because the back markers move to the outside. He gets absolutely hosed down by the 91 of Peter Wilson and the 9 of Johnny Fleming. He is in it, in the thick of it right now. Not what he wants to see, because now you see that lead is and the 17 of Anderson.
But now that he was able to get around Fleming, you can see he hard put right down out of that turn, down the backstretch, and now he's starting to close the gap once again between him and Dylan Anderson. But Anderson is now starting to come up some back traffic.
Yeah, now you see the 93 of RJ West going way wide to the outside, trying to keep that RPMs up and find clean water here on the shores of Pelican Lakes, as it's been a doozy. You know who we haven't heard from back in 8th? Look at that, the 52 of Chris Rinker back in 8th position. The 3rd place for the season standings, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo back in 9th position. What is happening to these 2-strokes? The 4-stroke domination seems like it might be here, Kay.
It is. It's the evolution. I mean, I talked about it before when people were talking about bringing this new APX motor in, and I'm like, you know, we're moving up in the days. I mean, when's the last time you...
In this opening qualifying heat.
That was one heck of a turn, and you just said it, because back traffic can become a factor. Dylan Anderson decided to jump on the inside, unfortunately had to dump the nose, lose a little bit of speed. Mr. RJ West jumped to the outside, keeping it up and keeping the RPMs up, keeping the speed up. This back traffic has been just a key factor lap after lap. RJ West is your leader at this time, coming out of turn number 2 with the... We used to be a number 93 on this side, but it's the all red, white, and blue boat.
Yeah, he gets by lapping the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, the man who sits in 3rd in points. How ridiculous is that to say he's getting lapped here? There's the 99 of Travis Yates. He's pushing hard. But the battle I like to see going on right now coming out of the north end of the course, that's the 13 of Grant Schubert sitting in 3rd. In 4th, the 24 of Spencer Love looking, dancing it down the front stretch. And here comes the 03 of Dustin Terry. Your points leader is still sitting in 5th position. He needs to gain more ground. If he does not want to give up points to the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he's got to stay as close to him. So you can imagine what a great run there as he gets by the 24 of Spencer Love. But let's watch it down to the north end of the course. Ken Love hold that inside line. And the 03 of Dustin Terry chops the door and he moves up into 4th. He knows what he has to do. He's got the pedal to the metal, and he's only got 56 seconds plus 1 lap to do it here in qualifying heat number 1.
You know what? I've been watching Dustin's game plan and his strategy, and he goes into the turn, slams the door, comes way wide, looking for the smoother water, I guess you could say here. Then he dives it back in. It's called a slingshot maneuver.
Absolutely. Look at him now here. He's in the same view as the 13 of Grant Schubert and that Captain Jacks. They are so close. He's just 1 second behind the 13 of Grant Schubert. Can he catch him here in these last couple of laps in this opening qualifying heat?
Grant Schubert just got caught up in some back traffic with Sean Love, and he's going to pop out of the rooster tail, and that's going to throw Dustin Terry even farther out.
Yeah, Dustin's got to go way wide to the outside, but he's okay with that. He likes that wide line. The 12 of Sean Love going pin to pin. Here comes the 03 of Dustin Terry down into the corner. Can he make it out of the south end of the course through turns 1 and 2 in 3rd position? No, great move there by the 13 of Grant Schubert. He just stayed true to his line, stayed pin to pin. And that wide line around the course, you have to have a ton of extra speed to pass that way.
You know, white flag is out. All of our drivers do have radio communication with their drivers, and right now, that is when their drivers or their radio personnel is telling their drivers, hey, this is it. We're almost to the end. The white flag is out.
And our leader comes out of turn number 3, off of turn number 4. No cowling on the back of that Chuck Skelton Racing Machine PCL construction. But as he walks in out of turn 4, taking qualifying heat number 1 out of Antigua, California, number 93, RJ West.
followed by the number 17, that ever beautiful blue Anderson Marine, Dylan Anderson.
And rounding out the top three is the battle we got going down on the backstretch. It looks like the 03 of Dustin Terry got by the 13 of Grant Schubert. He did what was necessary. He's going to be one position behind as the points battle heats up, rounding out the top three in that all-black flash lighting. Number 3, Dustin Terry.
A great run by the JH Performance driver of Grant Schubert in the number 13. Held that third place position until the very last corner, and unfortunately, sitting in fourth.
4 strokes, 1, 2, 3, 4-minute drivers, 1 minute here in qualifying heat number 2. On the pole, part of Clover Construction, the number 12. 3 of Dustin Terry.
We did a 2-flag start. That must have been a last-minute decision. That's why you're going to see the last couple of boats coming out. They had to wait for the second flag to drop.
And I think it's because the lake pinches in so far, they don't have that much room. But the 9 of Johnny Fleming and the 22 of Kyle Maskell are looking to come out 1 and 2 here. 3 of Dustin Terry. He's already moved up to third, ladies and gentlemen.
Dustin Terry goes way wide every single time, and Chris Rinker takes advantage of it and holding that inside lane. Maskell coming up quick, right on the outside.
As Maskell goes wide to the outside as they go deck to deck down into turn number 3. Off turn number 3 now. Who's going to come out of turn number 4 out in front? Maskell's got to leave him the inside lane as they go deck to deck side by side. Now can he drag race him down the front stretch? 105, 110, 115 plus miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a new leader. The young man out of Chilliwack, British Columbia. Now he's got the huge task of tracking, holding off the 03 of Dustin Terry. Whatever he did after heat number 1, he has got that thing cruising. He started way back in 10th position. He's already up to second.
You know, and I've talked about this weekend after weekend. That boat, the 22, driven by Kyle Maskell, if there is any opportunity at a race to test, he is out there from the second it starts to the very black flag, taking advantage of it. But Dustin Terry's going to give him a run for his money as he comes flying down the front stretch in the 03.
This is all good.
Looks like RJ West has made his way from very last all the way through, sitting in fourth. That's one to keep an eye on. It's going to be the RJ West in the 93 composite craft, Chuck Skelton Racing. Spencer.
That's what I'm talking about right here, right? He was angry. That's a man driving angry right there. He is upset after what happened. He's probably just as upset as himself as anybody else because he takes a lot of pride in that setup, but he's already moved his way up into fourth position. And he's pushing hard to track down the 9 of Johnny Fleming, but he's going to have a real hard task getting in front of the 03 of Dustin Terry. And the big question here is, can the 22 of Maskell drive the 03 of Dustin Terry all over the race course?
And Kyle Maskell is sitting there hoping that he's going to be able to do that. And at the same time, is RJ West going to be able to be stuck back in back traffic? But on the inside, he moves right past Fleming and is on his way to catch up to the top 2 boats. Our leader coming out of turn number 2 is the all-white Maskell Collision. Kyle Maskell, followed by the black, I call it the jet black 03 of Dustin Terry.
Yeah, black beauty there. Now here's the benefit though. There's the number 91 of Peter Wilson. He's a part of the BC boys. He's wide to the outside there. He's scrubbing up that water, forcing the 03 of Terry not to pick his optimal line. Now Terry had to get tucked tight in to stay avoid the 91 of Wilson. That allows the 22 of Maskell to grow that lead. He knows he's got to get through the corners flawless. That's the advantage that Maskell has over the 03 of Dustin Terry. Terry's got to swing it wide to the outside. He doesn't like going pin to pin, that big heavy motor. Now Maskell, look, he's going to scrub it, force him to go way out. Now he's going to drive himself back to the pin. That is going to force the 03 of Terry to run absolutely perfect or to make some risky moves.
You know, and he has been doing a wonderful job. That is Kyle Maskell, one of our younger drivers, halfway down the backstretch, and Dustin Terry is shortening up that gap. But look right behind him. Here,
fight so hard with each other that you just keep running your race, and you could run this thing all the way to the checkered flag. Notice how he loves to go wide to the outside, and now you're going to watch him slowly close that door down the front straightaway, killing all that extra speed. The 03 of Terry's got to walk through the wash.
Justin did that because he saw that RJ was coming in really fast, and we all know RJ holds those pins tight, loves that inside. So Dustin had to change his complete game plan, and he's going to have to try and dive on the inside. But once again, now he's starting to go to the outside, and RJ West is coming in hot. Dustin Terry, will he slam the door on RJ West? Looks like Dustin Terry's going to hold it just a little close, but he's going to have to float it back out the way that boat loves to ride. I would not want to be Kyle Maskell right now. RJ on his inside, Dustin on his outside. He is going to have to work for this checkered flag because these two experienced drivers, They know how to maneuver these boats a little bit better, but Kyle Maskell has got the great setup.
And we jump back to like that battle for third, fourth, fifth, and so fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. The 13 is Schubert, the 8 of Mayo. And look at the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He was finished second in Heat 1. He can't get better than 8th here in qualifying Heat number 2.
Kyle Maskell is your leader, but it looks like they're going to have, looks like Jared Jensen went dead in turn number 2. He's right there in the middle of the corner, so RJ had to go on the outside, pushing Dustin to the outside. These two are going to battle it out. Kyle is going way wide. Dustin
now
jumps
he's
on
cut
the
down
inside.
To the inside. Here we go. Up the speed. Looks like something might have happened to the 22 of Kyle Maskell as he just lost the top end. But now the 03 of Dustin Terry's going to get out in front. Ladies and gentlemen, the final round of the season is now out in front here in qualifying Heat number 2. And oh no, the 13 of Grant Schubert goes down here right at the start-finish line with that 4-stroke on the back. That's not what he wanted to see.
It is not, and it's too bad to see. We've got a couple of boats down, but it looks like Jensen was able to get back out onto the water. But now we're going to have to watch this race for first and second. Dustin Terry in the 03 is your leader. He's now decided to change it again. Jump to the inside. RJ West usually sits there and pegs the pin. Is now to the outside. They've got 4 back traffic boats, one just getting up on plane as they make their way through turn number 2.
And we're going to watch them come out turn 4. We got a flare right there. We got a red flag on the course, red flag on the race course. It looks like not only the 13 of Grant Schubert, but the 9 of Johnny Fleming right there in the middle of the front straightaway. Looks like his motor went away. That's a pretty indicative, slowly coming to a stop. That means your motor went boom, boom. That's no fun for the 9 of Fleming. Let's hope that's not the case. But that caused a red flag. You're welcome, RJ?
There was that. But like I said, they did a 2-flag start, so he's still going to have to start after the first set.
No.
Oh, we're going to change that.
No, because now they've completed so many laps. Now it's how our order is, your racing order on the restart. So racing order, he's second. Dustin's first. Maskell's third. Love fourth. Because the 13 of Schubert fell out, and the 9 of Fleming, we look all the way back. I believe that is the number 52 of Chris Rinkers in fourth, and then the 8 of Jeremiah Mailson.
I mean, let's talk about jumbling up some points and jumbling up. Oh, we're going to see right here on the camera, got RJ West back at the starting dock. Not sure if he had some boat damage. I did watch a little bit out of the corner of my eye going into the back traffic in turn number 2. Everybody got a little close, and I'm wondering if maybe there was some contact there. You can see these, if you're watching on our YouTube channel, which I highly advise because we've got great footage. We're going to see that there's actually 2 different teams down there. We got Clover Construction along with the Chuck Skeleton Racing, all of them with their hands underneath that boat, looking for damage of any sort. The damage that he repaired was on the left side. This damage looks to be like it's on the right side. Also, I can see Maskell's down there. I see that the Rinkers are down there. All of them working together to try and figure out what happened. With these boats sitting inside the water, they're basically feeling blind. And, with the different ridges that they have underneath these boats.
Combination to really get that airflow. And then that happens. What we normally think when we see something like that happen is hey, you got to go put it in the water.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm really curious is you saw him also tow in the 13 of Grant Schubert. Well, that's a 4-stroke. That's not supposed to happen. So I don't know what happened.
That could have been, he might have turned it off. I mean, we've seen it before where these drivers throw it, we call them an ear. They're basically a blade on a prop. And it gives it such a shimmy that if it gives you enough shimmy, it can actually kill the gear case, and it could cause even more damage. So I'm just hoping he basically what we call cut an ear.
That's very possible.
And I'm sure he might have a couple extra spare props in there.
Yeah, fair enough, right? I mean, it would surprise me that somebody that young and Grant Schubert wouldn't just say screw it, because that's the kind of kid he is. Screw it.
I might have
We're
done
good.
that a few times.
We're good, but yeah, the vibrations do get pretty horrific when you have a prop that's not in balance because you sheared an ear. And we talk, as we see the 12 of Sean Love, who's still trying to figure it out this weekend, and he really was growing. There's the 93 of RJ West. That's the guy who was cruising, but looks like he's good to go. Maybe no hole in the boat. Otherwise, they would have probably sent him to the dock. Now we've just got to get the 13 and the 9 off the course so we can have just a few lap shootout here for our second qualifying heat in Formula One. Here we got through 15.
Well, we talked about it.
Oh, we got through 10 laps. Sorry, 10 laps in qualifying heat number 2 so far, but we're timed, right? It's all minutes plus 1 lap. And so Terry can hold off the 93 of us.
Well, I really do hope that he put enough fuel in it, because I've seen it once before at Springfield, Ohio. Yeah, I know. You saw that one too at Dustin Terry in the 03, coming around the last corner, and all of a sudden,
you know, and I think
ran out of fuel.
Oh yeah, I mean it happens to the best of them, and you know typically you'll see it when it's that competitive. So that's why it wouldn't be surprising here, because it's all about competitive. You remember a few years ago, the 94 of Rusty Wyatt in the lead around the last corner ran out of gas.
Yeah.
I mean, could you imagine in the lead? You know, and granted, it was like, I think was it the final? It might have been the final. Like you're in the lead on the last lap of the final. You come out of the final corner and the boat dies, and then the realization hits you. Good afternoon, race fans. Thomas Yarbrough here, giving you some unfortunate news due to some inclement weather that has rolled in, that's producing some pretty gnarly storms, some really high winds, and a bunch of lightning. We have unfortunately had to conclude our program for the day. That looks like that's going to be possibly a little bit of a longer day tomorrow. We do apologize for having to cut the program short. Hopefully you enjoyed some of the fantastic highlights from the 2024 Formula One qualifying here at Roar of the Rockies. But join us again tomorrow as we're going to get rolling possibly a little earlier. So make sure you're keeping a check on all your social medias, as well as all other outlets that you get your Formula One Powerboat Championship Series info from. But we will be back at it again tomorrow midday. Keep an eye on the start time for our live stream, as we may have to adjust things due to the additional heats that need to be run tomorrow morning. But unfortunately, due to the inclement weather, we had to evacuate the facility, and we really appreciate you guys hanging today. I will give you an update. The 93 of RJ West is okay. He took a bit of a whack when he blew over, but he is okay. We've got some boats to repair, but thankfully we've got all of our fans off the grounds, and everybody is here going to safety. We appreciate you understanding, and we'll see you tomorrow for the finals and the conclusion of Round 5 here on the 2025 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series right here in Windsor, Colorado for Roar of the Rockies. We'll see you tomorrow.